So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto married Karin Uzumaki. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want the next part of this video, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. The other one. Naruto glared intently at the Uchiha standing on the crystal waters of the river. The waters had finally calmed to a steady flow. The clashes of the weak versions of their attacks made the river fluctuate for quite some time. Just imagine the full power. Naruto stood tall in all of his orange loving glory, his deep blue eyes glowing with animosity. The boy trembled slightly as he and his best friend continued to stare down at the ages. Neither broke eye contact as they continued to gauge each other's power and strength, seeing as the two of them were nothing but power. If we fight, Naruto suddenly began. We'll both die. The river fluctuated once more as a great breeze of wind flowed down from the top of the bridge. Leaves fluttered down covering the line of sight for both boys. The silence was unending, even with the shuffling of leaves and trees within the newfound wind. Sasuke continued his glare as his once black eyes began to dull out into a dark gray. But then, the last Uchiha shut his eyes and heaved a sigh, before smirking maliciously. Then I guess. Sasuke paused and activated his Sharingan once the Zetsu began to rise from beneath the water. I'll kill you before you kill me. But that said, Sasuke was sucked into the portal of Tobi and the two vanished into thin air with the Zetsu clones disappearing into the river. Naruto kept his glare up but looked away and faced Sakura and Kakashi before turning a deep shade of purple. Sakura's eyes shot from her head. She dashed for the boy and grabbed him before he fell into the river. She had a meek look on her face and gave a small embarrassed smile to her sensei. I forgot that the Kei-kunai was poisoned. Sakura let out a wry laugh and sighed in defeat. Naruto, hold still and I'll heal you. Then no problem. Naruto groaned slightly as he rested his head in her chest. Healing chakra sprang up around her hand and began to soothe the pain radiating across his cheek and closing off the cut and removing the poison in the process. Naruto's face soon began to regain color and almost immediately, the boy was back to normal with the Kyuubi aiding in the healing process. Naruto quickly removed himself from Sakura's embrace and coughed awkwardly. The three of them jumped up the large bridge and headed towards the wounded prisoner. She was a red-headed girl with half of her hair being wild and all over the place and her other half being straight. She wore thick-rimmed glasses and had red eyes. She was lying against the railing of the bridge with a distraught look on her face as she came to the realization that Sasuke was no longer the same as what he once was. Nowhere near. A few footsteps were heard and the girl painfully turned and faced the three Konoha shinobi standing at the other end of the bridge. She looked down and was hoisted up and piggybacked Kakashi as they left the scene. Her red hair waved softly as they tree-hopped away for their unconscious teammates and comrades. Her glasses began to slip down her nose but were caught on Kakashi's neck guards. What is going on? Karin looked tiredly at the team carrying her back to Konoha. Damn that Uchiha. After all that I've done. Within seconds, she began to look over her life and everything that has led up to this point. A life filled with disappointment and lies. Promises unfulfilled, the wrong crowds and false love. Her eyes trailed down at the grass below their feet and took a deep sorrowful breath but tried not to strain herself too much. The group made a quick detour and headed into the forest off the main road and found a small clearing with 4 bodies lying on the ground, 3 men and a large dog. All 4 of them began to wake up thanks to Sakura administering the antidote and healing their bodies and removing the poison from their systems. Almost immediately, Kiba burst into anger and began to scream at Sakura for how stupid she was and how little she had thought the situation through. But through all of this, the golden-haired boy of the group kept to himself and stared aimlessly into the grand forest surrounding them. One by one, Karin began to examine the Konoha ninja's chakra signatures and one by one, she got a very good idea as to how these shinobi acted, thought and moral codes were. The pale-skinned black-haired shinobi was an enigma and basically had a chakra aligning itself slowly with good. The dog and the kid with the fang tattoos on his cheeks, although loud and brash in person, his chakra was strong and peaceful and really loyal too. But the one that already had Karin slightly worried, and this is just from physical appearance, she was staring at the bowl-cut boy wearing the god-awful green jumpsuit. But even though she couldn't tell where his chakra coils were, she could sense the chakra there, and to be frank, she was impressed. The group, now fully healed and ready to continue on their journey back to the home village, Karin was fully awake and in less pain, but in pain nonetheless. But as they continued on their journey, the blonde-orange wearing shinobi was constantly arguing with the dog boy, as Karin began to call the tattooed boy. She was surprised by the interaction between Konoha shinobi and their comrades. But the moment of boredom, she actually listened in on their conversation. Naruto baka. Kiba finished with only the last part of the sentence being heard. Naruto? Karin's eyebrows rose slightly. That's the Naruto that Sasuke constantly griped about. Naruto clenched his fists and replied with a not up to par rebuttal, resulting in a punch to the back of the head via Haruno Sakura. Naruto was bent over gripping his head, all the while, laughing with Kiba and Sakura. Soon enough, the laughter was contagious and had the rest of the team laughing, except for Karin. Her eyes were wide as she used her abilities to try and get a better feel of the shinobi that caused her former beau so much annoyance. You unbelievable. What is this chakra? Karin felt her body soar high into the sky. It was almost as if her pain and inhibitions were released from her body. It's such amazingly peaceful chakra. Never have I ever felt something like this. Karin tightened her grip around Kakashi and tilted her head into Kakashi's back, almost as if she was about to go to sleep, but there was a sudden darkness in the pit of her stomach as she continued to examine the shinobi. That darkness continued and seemed to never end, pressuring her into the pits of her mind. All around her, she felt the colors bleed into red and black. Karin looked up and around the blonde boy and found that he was surrounded by an aura that had an eerie resemblance to a great nine-tailed fox. Karin had never once been so terrified. What really scared her though was the untamable power that resided deep within the boy, had her terrified that she was going to the same village as he was. That kind of power wasn't even felt when she and the former Team Taka took on the Eight Tails. Karin tried to come up with a conclusion as to why he held such malicious power within his body, but filed it away for another time when she realized that she'd been staring at the back of the blonde's head. Her cheeks lit up slightly. She looked away and stared at the ground for a while. It'll be a while before I get into anyone like that. Karin whispered. The rest of the journey was quiet. No, it wasn't quiet, but rather, not as loud as it normally would have been. With Naruto off in his own little world thinking about his difficult situation with Sasuke, Kiba saying something stupid and the others not really saying much, it left Karin with much to think about, namely, where she stood, now that she was no longer aligned with anyone. I'll most likely get arrested and thrown into jail. Karin mentally shivered. Or worse. I'll get executed. Karin reached over with her hand and weakly pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose, and somehow, once more, her gaze landed on the figure of Uzumaki Naruto. Karin continued to stare and was genuinely surprised at his appearance. Everything Sasuke said. Karin thought. It's almost as if Sasuke was jealous of him. This Naruto is nothing like the one that Sasu. The Uchiha. I always spoke about it. Naruto put his arms behind his head and started to walk slowly for just a moment. He was lost in his own thoughts as he stared off into the trees above them. The small rays of light tickling his whiskered cheeks and bouncing off of his sun-kissed hair. Naruto stopped suddenly and took a small breath before sighing in content and continuing forward. Karin quickly noticed that Sakura had a flash of worry on her face, only for it to disappear before she could examine the Pinkette's expression any further. Karin shut her eyes and took the same action, making Kakashi turn his head slightly. They gave her a small look, but then gave her an eye smile. Karin raised an eyebrow and rested her chin on his shoulder, knowing that she is still too weak to walk on her own. Kakashi simply fixed her position on his back and sped up the pace since he was starting to fall behind Kiba. The Cyclops of the sped up his steps and started to catch up to the somewhat speeding blonde just a few clicks away from him. Once he caught up with Naruto, Kakashi looked over to see that Naruto had no expression on his face. Naruto's cerulean eyes were glimmering and looked deep in thought. Karin saw this, and for the first time, she had seen his face up close and was surprised by his facial appearance. From all of the descriptions that Sasuke gave her, she had half expected Naruto to be some god-awful thing to look at, but to tell the truth, she felt that the blonde wasn't too bad. He looked over from the corner of his eyes and gave Karin a small smile. Karin felt her face heat up from just how bright his smile actually was. Suddenly, she sensed a great burst of peace and happiness radiating from the blonde smiling at her. His glinting teeth seemed a bit much, but Karin seemed to not mind the sight. But there was a sudden burst from that peace once more. It was powerful and it filled her mind with darkness. Everything was thrown in a 1,000-mile-per-hour downward spiral. But from the darkness, the girl was met with two powerful blood-red eyes that glared menacingly into her own crimson eyes. Her skin shuddered and grew cold in the presence of such powerful orbs. She could feel her chakra fluctuating because of the powerful force that seemed to practically be breathing in her face. Her eyes were wide when she saw what seemed to be the face of a beautiful, light-skinned Reed with the most beautiful violet eyes that Karin had ever seen. The image was seen in the center of the slitted irides of the beast glaring at her. The woman gave Karin a small smirk and tilted her head as she looked at the red-eyed girl. Karin's eyes were wide and filled with fear. Karin felt her jaw unhinge and felt her heart race in fear. This boy that she sensed is filled with such strange secrets that Karin couldn't even fathom. But the dark chakra narrowed its blood-red eyes and sent a major burst of its own chakra, nearly scaring Karin off of Kakashi's back. Looking back to the normal world, Karin found that she was now on the ground. Sakura and the others were looking at her with worried expressions, despite the fact that she was an enemy. But once Naruto came into the scene, Karin saw a quick flash of the crimson eyes staring at her through Naruto's own blue. Iridide had seen a lot of scary things in her life, but never had she ever felt that dark. Never had she felt that terrified. In a quick move without thinking, she started backing away once Naruto reached forward with his hand. A small pang of hurt reverberated through his heart. He looked down and slowly retracted his hand, but Karin quickly reached out and grabbed it. With a quick and brisk apology, Naruto lifted her from the ground and carried her on his own back, rather than Kakashi. Karin's sensing abilities were exploding in all directions from the amount of dark chakra shooting off of Naruto's body. Karin gripped tightly, tighter than what she did with Kakashi. Actually, with Kakashi, she held him loosely, hence the fact she fell off. Naruto nearly choked from the amount of pressure she was pressing on his neck, but immediately loosened. "Boy, Naruto." Kiba started. "I think the Redeed likes you." "How youthful, Naruto-kun." Lee howled. "I don't like him. I am just making sure that I don't fall off again." Karin roared back, nearly causing Naruto's eardrums to burst. "You baka. Now. No need to get feisty." Kakashi gave her another smile. "We're all trying to go to the same place now. Don't worry." Naruto said in a reassuring voice. "We'll get there all fine, and then we'll all go our separate ways." At the village, Naruto was walking towards his most frequented place in the entire village, Ichiraku Ramen. His stomach grumbled and tumbled as he walked through the streets of his home village. Everything around him was making good progress in being rebuilt, especially with the help of Yamato's Mokuten Dot. A small smile grew on his lips as the civilians began to cheer his name and wave lovingly towards their newest hero. Some even went so far as to say, "I hope you become Hokage one day." Naruto didn't know if they were kissing up to him or if they were truly genuine in their words. For so long, he was ostracized and made an outcast by many of the people that cheered his name. For the longest time, the only form of interaction between him and the villagers was the occasional blurb of harsh words, or even going full out and actually kicking him or tossing him about, or just downright slandering him in any way they could, be it talking behind his back or insulting him to his face. But now, he didn't know how to respond to their kind words and kind actions. So, he simply hunched his shoulders slightly and looked down towards the dirt road with a light blush on his cheeks. Making a quick turn, Naruto walked towards the nearest exit and took the quickest detour towards Ichiraku. After all of those years of running off to find a quiet and secluded place to cry, gave Naruto an imaginary map of the entire village, one that is burned into his mind, probably to the end of his days. Looking up, Naruto felt his eyes light up from the side of the little paper lantern moving swiftly in the blowing wind. The new Ichiraku ramen stand was no longer a nice hut with cloth hanging over the front of the stand, but instead, it was its own actual restaurant with a large counter and multiple seats. The coloration paid a great homage to their favorite customer by coloring much of the store orange and black. Naruto smiled devilishly and charged in, sliding the rice paper door open, completely forgetting his predicament, and jumped onto a stool with drool already flowing down the sides of his mouth. He slammed his hands onto the counter, getting the attention of Tucci. "5 bowls of miso ramen." Naruto roared with a loud laugh. "And keep 'em coming, old man." "You got it, Naruto." Tucci started laughing and called the orders out to his ever-faithful daughter, AM, whom of which was working furiously with the order. Naruto sat in silence as the intoxicating smells of the wondrous ramen came floating into his nose. But, the wooden doors suddenly slid open. With AM and Tucci in the back working on the orders, in came two that witnessed Naruto's battle with pain. They were surprised and actually relieved, it seemed, to see Naruto. "Hey." One of them shouted out with a smile. "It's the hero of Konoha." "You're right." The other laughed. The elder one quickly walked up to a seat next to Naruto and pulled out a notebook. "Please, honor me with your autograph. My son would love it if you did." "Same here. My daughter would love it if you signed an autograph for her." The other shinobi joined in. Naruto turned red from embarrassment. Looking around for whatever escape he had, he turned out the two shinobi and tried to listen in for whatever distraction he could take advantage of. Thanks to the newly renovated Ichiraku ramen stand, the Ichirakus hired a full staff of waiters, cooks and even delivery men and women. So once Tucci got the order of deep-fried pork cutlets, the order came out first. With a ring of the counter bell, Tucci got the attention of one of his deliverymen. But Naruto quickly kawurumi with the deliveryman and took the order himself and started running away as fast as he could towards wherever he could. After he felt that he was a good distance away from Ichiraku ramen, he looked around and found that the street he was on was quite desolate and empty. He sighed and sat against the nearest wall and slid down and rested on the ground, placing the order next to him. He leaned his head on the wall and stared at the deep blue sky without a thought in his mind. But then, he realized that the order belonged to someone. He frantically opened the casing and stared at the destination, the T&I Department of Konoha Intelligence. He shut the casing for to-go food and shot to his feet. He looked up and found that the sun was still high in the sky, with a lot of time still remaining in his day. So why couldn't he play delivery for the day? So, he took his sweet time making his way towards the T&I department building. Now though, the streets towards the building were empty. Almost no one populated the area. Naruto smiled slightly, but didn't let it show. The cheers and the kind smiles were something that was going to take time to grow on him, and he was sure of it. Naruto took a ride and headed down a great hill and found that grass was already growing and tree saplings were seen sprouting from the flattened ground. Naruto smirked at the village and how well it was bouncing back from the invasion of pain. Taking another detour and finding the surprisingly small building labeled with the symbol of the T&I Department of Intelligence on the front, Naruto opened the door and walked inside of the building and headed for the prison rooms. It was a quaint journey, no one to mock him or insult him, no one that begged for him to let them free and best of all, no new fans to bother him. He found the only room holding any people within it and knocked. There was a quick reply and the door slid open to reveal Karin sitting in a chair while picking her nails, while two interrogators were bickering like children and Ibiki was rubbing his temples. Naruto held in his laughter remembering the terrifying and imposing figure that Ibiki was as a man. The blonde walked ahead and shivered in fear once Ibiki stood from his seat. The larger and older man kindly took the casing of food and started laying out the meal in front of the Redeed sitting behind the table. "You've got your food. Now eat up." Karin ordered this. Naruto asked. "Why? Chiron's a hard bargain for information." Ibiki groaned. "Why don't you join in on the interrogation of Naruto? Since my two subordinates are being less than adequate." Why not?" Naruto sighed and pulled up a seat and sat next to Ibiki. "I was hoping that I could eat my ramen by now." "Okay. Now tell us what you know of the Akatsuki and what they're planning," Ibiki said with a voice that demanded respect. "You have literally no reason to hold back information." "Hold on," Karin replied with a small smirk. "I just need to finish my delicious pork cutlets." "Kami. You Konoha people sure know how to cook." "I'm impressed." "Don't try changing the subject, Karin." Naruto grabbed her shoulders. But suddenly, the two disappeared in a puff of smoke. Somewhere, the smoke cleared and the two were now in a vaguely familiar room, well to Naruto that is. Once the smoke was officially cleared, the two looked around awkwardly and found that Lord Fukasaku and Lady Shima were sitting at the other side of the table with wide eyes. Karin's eyes bugged from her head and she nearly freaked out from being in the presence of toads of all things. Then she looked down to see caterpillars, insects of varying sizes. She quickly shot a hand to her mouth to hold in her incoming gag. "Fukasaku-sama, Shima-bachan." Naruto cried out and dropped Karin off of the table and headed off to give the two toad sages the tightest hug he could muster. "Wait. What in the world am I doing here? What the heck is she doing here?" Fukasaku asked. "I thought we only summoned Naruto-chan." These two were apparently in physical contact. Shima replied. "Well, young lady. Who might you be?" "Hey Karin." The Redeed replied. "And no surname that I know of." "Well then. How were you two in contact with one another?" Shima asked. Karin was surprised by the amount of chakra that the two elder toads possessed. To be frank, the girl was slightly terrified. I was interrogating her." Naruto quickly replied. "She was a part of Sasuke's team, so she could possibly have information about the Akatsuki and what they're doing with Sasuke." "So she's an enemy?" Fukasaku asked with a raised eyebrow. Karin's eyes nearly widened when she felt a chakra spike from the green toad. But before Karin could reply, Naruto raised a hand and shook his head. He then turned his head and looked at the Redeed sitting in one of the seats. Karin was surprised to say the least. She barely knew this guy, but he was so quick to defend her against whatever these toads meant to him. She felt his chakra fluctuate in a way that made his actions seem genuine. He had a stern look on his face as he stared the two toads down. "There won't be any need to kill her or dispose of her," Naruto said. "She's under my protection since it's my fault that she's here." "Are you sure, Naruto-chan?" Shima asked. "I am dead serious, Shima-bachan." Naruto smiled softly. "Besides, Kachan seems to like her." Outside, the group began to walk towards their destination and seemed to be making a good walk, although the walk was plagued by the innate rambling of Karin. Naruto was confused and seemed to be wondering and worrying about the Redeed's sanity. But then after at least 10 minutes of blocking her out, he sighed and decided to listen in on what the Redeed was saying. "I seduced him. I helped him for nothing. That damned Uchiha tried to even kill me. The nerve of that guy." Karin placed her hands on her hips and glared viciously towards nothing. "And yet, I still am. Why do I feel this way for him? Why? Why didn't he feel the same? Was there someone else? Was it because I wasn't smart or strong enough? Am I not attractive?" Karin sighed and looked down, stopping suddenly. "I bet it's because of my cursed red hair. Why the hell does this sound familiar?" Naruto thought with a strange look marrying his face. Suddenly a bright blush formed on his cheeks and he quickly forced his hands into his pocket and started walking forward with a quick pace. The images of the first meeting of his mother came fluttering in his mind. She's almost exactly like Kachan. Well. Actually it's because of your red hair that I think you're beyond beautiful. Naruto suddenly blurted out. Fuck. Did I just say that? And Naruto? Karin looked at him with a light blush growing on her cheeks. What did you say? And nothing. Let's just continue on to the great Toad Sage. Naruto started walking faster trying to get away from the retarded girl. But. Karin looked with a distraught expression on her face. Whatever. He probably didn't even mean it. Karin charged forward and followed Naruto with the same pace that he was going at and followed the toads towards the central husk. The four entered and bowed to the various toads staring at them and walked through the great structure towards the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku. A great door was opened and they came to see the sight of a massive toad with a grand hat on his head. Hey. I kinda. Karin was starting to stutter in the presence of such great beings. There was so much that she didn't know about Naruto and most of those things she could do without knowing. See, can I go back? If you want to stay in a prison cell for an unspecified amount of time instead of hanging with Konoha's #1 knuckleheaded ninja. Then go ahead. Naruto said without a single stutter. You could stay with me and I'll be able to let you walk around and be free. To an extent. What do you mean? Karin asked slightly worried about what he meant. With a quick sensing of his chakra, she found nothing wrong that would signify any evil intent with his words. I mean, stay under my protection. Naruto replied. With me. The village won't bother someone under the protection of the hero. Thanks. But why? Karin asked. Why are you doing this for me? You don't even know me. Does that really matter? Naruto asked with a small smile. We could get to know each other. Enemy or not, it doesn't matter to me. I guess. Karin sighed and walked closer to Naruto. So what are you? And what is all of this? Well, for starters, this is the home of the Toad Summons. I am the Toad Sage, the only shinobi Toad Sage alive. Naruto began. I have mastered, and that big toad is the great Toad Sage. That's amazing. Karin looked around the room with wide eyes as she examined every crack and crevice and started sensing the large toads surrounding them from the corners and the walls and outside of the building. Everything has chakra. It's amazing. The old Toad Sage began. Who are you again? Karin and Naruto face faulted and glared somewhat at the old senile toad. Karin was the first to straighten up, but then Naruto followed shortly. He was glaring at the old toad, but then, the wrinkled lips of the toad began to crease and began to open. I have received another prophecy. The future. He began. It will be one filled with great strife. A great battle will rage between every shinobi. And a clan will be restored and the other will be destroyed. Either the clan of the red eyes or the clan of the red hair. And whichever path you choose. It will decide how the world will either end or be rebirthed. How do I do this? Naruto asked. How do I even begin to take hold of this prophecy? Kyuubi. Another toad said. You must control the beast in order to bring peace. It is the first key to the door that opens to your true potential. But with this key, there is another. The toad elongated itself and Karin nearly gagged at the sight. The toad unraveled its scroll body and it came to reveal a complex seal formula drawn upon the scroll. On the far right though, there was an Uzumaki swirl with a box on top of it. The toad nodded at Naruto, knowing that the boy knew full well of what he was to do. Wait. Karin suddenly said. Kyuubi. Didn't Yondaime kill the beast? No. Naruto replied. In truth. He sealed the beast inside of me. I am the of Kyuubi no Kitsune. And this seal was devised by the fourth to allow me to control the beast. Naruto-chan. Fukasaku chided. I don't think it's wise to give information so freely to enemies, former or not. I know. Naruto replied. But I trust her. Anyway, let's get this going on. The flame of chakra formed on each fingertip as he placed his palm onto the empty box. The chakra burned into the scroll and the seals began to grow from his chakra and spread onto his body. Karin started to examine the sudden change and began to feel an overflow of chakra coming from the seal's power, almost as if someone's life force was being transferred into the boy. She could sense the chakra and she had to say, it felt vaguely familiar. Using her knowledge she started to think of whose chakra it was. But then thinking back to the conversation, Naruto said that the fourth created the seal. The chakra felt familiar because of the fact that the chakra belonged to someone she knew. Then she recognized it. The untamable fire within the chakra that showed off the different colors of the person's will. It was so powerful that Karin couldn't miss it. It was beautiful and it filled her with strength. She stared at the chakra flowing into Naruto's body and into his chakra coils. As she watched, she finally realized whose chakra it felt like. It felt like Naruto's. The warmth, the strength, the power, it was all there. There was no doubt about it. Was your father the fourth Hokage? Karin asked suddenly. The chakra stopped channeling for a moment but only to resume. Fukasaku and Lady Shima narrowed their eyes at the redeed and started trying to sense her abilities through the use of dot, but Naruto, though, had a small smirk on his face when Karin asked. To hear people ask if the fourth was his father made him smile. Even though it's only happened a few times. He knew his father at least. Once the chakra transfer was over and the seals were changed and reformed, Naruto turned to face Karin and gave her a small smile. Tell me all you know. And I'll tell you what you want to know. Naruto smiled softly. I'm pretty sure you have one hell of a story to tell. And besides, Fukasaku Jiji and Shima Bachan need to trust you first. Where do I start? Karin asked. Start from the beginning. Chapter 2. Life. Naruto stared at the redeeded girl waiting for a response. Karin fixed her glasses and gave Naruto a nervous look and sighed before being led from the building and onto one of the giant leaves that surrounded the ever-twilight-bathed land of Mount Myaboku. Karin sighed, not one to really think of her life, let alone spill her story to people, but maybe, she thought, maybe, Naruto could be the one to take the pain off of her chest and listen. But Taka or Hibi or whatever crazy name Sasuke had come up with at the time, Karin felt that none of them would give a rat's ass about her well-being, as shown on the Great Bridge. Her chest started to pulse in pain from the quick flash of what had happened just a few days ago. Then she realized it. That bastard fucking stabbed me. Karin roared. Naruto's eyes went wide and he quickly jumped back behind the two toads. His face was dark with fear and his body was shaking. The amount of malicious intent radiating off of the irate redeed was too much for the blind to handle. He stared at her backside as she went off on a rant of how much she hates Sasuke and how much she felt that he was scum. But it was during this, Naruto realized how great of a butt she had, and not only that, she was more curvaceous than Sakura could ever be. Naruto stopped himself before he could continue with those thoughts. A bright crimson blush formed on his cheeks. Darting his eyes to different directions, Naruto couldn't help but continue to stare at the great curves that Kami had blessed his protectorate with. The blonde suddenly had this strange feeling, almost as if Jiraiya was trying to give him applause. Naruto shook his head and started walking ahead once Karin had calmed down and walked by her side. Karin felt the burst of calm chakra coming from behind and looked over to Naruto. She gave him a small smile but looked away as he led her towards a bench and sat her down. Naruto plopped next to her and gazed off into the horizon of the homeland of the toads. It's so beautiful, you know. Karin said. Verbal tick like Kachan. Naruto mentally noted. It reminds me of my homeland. Karin sighed and felt the calming chakra of the toads lying on their leaves and the chakra radiating off of Naruto. The land of grass. That's where I'm from. Land of grass? Naruto asked. Jiraiya of the Sannin, my sensei and I, traveled for 3 years and never had I heard of a land of grass. Well, that's what I've always called it. Our country never really had a name. Karin replied. But it was a land filled with wondrous fields of green and oceans of soft, waving blades of grass. The earth was fertile for farming and the wind was always cool. I bet if you ever went, you'd want to lie down in the grass and just let the wind take you. Oh, and how can even forget the people? Karin's face suddenly broke into a smile. They were some of the kindest I've ever known. They were sincere and genuine in what they meant, you know. Much better than what most of Konoha is. Or at least was. Naruto replied. It seems you've had a better life than I did. So if you don't mind me asking, how in the world did you know of Sasuke? Well, it happened almost 4 years ago. Karin replied. It was during the Chunin exams here. What? Naruto's eyes were wide with surprise. He did not see this one coming. Well, this is what happened. Flashback. Damn idiot teammates. Karin groaned. Leaving me alone to find food for our encampment. The nerve. Karin had a bag full of berries and sticks for firewood and in her hand that the girl was dragging was a rope that led to a tied-up deer that she had caught and killed. She looked around and fixed her fogged glasses and looked around and began to try and sense where everything was, only to get barraged by the hundreds of thousands of different chakra signatures that filled the forest. The signatures ranged from animal to human to animal once more, only to go to some strange creatures that Karin had never even sensed before. Suddenly, there was a deep guttural growl coming from just my head. The ground shook slightly, causing Karin to yelp in fear once the source of the growl was seen. It was a massive bear with teeth just as large. Karin jumped back and hit the ground and began to try and slide away, but the bear raised one of its massive paws and brought it down, forcing Karin off the ground. The girl grabbed onto a branch of a tree, leaving her food and resources on the ground below. After making a quick calculation of her position relative to the best kill spot to the bear and not taking into account the abilities of such a large bear, she dropped down onto the creature and reached for the knife in her glasses, but just as she was about to get the bear rose and slapped the redeeded girl away, smashing her into a tree. The bear glared at Karin and looked like it was about to eat her. It began to walk forward with a small pace and growled menacingly at the redeed. Karin shut her eyes waiting for the inevitable, but there was a small bang, it was followed by a shout. Karen's eyes sprang open to see a black-haired boy with a blue shirt drop-kicking the bear in the head. After another series of the same powerful kicks delivered, the boy stood tall with his back to the Redeed, showing off his clan crest. What's your name? Karin asked out. Her voice meek from the near prospect of getting eaten. Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Once those words left his mouth, the black-haired boy took off into the forest, leaving Karin behind to her own devices. Flashback over. That's interesting. Naruto said. What happened to you after the exam? I ended up becoming Orochimaru's top scientist, and I'm only 16. Karin laughed. But the things I had to do. Don't go into detail. Naruto made a quick reply. I don't want to hear about how Orochimaru likes to gush over children. Karin suddenly shut quiet. Naruto looked around thinking that he had just said something stupid. He started to feel slightly awkward, but then, Karin started shivering. Naruto was about to place a hand on her shoulder, but she shot her head up and burst into hysterical laughter. Naruto's eyes were wide with fear, and the boy started to slide away. Wait. That's it. That's just the funniest thing I've heard in a while. Karin laughed. She began to laugh so hard that tears began to fall from her face. The Redeed began to cry harder than she laughed. Soon enough, Naruto realized that she was actually sobbing. The blonde quickly grabbed her and held her tightly and began to whisper softly, in hopes of that being able to calm her down. Her body trembled as she wept into his shirt. Naruto, under different circumstances, would have bolted off towards Kami knows where and would have left the girl here, but he had a good understanding of who she was and what she's been through. Though not as smart as he would have wanted, but not as dumb as everyone thinks, Naruto understood her. For a girl that's been doing experiments on people for a long time and working alongside some of the scummiest people on the planet and even joining up with the Akatsuki, Karin was probably on the verge of breakdown. The catalyst was Sasuke stabbing her through the chest with his Chidori spear. I've tried so hard to be good at something. Karin continued to weep. But whatever I was good at. It was either morally wrong or it was just for my body. Wait. Naruto sat Karin up and stared into her crimson eyes. What do you mean? Sasuke. Karin started, but quickly stopped herself and looked away as tears began to sting in her eyes once more. That fucking team. Naruto growled and gripped the bench. No. I wanted it though. Karin quickly replied. I was naive and I was just so stupid all this time. Doesn't mean that I'll accept it. Naruto replied. After hearing this, you are definitely going to stay with me for a while. What? Karin asked with a tilted head. I don't want anything to happen to you, at least anything bad. Naruto replied with a heartwarming smile. I can tell that you've been through a lot of shit. It's okay though. It's because well. I have too. What do you mean? Karin asked while resting a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Wasn't your father the fourth Hokage? I'm a. Naruto replied. For the longest time, I was hated, despised, ostracized, insulted. Everything that you can think of. I didn't even know who my parents were. No one knew who my parents were except for the old man third Hokage. Why didn't he tell you? Karin asked with a deep glare marrying her face. I swear he did it to protect me. Naruto interrupted. My father, as I'm pretty damn sure that everyone knows, was a powerful man with powerful enemies. To tell you the truth, I understand what the third was thinking when he didn't tell people or me of my heritage, but still. He could have at least put you in an orphanage or in foster care. Tried. Didn't work. Naruto frowned. They kicked me from the orphanage. No one would take in the demon as their foster child either. So I lived alone in a stinky, rotten, rundown apartment. My room only looks good because I constantly cleaned it to make sure it didn't remind me of the situation I was thrust into. The pain of loneliness and the heartache of having no family. It's only made me and molded me into who I am today, so I wouldn't change that for anything. You wouldn't give up being an orphan with no family for having a family? Karin asked with a raised voice, but Naruto only shook his head. I wouldn't. Naruto gave her a look. I did, you and we wouldn't have met and you would probably be on death row by now. Sad to say this, but I probably wouldn't even have the same will and drive as I do now if I had a family. I think I understand you a bit more. Karin said with a small smile. So. On to a better note, for how long are we going to be staying here? I don't know. Naruto replied. Naruto-chan. Karin-chan. Shima said suddenly. You two can leave now. We've received the perfect amount of information. We'll reverse summon you two back to Konoha. In Konoha. But the pop of smoke the two reappeared in the prison cell with Ibiki rubbing his temples while the two other interrogators were arguing with each other once more. Karin felt a small smile grow on her tear-stained cheeks at the interaction between the Konoha shinobi. With a quick peek at their chakra signatures, they felt warm like Naruto's, but nowhere near the same level. Ibiki gave the Redeed a stern look before he reached behind his belt and brought out some handcuffs. Naruto saw this and quickly entered Sage mode, and 3 clones burst into creation and grabbed Ibiki in his handcuffs while holding down the other 2 interrogators. Naruto's Toad Sage eyes stared at Ibiki with a powerful gaze. But before any words could be said, the door opened from behind and in walked Tsunade with Naruto at her side. "Ibiki, there's no need for cuffs," the woman said with a kind tone. "Naruto has taken the job of keeping her in line." "Are you sure about Tsunade-sama?" Ibiki asked. "Of course. Now then Karin, Naruto will take you to his temporary home." Tsunade nodded to the people of the prison room and Karin bowed deeply to the woman before hurrying out of the building. Once on the street, she and Naruto walked side by side with the people staring at them with confused faces. Naruto wasn't surprised, Karin hasn't been seen before, but he was also pretty sure that he would get a mouthful from Sakura should she find out that Naruto was now caring for Karin. Naruto gave a small laugh receiving a glance from Karin. Iridied simply shook her head and rolled her eyes in response. Karin smiled at the blonde and started to walk at a slower pace to stay at his side. "You know, I think I can start to like this setup." With a short but somehow long and not so boring journey made, the two arrived at Naruto's temporary living quarters. As a sign of thanks from the construction corps of villagers, they made him a great condo and replaced all of his former furniture and belongings with even better products. His sinks and refrigerators were top of the line, his toilet was top of the line, even his damn shower was top of the line. His floorboards were no longer just wood, but instead tile. He had beautiful carpets strewn into the floors for a more comfortable walk. Karin was surprised by the scene and looked to Naruto hoping that his heartbreaking story of being a pariah in Konoha was fake, but Naruto simply shrugged and headed straight for the couch and unzipped his black and orange jumpsuit jacket, revealing a black skin-tight shirt that showed off his well-defined muscles and toned body. Karin blushed a mighty storm and quickly looked away. "Wait. If you're going to stay on the couch, where am I going to sleep?" Karin asked. "By the bed of course." Naruto replied without even looking up. "I can't do that." Karin looked in awe. "It's why you're home I see can't impose." "I don't really care." Naruto slid out of the couch and walked up to Karin with a playful smirk on his face. "What are you Karin yelped out with a bright blush growing on her face as Naruto swept her off of her feet and into a bridal-style position. Karin's face was soon enough just as red as her hair. Naruto shook his head and slowly slid his bedroom door open to reveal a large king-size bed and slowly laid Karin onto the mattress. Karin was surprised with the cleanliness of the bedroom and quickly surmised that Naruto doesn't really spend much time in this room. "You know, this is actually the first time I've ever even touched this bed," Naruto whispered. What? Why?" Karin looked at him with an incredulous look. "This thing feels amazing. I'm not really one for material possessions. Or even nice things for that matter." Naruto replied and sat on the bed as Karin moved over. "This place is a bit too much for me, you know. I'm just not really used to having so much." "Don't worry Naruto. I'm pretty sure you'll get used to it someday." A few weeks later. For the past few weeks, Naruto and Karin were practically inseparable. They lived together and Karin had no idea where to go, so it was understandable. But they didn't just go anywhere, they went to Ichiraku Ramen and to different places that are frequented by couples. Many of the villagers began to get a hunch that Naruto and the Redeed of Konoha were starting to fall for each other. Though a bit too soon in their quite fragile friendship to be thinking like that, Karin couldn't help but think that way. Naruto was kind-hearted, smarter than what he let on, and a hell of a lot stronger than what she originally thought. But the thing Karin loved the most, Naruto let her have his bed while he slept on a couch. Though that sounds mighty selfish, Karin actually, for the first few days of them living together, argued with the blind to let her sleep on the couch rather than on the bed for once, but Naruto simply replied to the effect of saying, "You're a guest, I can't do that to you." Karin at the moment she gave up asking, realized that Naruto was probably one of the most hard-headed idiots she's ever met and to be frank, it aggravated her at times. His idiocy though, was one of his major flaws that drove the bespectacled girl up the walls. Though he was smarter than what he let on, he was still an idiot. But at least he was a kind-hearted idiot. Karin for so many hours put in large arguments and amounts of pain into the blonde only for him to continue his idiotic ways. But returning to the bed, even though the bed was nice and soft and surprisingly comfortable, Karin struggled to sleep a lot because of the change of lifestyle and the change of crowd. Normally, she'd be fucked asleep or not even sleep because she'd be moving around with Taka or Hibi or whatever Sasuke felt like naming their group. Some of those dreams turned into very vivid nightmares. But Naruto's calming, peaceful and loving chakra always filled her mind and her heavy heart, forcing those dreams away and filling her dreams of him. The peace of being with Naruto for the past few weeks made Karin rethink her life and now, she was definitely starting to fall for the hero of Konoha. How could she not? Karin was also becoming friends with a few of the Konoha 11, while slowly making her way to becoming friends with the more influential ones in Naruto's life, namely, Haruno Sakura and Hyuga Hinata. Upon meeting Hinata, Karin could sense the amount of love in her chakra being directed towards Naruto whenever they were seen together. Karin could see how obvious it was that Hinata was in love with Naruto, and from what the Redeed had found out, Hinata confesses her emotions for the blind, but Naruto either didn't reciprocate the feelings or just didn't bring up the subject again. Karin, though, was surprised by the obliviousness of Naruto when he didn't realize how obvious Hinata's feelings were for him. But, Karin had to say though, of all of Naruto's friends, she felt that she hated Sakura more than the rest. Sakura upon their first meeting since Sakura healed her at the bridge, they immediately interrogated the Redeed about the reasons for why Naruto was taking care of her. Karin defended herself from the prying, but Sakura didn't let up, showing Karin that Sakura held the same stubborn will of Naruto. Within minutes of the interrogation, the two of them blew up into a great screaming battle, with both releasing their inner personalities. Karin during their argument showed that she held the same super strength that Sakura did. Sakura got too violent with the argument and punched down on the ground, shooting up a large amount of earth and rocks from the training ground, while Naruto was staying away from the volatile Redeed and Dot. He hid in a tree, remembering Sakura's inhumane super strength from training and worried for Karin's health. But just as Sakura raised her fist from the ground, Karin rammed her fist into the ground, splitting the training ground in half, launching dirt and boulders high into the sky. Naruto had nightmares of the event for a few days. The poor boy was launched from his branch of safety and landed on the ground below to face the hailstorm of falling stones and boulders falling from the sky above. Naruto had a quick glance of Karin and shivered at the sight. Karin's face was dark as a malicious smile was spread across her face, and her glasses were covered in lens glare. Oh, that day brought smiles to the Redeed's face every time she thought of it. But now, she was sitting in the hospital getting processed into the hospital core. Karin sat in silence and read a special copy of Icha Icha Tactics. She had her face buried in the pages in the book, receiving estranged looks from other nurses and med-nins. Karin paid no attention to them seeing as she was completely engrossed in the contents of the smutty novella. But her mind was on her wonderful roommate and guardian. The blonde was at times, she had to admit, a bit of a handful because of his outgoing persona, but she could honestly say, he was a great person to be around. Karin sighed though and looked away remembering what he said at Mount Myaboku. Even though it was so unimportant, it made her heart flutter. He had called her beautiful because of her red hair, the same red hair that she seemed to despise more than anything else in the world. Another smile formed on her lips. She unconsciously slid a hand through her red hair and fixed her brown framed glasses and continued to read. Little did she know though, Naruto was going out of his way to make sure that she felt accommodated in Konoha. The blonde hero was in the Hokage Tower having a grand debate with Tsunade to allow Karin some privileges. "Bachan," Naruto said once again. "If we're going to help me train and tame the Kyuubi, then don't you think having a censor like Karin with me to make sure nothing wrong happens?" "I would love to do that, Naruto, but I can't just let a prisoner, protectorate of the hero or not, waltz freely around the world," Tsunade replied. "But, come on," Naruto quickly replied. "The moment I leave her, who knows what's going to happen to her. You think I haven't thought of that, Naruto?" Tsunade reprimanded. "The only choice is to throw her in jail." "No," Naruto growled. "I made her a promise that I wouldn't let anything like that happen to her." "I know that, but you need to think of this from my perspective." Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. "Let me give you a basic overview of her rap sheet." "I already know, Bachan." Naruto sighed in exasperation and sat up from his seat. "She told me already." "Then you should know why I can't just let her leave and come with you." Tsunade replied with a stern expression. "She could for all we know, could be a spy working for Orochimaru that purposely got herself captured. But I know she isn't." Naruto replied. "Naruto?" Tsunade's eyes were wide. "Are you falling for her?" Don't be absurd, Bachan." Naruto replied with a small tint of a blush forming on his cheeks. She's just a friend." "Whatever you say, Naruto." Tsunade laughed. "But getting back to our argument, I can't allow Karin to leave the village just because you say that you trust her. She's not even a shinobi aligned to any village, then make her a shinobi." Naruto blurted without thinking. "You want to run that by me again?" Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow. "Goad him into it." I was saying, make her a shinobi of this village." Naruto replied with a little less than adequate confidence. "She's a good medic, hella damn good one, and she's literally one of the best censors I've ever met. She could tell if someone's lying just by reading their chakra. Those are skills that I've got to say that are priceless." "You drive a hard bargain, Naruto, but you still haven't convinced me." Tsunade smirked. "Just a little more. Then put her in a new team of genin that are trying to become hell, you could even put me in that team." Naruto stood from his seat and rested his knuckles on the desk with his head dropped low and his hair covering his eyes in shadow. "Naruto?" She isn't even a genin. Tsunade-sama. The Hokage's eyes went wide, but Naruto went ahead and chose to continue. I will never call you that ever in your life, but I am now, just to show you the gravity of this situation. I'm listening to Naruto. Tsunade motioned for the blind to continue. I'm not as dumb as most thought I am, well at least not anymore. Naruto whispered. I know of the war, and don't act so surprised either. I talked to the great Toad Sage, and remember, he's all-seeing and all-knowing. I need to control the Kyuubi so we can strike a defining blow against the Akatsuki on the battlefields. With me there in control of the Kyuubi's power, we'd be unbeatable, and there wouldn't be any senseless casualties. Well Naruto. You're only a genin. No one will listen to you, even if you have the power and the skills. Then let me and Karin go to the exams coming up soon in Sunagakur. Naruto replied without a stutter in his words. We have the skills, we have the abilities. Let Karin get into the shinobi corps, I'll vouch for her. I'll do all I have to do to keep her safe. Why? Tsunade asked. I don't know. Naruto sat back down. There's something about her. I think that she's a main part of this prophecy that the Great Toad Sage was talking about. She's important, or else the Great Toad Sage would have told her to leave. It's happened before, you know. So you're saying? Tsunade stopped to think back to the beginning of the conversation when he ran the prophecy by her the first time. Karin. Could be the mother of the red-haired clan or the red-eyed clan. Not really. I'm just saying that Karin is important to it all. Naruto replied. The first step to all of the strife is by doing something that could change the course of the entire prophecy, and I intend to do this as the first step. Karin is strong Bachan, she just needs the right push to bring it out. I saw her potential firsthand when she sparred with Sakura. Alright Naruto, you've convinced me. Tsunade threw her hands up in defeat and sighed. You've won me over. Oh really? Naruto looked up with a hopeful expression. You sure gave up pretty soon. Nah. I was just enjoying our argument. Tsunade gave him a small smile. Naruto's face faltered but straightened up and rubbed the back of his head. Now get the hell out of here Gaki. I have some blasted paperwork to do. You got it Bachan. Outside. Naruto walked down the street with a smile beaming off of his face. After spending the last few weeks in the company of the irate retard known as Karin, Naruto couldn't help but feel his heart flutter while being in her presence. Maybe the old hag was right. So what if he did have feelings for Karin? It's not like it mattered anyway. At least that's what Naruto told himself. After the nights when Karin would have those vivid nightmares of hers and he'd have to calm her down using his chakra, the blonde felt inclined to keep her happy and keep her safe. Besides, she was living with him for crying out loud. But the last nightmare she had was of Sasuke and what he had done to her. Her screams and her gasps for air were embedded into his mind. The genuine fear and pain being released from her voice was palpable. When Naruto woke the retard from her slumber, her once crimson eyes were pale in comparison to what they normally were. The memory of her pain was a sore spot in his mind. Her tears spilled onto his clothing and her cries were deafening. But the real problem though was making sure that her glasses stayed safe and unblemished. Without them, Karin was as good as blind. Knowing firsthand of how bad it was Karin reacted, Naruto never again wanted her to experience that fear. He shook his head of those depressing thoughts and began to sift through his memories for more appropriate images. Especially that one time when he and Karin went for a walk in one of the newly formed parks. The green grass waving softly and tickling their arms and legs, and the soft winds blowing through their hair. Naruto smiled at the serene image but shook it off, knowing that if he continued on those thoughts, he might bump into someone. Where could she be? Naruto thought to himself. She is a medical person so. The hospital is a good place to check. At the hospital. Thank you for your time Karin-san. I hope we'll see you again. The nurse bowed to the retard with a smile spread on her face. Thank you too. Karin replied with a curt bow and walked out through the glass doors only to smash face first with Naruto. Holy shit. Karin screamed out. Naruto looked up to see Karin with eyes as wide as plates and her glasses just a few feet away on the sidewalk. Karin frantically felt around the sidewalk looking for her glasses, but with no luck. The blonde saw this and held her still just before she began to hyperventilate. Naruto reached over and grabbed the glasses from off the ground and slowly slid them onto her face. Once the glasses were slipped on, Karin's world became clear and filled her irides with the most beautiful scene she's ever laid eyes upon. Naruto was sitting in a golden light, with clouds floating above them and the sun glimmering on his tanned skin. His hair waved over his hit-less forehead and flittered over his right eye from the wind blowing through their faces. A bright face-splitting smile was spread on his face. Karin couldn't help but feel a blush forming on her cheeks, but quickly pushed the blonde away in an attempt to keep her dignity. Naruto was confused but stood up and pulled Karin to her feet. The retard quickly ran a hand through her unkempt half of hair and made a failed attempt to comb it straight. The two coughed awkwardly and looked away from each other, only to make a powerful link of eye contact. So? Karin drawled. What are you doing here? Looking for you of course. Naruto smiled once more and put his hands behind his head. I've convinced the Hokage to make you a genin of Konohagakure no Sado. Karin's eyes went wide. She was frozen in place with her mind flying and spinning in all directions without much thought in her red head. Her brain was painfully fried with little cognitive ability. Her head tilted slightly with her mouth parting slowly only to close like a gaping fish, almost as if the information had stolen her ability of speech. What? Chapter 3. Training and surprises. What? You're going to get processed into the shinobi corps. Naruto smiled. It was thanks to me that you are able to walk around the village without the need to have me watch your back from those in the village that want you gone. Thanks. Karin gave Naruto a nervous smile. But. I kinda wanted to get away from the shinobi life, you know. Oh. Naruto felt his heart crack for just a moment. I see. Karin's eyes went wide for a moment when she felt the sudden change in emotion. His chakra seemed dark, almost as if it was depressed, heartbroken. Karin looked back at Naruto and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and gave the poor boy a smile. Naruto saw the look in her eyes, they were genuine with her actions. Karin didn't mean to hurt the boy's feelings, but she just needed Naruto to know that she didn't feel it. Then Naruto. Karin sighed. Alright, here's what I'll do. You go off and train and I'll have to think this whole ordeal over, alright? You sure? Naruto asked. You'll think of it. Of course. Karin gave him a warm smile before sliding her hand off of his shoulder and walking off. I'll see you at home. Naruto watched her walk off down the road and towards their home. Their home. Naruto smiled and looked off towards the sun. He liked the sound of that. To finally come home to someone, even though that someone was just a friend. Just a friend, huh? Naruto laughed softly and looked off towards Karin's fleeting silhouette. Her bright red hair blowing in the wind as she took each step, with each descending move, her hair jumped just a few millimeters. The girl though suddenly stopped sensing Naruto's emotion and turned just enough so that her eyes could be seen staring back at him. Blue locked with crimson. Blushes began to creep on their faces as they continued to stare at one another, but Karin was the first to break and started to hurry off down the street as she sunk into her collar to hide her deep blush. Naruto though stood enchanted in the center of the street for the entire world to see. His extra strap of his hit I-8 blowing wildly in the powerful gust of wind. He let out a soft sigh and turned around to head for the nearest training ground. People nodded to him and greeted the hero and even gave him free foods and shinobi supplies as he walked down the main strip of Konoha. Slowly, Naruto was getting used to the kindness in their actions, the kindness in their smiles. Naruto now began to smile back and wave towards those who went out of their way to let him know that he was no longer hated. Naruto stood straight and slid his hands into his pockets with little care and continued on his quiet journey to the training ground. Karin though was having a more difficult situation. She was still red-faced with a heavy blush still adorning her cheeks. Her red eyes darting from here to there, looking for something to take her mind off of what she felt from Naruto's chakra. It was powerful, stronger than anything before. It felt protective and caring. It felt like love. Attraction. Karin didn't want to accept it and quickly pushed it away. To her, it was too damn early for that. Even though they've been living together for nearly a month, neither of them should be having those feelings. Karin stopped in the middle of the street and turned to her right only to see a reflection of her. Karin raised a hand and ran it through her red locks only to sigh in disgust. Her eyes trailed away and towards the corners of the mirror and up towards her actual body. Though not as curvy as someone like Hinata or Ino, but still curvier than Sakura, Karin couldn't help but say that she looked good physically, but it was her personality that she was afraid of. What if he gets to know the real me? Karin continued to stare at herself while unknowingly caressing the unkempt side of her red hair. What if he tosses me aside once he knows the true me? Hell no, he won't. Karin could have sworn that a reflection just shouted that to her. You felt his chakra. He is sincere, unlike that Uchiha bastard. But before everything went to shit. Sasuke's chakra felt the same way. Karin thought to herself. Kami. Why the hell was I so fucking stupid? You were being naive. Every girl our age is like this. Reflection, Karin replied. Just sleep it off. You know what? I'm sleepy. Karin stretched and continued on her journey towards her new home. Naruto stood in front of a small grave site that he put together himself, with 3 kunai embedded in the ground in a triangle formation. In the center of the triangle was a gravestone with a bouquet of flowers made from paper, a small green book and a picture. The picture itself was the most important of the 3 objects. And it was a picture of Jiraiya sitting down with Naruto fast asleep on Jiraiya's back. The blonde-haired boy smiled softly at the image and the memories that came with it. He stood from his bent knees and bowed his head to the gravesite and tightened his hit I-8. Naruto threw up the cross-hand seal and poof, 2 clones popped into existence. The 2 of them stared at Naruto, immediately getting the message. The 2 clones dropped down in cross-legged positions and began to meditate. Their job was to work on gathering Senjutsu chakra as quickly as possible. The real Naruto channeled Senjutsu chakra into his body as quickly as possible. Once he was finished, the eyes of the Toad Sage were upon him. Orange eyeshadow grew with the eyes of toads taking place instead of his regular cerulean orbs. Naruto channeled some chakra and sent out a strange signal towards the rest of the forest in an attempt to rouse any bloodthirsty animals. Knowing full well that fighting another human was terrible and killing an animal was no different, he needed to get attacked first. But, suddenly, the ground began to shake as a great beast began to tear through the forest, ripping trees from their roots and the ground itself. In front of Naruto was a great gorilla, not native to Hai no Kuni, or anywhere that he knew of at least. The gorilla launched its fist down, launching up a great hailstorm of boulders and rocks, much like how Karin does. Naruto weaved in between each boulder as it descended and charged forward for the beast itself. Naruto looked around with his sensory ability and found that his two clones were in danger and needed to be protected. Naruto turned his attention back to the gorilla and formed an Adama Rasengan just before he rammed the ball of volatile chakra into the gorilla's face, knocking it back. Naruto slowly floated down to a tree branch below and stared off at the massive creature he was facing. The gorilla sat back up and glared at the blonde standing proudly from the top of his tree. This training got more serious, I guess. Naruto thought to himself. Yo. Kyuubi. Think you can lend me some of that oh so coveted chakra of yours? Don't sass my power, runt. Kyuubi replied with a growl. Just be lucky that I don't like losing. Now get lost and beat that stupid primate. Yeah. Naruto shut his eyes for just a moment, but once he opened them, his eyes came to reveal the Toad Sage mode eyes, but with a black slit going down the center vertically. The orange eyeshadow that formed turned into a blood-red color. The gorilla felt his sudden increase in power and began to surge its own chakra, blowing away a few trees in the process. This gorilla wields its chakra as well, but isn't smart enough to use ninjutsu. Naruto thought to himself. Suddenly, the beast swung its hand down at unbelievable speeds, annihilating the tree that Naruto once stood on. Naruto, though, was able to dodge the attack and landed on the back of the gorilla's furry hand. The boy narrowed his eyes at the malicious look that the gorilla was sporting, but they quickly sprang open. Naruto jumped off of the gorilla's hand as he had sensed something big coming from the gorilla. It was powerful, hot and extremely dangerous. The beast bent back as a great surge of chakra was felt building up in the gorilla's belly just before a great gust of hot wind came from the massive primate. The gorilla's belly began to glow a dangerous orange color just before the gorilla belched out a fireball the size of the fire country. Naruto's eyes grew wide at the sight, but he didn't show any fear. If anything, he welcomed this new and somehow powerful-looking beast. The massive ball of fire came closer and closer, incinerating everything it flew by and turned trees into instant ash, surprising Naruto of its actual power. The sage shut his eyes and channeled as much senjutsu as he could, knowing full well that if he failed, it was over for him. Naruto applauded himself, knowing that the best way for him to perfect his skills was under pressure. He channeled the senjutsu chakra into a massive and invisible blade. Molding and folding, carving and building, Naruto forced as much as he could into the blade. Since his chakra control was shit, he was struggling harder than what he should be. Looking back at his clones, the two of them had finally finished gather enough senjutsu chakra to last at least 10 minutes each. He smiled softly and formed two shadow clones, both imbued with senjutsu, and the three Narutos began to mold the chakra into the great blade that the original required. Just as the fireball got within range, Naruto swung the great invisible blade down and split the great ball of fire in half and dissipated the attack altogether. The gorilla growled and screeched at Naruto, signifying its terrifying charge. Naruto shut his eyes as his two clones charged forward with a Dama Rasengan formed in their hands. The two clones jumped up and rammed the attacks into the gorilla, blowing it back a few feet, leaving it open for a third attack. Once the smoke and chakra residue subsided, a Rasen Shuriken came zooming in at amazing speeds. The attack rammed the beast in its chest, blowing it high into the sky, before the attack itself expanded in proportion to the amount of chakra the beast had. When Naruto looked up towards the beast, all he could see was a gigantic spear of spiraling chakra, shooting wind and blades of energy in all directions. It was such a powerful attack that even the clouds were contorting to the energy being released from his attack. Once the chakra cleared, the gorilla began to fall back to the ground below, unconscious and unknowing of its own fate in the fight. Naruto dashed forward with his two clones at his side as they channeled chakra to their legs to make them go faster. Once they got underneath the gorilla's shadow, the three began to channel as much senjutsu chakra as they could to their arms and legs and bodies to empower themselves so they could catch the blasted creature thing so the beast wouldn't die. Karin finally plopped down onto the bed of her home. She was too tired to take her pesky glasses off of her face, so she just laid on her back, allowing her body to rest. But something was bothering her. She rolled up her sleeves and traced her fingers on all of the tooth marks and bite scars that Sasuke left on her body. She raised her arm and examined the different patterns and random placements. It never ceased to surprise her that Naruto hadn't found out about her abilities yet, or her scars. There were some that she didn't feel that she could explain. Some scars on some places that were meant for the eyes of her lover. She shut her eyes and growled fiercely and pushed herself further up the bed and rested her head onto the soft and comfortable pillows at the head of the bed. She crossed her bare arms over her chest and let her mind drift. The sudden smell of fire filled her nose. It was powerful, overbearing. She shot her eyes open to a sight that sent shivers down her back. The entire village was ablaze. Standing in the center of the fire was Uchiha Sasuke, drenched in the blood of his former comrades. His Sharingan blaring for all who dared to stand up against him. He glared at Karin but then, the glare disappeared and was replaced with a horrific smile. Naruto had successfully delivered a pounding on the gorilla and managed to beat it back into the forest. He left his 2 clones to train in gathering Senjutsu chakra faster as he headed into the village. He had his hands behind his head with a calm look on his face, but with sweat pouring off of his cheeks. He looked down at his clothes and felt the need to gag at the horrific smell they had. You know what? I'm going to go home and change first. Naruto frowned but shrugged. He jumped up into the air and landed on one of the rooftops and bounded towards his wooden condo with a big smile spread across his face. He landed at the front steps and was quickly greeted by the valets and the bellman and was led into the building. Naruto nodded and gave the 2 a generous tip and hurried off to his room. It was a quick run up the stairs, all 30 flights, and Naruto reached his penthouse level and swung the door open to reveal nothing out of the ordinary, almost as if Karin came and went straight to sleep. The blonde shinobi tiptoed towards his room and peeked into the bedroom and smiled softly at the sight. Karin was fast asleep and even had a small snore. He opened the door fully this time and slowly slid into the room completely silent, using the skills he used to sneak around bullies during the night as a child. He pulled his dresser open and drew out some casual caucus and a black dress shirt. He backed out of the room and clicked the door shut as quietly as he could and changed in the living room of his condo. After checking himself out in his mirror, he made a soft click at himself and headed straight out of the door and back down the 30 flights of stairs and back onto the streets of Konoha. He looked up to the sky and found that the sun was going down and the nighttime scene was soon upon the village. He smiled and trudged off through the streets as he admired everyone and everything he came across. The more he enjoyed everything, the less hatred and burden he felt. With each step, he thought of his role in the coming role, and with each passing smile and compliment, he felt the inhibitions wash away. He looked up once more once he noticed that one of the streetlights flickered on. The sky was bathed in a beautiful maroon hue mixed with a slight crimson, almost the same color as Karin's eyes. He couldn't help but feel his lips curl at the thought of his roommate and protectorate. He slid his hands into his pocket and walked off to nowhere in particular, but just as the night scene of Konoha kicked in, the hero of Konoha was stopped all of a sudden by the blonde bombshell of Konoha, Yamanaka Ino. Naruto. Ino called from behind the blonde. Where are you going to? Ino jogged up to Naruto with a slow tentative pace, almost as if she were trying to seduce the toad sage. Naruto's eyes grew wide as blood shot to his nose. Ino was wearing a beautiful but thin shirt with no discernible bra underneath to hold back the bouncing nature of her breasts. The blush as bright as the moon above them grew on Naruto's face, the longer he kept his eyes glued onto the blonde bombshell making her way to him. And nowhere, Jay just looking for some place to eat. Naruto's face flushed deeply. Ino seemed to not have caught the slip. Really? Ino smiled softly and locked her arm with his. Let's go somewhere. I'm off from work and Sakura has to work extra at the hospital you know. I'd love that. Naruto smiled. So where do you want to go to? Ichiraku Ramen? Ino asked with a sly smile. How does that sound? Doesn't seem like a very Ino thing of you to offer up. Naruto said with a narrowed eye. Does that really matter? Ino asked with a smile. It's ramen. Well that does sound really nice. Naruto broke into a faux thinking pose. I suppose we could get ramen. Well stop supposing because that's exactly where we're going. Ino smirked and began to walk at the same pace as Naruto. Naruto though, not one to really check out a woman's assets, had to say, in all honesty, Ino was downright one of the sexiest girls he'd ever met. That long blonde hair and her sky blue eyes kept his eyes hooked, but he couldn't forget that body that Ino was blessed with. Her curves were definitely better than Karin, and Ino seemed to have an even better athletic build. Then again, Karin has lived underground for much of her life doing experiments for the pedophile. Naruto looked into his memories and wondered why he was so attracted to Sakura for all these years, when here, Ino, was definitely all over him. During their calm walk, Naruto began to think of Ino's skills compared to Sakura, hell even Karin as well. After a good few moments, he quickly realized that Ino, so far, is the most useful of the three. She had an arsenal of powerful mind techniques and was also the most beautiful of the three. Though Naruto would probably never say that to her or anyone but himself, the boy couldn't help but think she was the most beautiful girl he'd met, despite her flaws as being one of the loudest, meanest and rudest women he'd ever met. If only she could change her personality just a tad bit, Naruto felt that he'd find her attractive. Naruto's eyes suddenly started to trail down from Ino's bangs and down to her collarbone. "Right, Naruto?" Ino asked. "Oh shit. I wasn't listening to her." Naruto's eyes grew wide for a quick moment, but he quickly straightened up and let out a meek "of course." "Seriously, right?" Ino began to laugh. "I knew that you would be the perfect person to rant to." "Oh shit. Nice save there, Naruto." The blonde shinobi sighed in relief. "You know what? I think I should start learning how to read people's lips." Ino went off on another rant about assholes at her work and bitchy people at the hospital. Though her style of ranting and complaining had a vague resemblance to Karin and Kushina's ranting, Naruto found it boring. She complained about this and that, but at least her voice wasn't as loud as it normally was, or else it would have gone from boring to annoying. They made it to Ichiraku and got themselves a nice booth and ordered their normal amounts of ramen, with Naruto having about 20 bowls and Ino having about 2.5. They ate enjoying each other's presence and had very little care in each other's eating styles. Naruto chose a more manly way of eating and started slurping his noodles in every direction while Ino. She ate like a starved pig, with ramen broth shooting in all directions. People eating around them gave the two blondes of Konoha estranged looks, and some even left because of their commotion. But neither blonde gave half of a rip. They were enjoying their time together. Once Naruto finished his bowl, he slammed it down, pretty much at the same time Ino had finished hers. Naruto and Ino looked around awkwardly and found that everyone was staring at them. Ino and Naruto's faces grew hot and red from embarrassment, and the two turned to each other. Within moments, the two burst into some heavy laughter. Their laughter was contagious though. One by one, the people of the restaurant began to laugh with the two blondes. But it died down by the time the two blondes were on their way down the street. It was a surprisingly cool night compared to the normal temperature that summer nights would be in the land of fire. Naruto and Ino were close together and stayed in a comfortable silence reigning between them. The different stores were bright and open for the various people still walking around at this time of night. Looking up, Naruto found that the sky was clear and the stars of the nighttime sky were twinkling brighter than what he'd ever seen before. The bright crescent moon high into the sky, shining down onto the village with what little light it gave. Naruto looked back down to the blonde he had in his arms. Ino had her head leaned into his arm as they walked. Upon her face was a great smile spread across her face. Her white teeth glinting with each light they passed by. "Hey. Wanna see something?" Naruto suddenly asked. "Sure. What is it?" Ino asked, but before she could continue, she was swept off of her feet and the two blondes took off through the rooftops of Konoha. Karin was surrounded by grass, lots of grass. It almost reminded her of her homeland. The soft blades tickling her smooth skin with each breeze that flittered by. Karin shut her crimson eyes and stared off into the bright, beautifully cloudy blue sky and smiled at the warmth coming down from the sun. Its rays pounding through the cool breeze, warming her. She smiled even brighter when she sensed the amount of peace radiating off of Naruto from wherever he was. It was making her dream even more heavenly than what it would normally be. His happiness made her dreams what they were. His happiness soon started to take shape and Naruto began to form in her world. He was wearing a gray t-shirt with black jeans and some sandals. Naruto plopped down onto the grass below with a basket in his hands. The boy smiled softly with the same foxy grin that Karin had begun to love and began to remove the contents of the basket. Naruto motioned for Karin to move. Once she did, the blonde threw out a large blanket and started placing food onto the blanket: rice, chicken, turkey, pork. It was beautiful to Karin, but Naruto of course didn't stop there. He drew out a small wreath of violets and slowly slid them onto her head. Damn. Naruto must be really happy. Karin thought to herself. Never had something like this happen before. Sure, Naruto's chakra was peaceful and loving, but never had it been like this. Karin's heart beat faster as the dream continued and Naruto began to do things that Karin had always wished her dream man would do. Naruto reached out and gently caressed her cheek, feeling the burning hot blush forming on her face. Karin shook nervously with her mouth agape and shakingly pushed her glasses back up. Her breath hitched when Naruto tilted his head, allowing his hair to feel the full force of the incoming breeze. A sudden burst of peace shot from an outside source, most likely Naruto, and the scene began to grow warmer and it made Karin's heart beat heavily. Naruto suddenly grabbed Ino and crashed his lips upon hers. His hands were holding her arms, keeping her close to him to make sure that the redeed doesn't break away too early. The kiss was a simple one, even though both have had many kisses before, this one to Karin felt special. Maybe it was the overflow of happiness from her idiot roommate. Or maybe this dream was just a parallel to what she truly wants from the blonde. But the sky suddenly darkened. The grass began to wilt and the trees around them burst into flames. Thunder boomed in the cloudy sky, but no rain fell. From the flaming forest came a spiky-haired boy with red eyes. Karin's own crimson eyes sprang open with fear, but Naruto shot to his feet and got ready to defend the girl. "Naruto," Sasuke said. "What are you doing with my Kun dumpster? She's no longer yours to toy with, bastard." Naruto growled viciously. "Defending a whore?" Sasuke burst into laughter as he unsheathed his sword. "That's new. What happened to the oh-so-wonderful Sakura-chan?" "Nothing happened. Why do you think I'm with Karin?" Naruto simply replied. The blonde drew out a kunai and hunched over in a battle stance. "Call me Naruto." Sasuke laughed just a bit more and stretched his sword-wielding arm. "She's a useless whore. I'm surprised that she hasn't left you yet to sleep with the rest of the shinobi corps." "Screw you, Sasuke." Karin screamed. "I'm not like that." "Oh really?" Sasuke smiled devilishly. "Would you mind if I went ahead and told the dope of our team's fuck nights?" "Don't you dare," Karin screamed as tears formed in her eyes. "What the hell are you going to do, Karin?" Sasuke asked with a smirk. "Suck me to death." "Leave me alone, Sasuke." Karin fell down and gripped her head. But her fingers felt the soft flower petals wrapped around her head. "I am no longer yours to mess with." "Yeah, Sasuke," Naruto shouted. "Leave her alone. She is not a part of our battle. Leave her out of this." "Oh, but dope. She is a part of this fight." Sasuke smiled and activated his Manjukam Sharingan. "Anything you will come to love or already love is automatically included in this. The first thing I'm doing after I kill you. I think I'm going to rebuild my clan starting with the redeeded masturbation sheath that you just so happen to be defending. I will kill you if you touch her." Naruto roared. The Kyuubi's chakra began to pulse out of his body, sending frozen shivers down Karin's back. She saw it. It flashed in front of her, it was glaring at her, studying her. Those horrific red eyes. The spiritual soldier of Sasuke's Susanoo grew and formed around the Uchiha and swung for the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto saw this and sped forward with red chakra exploding off of his body. Naruto jumped forward and slammed a Rasengan into the Susanoo, but the spiritual soldier didn't budge and withstood the attack and slapped Naruto away and into the dirt. Sasuke burst into laughter and lunged forward and stabbed his Susanoo blade into Naruto's chest. The boy's scream reverberated in Karin's ears. "Karin, run." The blonde managed to croak out. The Redeed began to run. Her sandals crunched the blackened grass and scorched ground. Tears were running down her cheeks. She looked behind to see Sasuke walking with the same facial expression he had when he fought Danzo. But from her distraction of looking back, she didn't notice the other two newcomers walking in front of her. Once she turned back around to face forward, she ran into a large man with orange hair and a skinnier and shorter man with straight white hair and shark-like teeth. Karin recognized them immediately and began to back away. Seeing that Sasuke was still a long ways away, she chose to make a run for it towards the east or wherever running to the right led to, just as long as it got her away from them. But before her she could actually start running, Juugo shot forward with his arms and wrapped them around the horrified Redeed. Karin kicked and swung her arms around, causing her glasses to fly right off her face. Everything lost color and everything bled into one, causing her vision to turn blurry, almost as if she were blind. Juugo slammed her into the ground while Sujetsu began to work on getting rid of her pants and shirt. She was about to fight back, but Juugo punched her in her gut, forcing a large blob of blood from her mouth and back onto her face. Karin flipped over and tried to crawl away, but Sujetsu grabbed her legs and forced them apart to reveal the clean-shaven and overly used vagina of Karin's. Sasuke laughed viciously and pushed Sujetsu away. "I like that you kept your shaved." Sasuke sneered. "I wonder what Naruto thought of how widespread you are." "Be damn you, Sasuke." Karin shouted. "What he thought of my body is not of your concern." "Aw. Was he not impressed?" Sujetsu burst into laughter. "That's not what he thought." Karin cried. "He doesn't think of me as a whore. He's not like you." "Well, of course he isn't like me." Sasuke unzipped his pants. "I'm not dead." But just before he could enter, everything turned black. Karin felt around and realized that she was no longer in the grassy plain that she once was, but instead she was on a cold and hard floor. She reached over looking for her glasses, but she couldn't find them. She was terrified and she was missing her jacket. She could feel the wind slipping against the bare bite marks drawn up and down her arms and across her chest. But the thing that really terrified her was that she couldn't sense anything. She was literally blind to the world outside. She began to crawl around with tears falling down her face. Within moments she just stopped and began to hyperventilate, hoping that somehow Naruto would find her in time. "I had fun." Ino smiled softly as she slowly leaned her head onto Naruto's shoulder. "I had a lot of fun, Naruto-kun." "Heh. I did too, Ino-chan." Naruto leaned back and smiled softly at the twinkling stars in the sky. "Ready to go home?" "Definitely." Ino smiled and was pulled up to her feet by Naruto. "We should do this again." "I look forward to." Naruto's eyes suddenly changed into his sage mode. People's chakra signatures and emotions flooded his mind and system. But there was one that made his heart crumble. Karin was terrified of something, and her chakra seemed to be in distress. The boy took off without another word and jumped off of the Hokage monument and down towards the rooftop of the Hokage tower. He jumped as far as he could and landed just a few blocks away from his home and continued on his path until he landed on the balcony of his floor. He could sense it, Karin's fear. Karin's pain was palpable and filled the hallway with despair. Naruto dashed down the hallway, nearly knocking over a few bellboys and servants, but he came to a quick stop once he reached his room, which was the single door at the end of the hall. He kicked the door open only to find that all of the lights were flicked off and the furniture, from what he could see, was overturned almost as if someone had broken in. He stepped in, but a small crunch was heard. He looked down and found Karin's glasses beneath his foot, shattered beyond belief, and with one of the arms of the glasses broken off, revealing a 2-inch long serrated blade. Naruto's ears suddenly perked up when he heard sniffling through the darkness of the room. There were footsteps that sounded from behind, and apparently Ino had followed Naruto. She quickly reached in and flicked the lights on to reveal a jacketless Karin curled up in a fetal position, with tears pouring from her eyes. Her eyes, though, were filled with so much fear and pain that Naruto had trouble looking at Karin. Naruto turned and nodded at Ino with the blonde girl, quickly getting the message and charging ahead and grabbing Karin's coat off the floor and wrapping it around the reed. Once Karin was clothed once more, Naruto bent down and hoisted her up in a bridal style and held her close to him. Karin slid her hand onto Naruto's chest and felt for his heart. The girl was mumbling incoherently and seemed to be in a daze, but Naruto's amazing chakra began to fix all of Karin's problems. Karin's breath began to slow down, and soon enough it was a manageable pace, but she kept her hand pressed against Naruto's chest. Soon enough she was holding his shirt with a death grip, not wanting him to let her go. "Ino, can you heal her up a bit?" Naruto asked as he walked over to his bedroom. "She needs it." Naruto bent over and laid Karin out onto the bed and carefully spread her legs out and straightened them out on top of the blankets. But just as Naruto was about to leave, Karin reached out and grabbed his hand and pulled Naruto towards her and gripped him tighter than before. Naruto looked down to see the unbelievable pain in her eyes. "Please. Don't leave me." Karin shouted as she buried her head into his arm. "Just. For tonight. Stay with me once more." Naruto sighed softly, then looked to see Ino with a gaping smile spread across her face. Naruto nodded and was replied with a pat on the shoulder by Ino. The platinum blonde left the room and slowly shut the door, leaving Naruto with a weeping Karin. "Don't you worry, Karin." Naruto smiled and slid her over to accommodate some space for himself. "I made a promise to you. I promised that you'd never feel hurt again." Once he was comfortable, Karin turned over and rested her hand onto his chest and immediately went back to sleep. Naruto soon enough was starting to get claimed by the wonderful spell that was known as sleep. Karin rested her forehead onto his shoulder as she fell deeper into sleep and Naruto rested his chin onto her scalp. Within a few minutes, the two of them were snoring like a loving couple enjoying a blissful sleep. Chapter 4. Intermission. Karin awoke to the smell of sizzling meat and cooking rice. With the events of the night before completely erased from her memory, she reached over expecting to find her glasses. She clicked open her glasses only to find cracks in the lens and duct tape being used to hold one of the arms to the rest of the glasses' body. She looked around nervously and looked for the warmth that filled her dreams, but it was nowhere until, suddenly, her senses were exploded with the wondrousness of Naruto's chakra. Her mind calmed. She rubbed her bare arms. "Wait, there." Karin looked down in distress when she realized that her arms were naked for the entire world to see. She looked at the bite marks and felt tears forming in her eyes, but she realized that it was too damn early for tears and crying. She shook her head and slid herself from the bed and trudged out of the room and to wherever the smell was coming from. But what she saw made her heart hurt slightly. It was Ino and Naruto cooking in the kitchen together with big smiles on their faces. Karin felt his happiness and realized that he was genuine, but Karin was wary of the Yamanaka. Even though Karin and Ino had become somewhat good friends, Karin didn't feel comfortable with Ino being with Naruto. But after doing a scan of Ino's chakra, Karin felt satisfied and realized that Ino was sincere with her emotions towards Naruto. The two were giggling like idiots and insulting each other's cooking skills, that is, until Karin made herself known to the two laughing blondes. "Morning, you two," Karin said. "Oh hey." Naruto smiled and walked over to Karin and grabbed her for a tight hug. "You feel better?" "Never better, I guess," Karin replied meekly. "Can you two tell me what the hell happened to my glasses?" Naruto took a seat and motioned for Karin to do the same. The Redeed was slightly confused but complied anyway. Naruto took a deep breath as did Ino. "Well. What happened last night?" Naruto began. "Naruto was out last night and I just happened to run into him," Ino suddenly said. "But, during a friendly dinner, Naruto went into sage mode and felt your pain and sorrow or something like that. When we came here, Naruto found you on the floor in a fetal position crying your eyes out." Naruto upon entering, consequently, stepped on your glasses, crushing them. Oh oh. Karen's eyes were wide. It must have been one hell of a nightmare, then huh? Yeah. Naruto replied. But there is something that Ino and I have been wondering. What is it? Those bite marks all over your arms and chest. Ino said. Where the hell did they come from? I have a special healing ability that if an injured person were to bite into my skin and suck up my chakra, they'd heal from any injury. Karen sighed. I wanted to keep it a secret. So are those all from Sasuke? Shut up. They are not all from Sasuke. Karen roared in a Sakura-esque way. Whoa. Calm down, Karen. Naruto rubbed his ears. No need to get loud. I'll get as loud as I want, Baka. Karen howled just before she lodged her fist into the back of his head. Under normal circumstances, Ino would have defended Naruto, but Ino couldn't help but find herself laughing softly at the sight. Ino, though, quickly reined in those thoughts. The blonde girl rose from her seat and softly walked towards the kitchen stove and began to work on whatever food the two were originally working on. What is this feeling I'm sensing from Ino? Karen pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. It's almost as if she's jealous of me. That damned retard. Ino tightened her grip on the pan. Whatever. What is it with women hitting me all the time? Naruto whined. The people around me are so violent. With all three teenagers sunken in their own thoughts, they fell into comfortable silence, minus the squeaking noises coming from Naruto as he rubbed the large bruise that formed on his scalp. Karen smirked and dug into her food while keeping a wary eye on Ino. About an hour later, and the three teens finished their breakfast and Ino took off for work in her family's flower shop on the strip, leaving Naruto and Karen to themselves for the time being before Naruto takes off for training. Naruto. Karen suddenly said, breaking their silence as they watched TV. How do you feel about Ino? What do you mean? Naruto asked. I mean, do you find her attractive? Karen asked. What kind of question is that? Naruto asked surprised. Does he not? Of course I do. Naruto laughed. I know I'm stupid and thick-skulled, but I'm not blind. Stuff it, Uzumaki. Karen huffed and stood from the couch they were sharing and headed to the bedroom. Wait. Karen. Naruto turned to face Karen. Where are you going? I'm going somewhere that you are not. Karen walked into the bedroom and slammed it shut, leaving a deeply confused Naruto. What the fuck? Naruto shook his head and turned towards the door. I'll never understand women. I guess I'll go and train. At the training ground. Half an hour later. Naruto stood in the center of the training field with a face that oozed experience. The wind flapped through his blonde locks of hair and calmed his raging mind and loosened his tense chakra coils. He shut his eyes and took a deep breath and let the soothing wind flow throughout his body. Each tenketsu relaxed and his chakra flowed faster and smoother than before. Soon enough, nature chakra began to fill his large reserves and began to fill in the non-existent chakra reserves. Within moments, his eyes changed and he was now in the forever revered sage mode. He hunched over and a group of shadow clones popped into existence, each one imbued with Senjutsu chakra. Without a single word being said, the three clones charged at him with Rasengan blaring in their palms. Naruto with his eyes still shut, he weaved in between each speeding clone as each one got within perfect range of splitting him in two. Naruto, eyes still closed, he jumped over one of his more dangerous clones and landed a kick on the Bunshin's head, popping it and leaving him with two more to go. Naruto stopped and opened his eyes to face the last two clones. He untied his hit I-8 and wrapped it around his vibrant blue eyes and tightened the strap as tight as he could. Come. Without a second thought, the clones charged ahead with no care for their own safety and closed the distance, only for one to get kicked in the cheek by Naruto's more faster reflexes, but just as he disposed of one of the clones, the other came in and sent a Senjutsu-imbued punch at his gut and sent Naruto flying towards the trees. He spun in the air and connected his feet with the grass below and slid along the surface of the ground for a good few minutes before he came to a halt. Naruto stared at his clone and realized that the Kyuubi had gotten some of its influence out and into the clone. Naruto sighed knowing that it was a side effect of letting the beast's cage have its ki. The clone dashed forward with a red Rasengan formed in its palm, but Naruto dodged the attack and rammed his leg into the clone's chest, sending it back a few feet. Once the clone landed, it charged ahead once more and kicked Naruto in his chest, but the boy simply dodged the attack. Naruto sent an elbow, but the clone dodged it and punched Naruto in his gut. The blonde sent an uppercut and rammed his fist into the clone's chin, sending it into the air. Naruto channeled chakra into his legs and sprang up into the sky with the Rasengan glowing with pride. Once he closed the distance with the clone, he rammed the Rasengan into the clone's chest, sending it careening towards the grassy training ground below. With an earth-shattering boom, the clone finally popped and its memories were transferred back to Naruto. The boy flittered down and used a flurry of Kage Bunshin to soften his fall. He looked around and found that he had successfully allowed the ability of having 4 shadow clones gather Senjutsu chakra. Naruto himself was still in sage mode, which was a welcome surprise. As his clones dispelled, Naruto walked off towards the waterfall that his clones were meditating underneath and found that all 4 clones were hunched over with orange eyeshadow formed. He smirked at his success. All he had to do now was work on a way to get Senjutsu chakra while he was moving or while he was in combat without the use of clones, but that was filed away for later. For his fight with the Uchiha, Naruto knew that he'd have to get all of his cards straightened out and all of his weaknesses flattened out. Sasuke no doubt had many different cards in play and many more hidden away. The blonde Jinchuriki didn't know whether or not he should continue with his Senjutsu training or move on to actually trying to control the Kyuubi. Naruto sighed and shook his head and headed off towards the main strip of Konoha and found that people were already beginning their normal shopping sprees and schedules. Naruto put his hands in his pockets and smiled when his telepathic command to 2 more clones went through. He had ordered 2 more clones join the others and begin to meditate and gather Senjutsu chakra. Never hurts to be prepared, you know. Naruto continued on his destination-less path and walked aimlessly through the street whilst paying no attention to the people looking at him and the girls checking him out. Naruto though, not really into Sakura since his situation has been changing slightly, the blonde realized that he hadn't seen the pink cat in a while. Karin had held him up for most of those few weeks and now Naruto felt a strange feeling in his chest whenever he was with Ino. Naruto smiled softly. She was kind enough to even fix up his living room while he slept with Karin. There had to be a way to pay her back, he thought. There had to be one, right? Shaking the thoughts from his head, Naruto trudged down the street towards Ichiraku Ramen, but sadly, found that the line was too long. Surprising really. Naruto spun on the heel of his foot and headed off towards another restaurant that he frequented whenever he was with Team 10, Yakiniku Q, good thing it was just a few blocks down. The blonde hero shrugged and headed down the road without a single care to the smiles directed his way. For just a moment, Naruto thought of what would happen should the war begin anytime soon. Naruto thought of the chaos that would ensue, he thought of the damage that would happen. And most of all, and the deaths that could possibly happen. No. He told himself. No. I won't let my friends die. Never. It'll be pretty hard for that runt. The Kyuubi rumbled from within. Don't listen to him, Naruto-kun. Kushina suddenly said from beneath the terrifying bass of the Kyuubi's voice. He's just a little mad. A small smile grew on his lips. His mother was real, and his mother apparently lived within his mindscape. Although that doesn't sound healthy, it was completely healthy. Naruto first met his mother by complete accident. Flashback. I think it's my time to go. Minato sighed softly. Goodbye, son. I'll have to hurry and fix this seal. Minato, although a sealing master, he was still a human, or a spirit rather, and as such he makes mistakes. The seal looked perfectly normal and seemed fixed. Minato disappeared and the scene returned to the cage with the Kyuubi, but there was a little something else added in, a beautiful red-headed woman that looked a lot like a housewife. The Kyuubi apparently wasn't very fond of her and constantly growled at the woman and bared his teeth at her, but the woman seemed to not have given 2 shits. She looked at the great fox and flicked him off, offending the Biju even more. The Kyuubi shot his claws through the bars, which scared Naruto, but the red-headed woman simply yawned in response. She patted the claws softly and walked off towards the owner of the mindscape. Naruto's jaw dropped when he saw the woman. She had violet blue eyes and deep red hair that flowed down to her back. Her face looked vaguely familiar and her smile was foxy much like his and his father's. She had a wondrous figure that under normal circumstances have him drooling on the floor with a raging nosebleed, but this wasn't a normal circumstance. This woman was important to have appeared in his mindscape. Naruto-kun. Her voice was soft and reserved but held a lot of cockiness that Naruto couldn't help but relate to. Who are you? Naruto asked. I'm your mother, of course. Flashback end. Naruto walked into the Barbecue restaurant and ordered a table for one, but was quickly led into the restaurant and towards one of the more high-classes booths that were reserved for more important people like foreign dignitaries and rich folk, but Naruto didn't mind in the slightest, enjoying some of the more rewarding perks of being a hero of his home. Almost immediately food was slapped onto his table, and it wasn't just any food, it was food that he would normally get at another restaurant. It seems that they saw his misfortune of being sent to their restaurant instead of Ichiraku. Naruto was genuinely surprised by the action and simply shook it off as nothing to really worry about. Karin laid on the bed with a glare marring her face. For all she knew, Naruto could be out there with Ino. The Redeed sighed and looked off towards the ceiling above her. Something happened the night before that neither Naruto nor Ino would talk about. But whatever that thing was, Karin felt a strange pull for Naruto. A need to be in his embrace. It was a lingering feeling, something that Karin felt would go away within the next few days should she keep her distance from him. But that was something that she didn't want to do. She wanted Naruto to be in her presence. She felt complete. Have you? Naruto made her day whole, especially since they've spent the last near month together under the same roof. Now, the feeling was different. Karin wanted him close to her, but she didn't understand. Shaking her head, Karin headed out of the bedroom and into the kitchen, looking for some food to gorge upon, since she was no longer a shinobi. But thinking back to the offer that Naruto had given her, she felt an inclination to go back and become a kunoichi once more, at least for Naruto's sake. The damned idiot might even need her in the future to sense the enemies that he's too dumb to sense. Karin sighed. Ino was a beautiful girl and maybe a little too beautiful. The two blondes did seem quite comfortable with one another. Karin smirked to herself and finally came to an answer. She was going to be a shinobi of Konoha just so she can keep Naruto to herself, or so she hoped. Karin fixed her hair and charged from her room and dashed ahead towards Ichiraku, expecting it to be the one place that Naruto would be at after training. With a quick jump over the railing, Karin found herself on a rooftop of one of the newly erected buildings. She looked around to get a good feeling of the village and where she was, relative to the location of Ichiraku. Suddenly, a great wonderful feeling filled her heart and gut as she felt the full brunt of Naruto's chakra. A small smirk played on her lips as she hopped off of the rooftop and towards the direction that she sensed Naruto. She quickly realized that she didn't have her jacket on, revealing the bite marks and scars of her past for everyone to see. Her face darkened as her fear built up, nearly causing her to collapse in fear. She hated the scars, she hated it all, and now the people of a village that she was trying to become a part of could now see them. Karin shot her hands up to cover her arms and neck, but it didn't help. Without another thought, the girl took off down the street towards wherever Naruto was in hopes of him keeping her safe. She weaved in between villagers as they began to spit out their own assumptions and 2 cents into her situation and the bite marks all over her arms and chest. She jumped away and hurtled into an alleyway and continued on her mad dash through the village. She stopped suddenly and leaned her back against a wall of a building nearby and panted slightly before looking back and around for a safe way towards Naruto. She made a quick and swift movement through the alleyway and dashed through and into the street, only to find herself in the middle of a large crowd of families and people shopping for whatever they were needing. Suddenly, all heads turned and they stared at Karin with wide disapproving eyes. Some mothers covered their children's eyes. Karin felt her face freeze and the hairs of her bare skin rise. Karin. The girl in question spun around and locked eyes with Naruto and Ino. The blonde had her arm wrapped with Naruto's left and had a distraught look on her face. Despite not really liking the competition, Karin felt a bit relieved that the two had shown up to help her. Naruto. Come on, we need to get you something to cover you up. Ino grabbed Karin's left arm and started dragging her and Naruto towards the nearest clothing store in the immediate vicinity. Naruto's face was purple when he realized that Ino was actually going to force new clothing onto him. Karin noticed this and couldn't help but giggle. Within a few days of knowing the blonde, she felt that his attachment to the color orange was a bit much, to say the least. So, Karin was glad that Ino had the most guts out of their entire age group to force Naruto into getting a change in color. Hopefully, since with Naruto almost nothing can go to plan. Oh, the memories of how many times Karin had to yell at Naruto for his stubbornness towards changing his color scheme. In all actuality, she found it kind of cute how every single shinobi and kunoichi of the Konoha 11 had their own color scheme and each color fit their wearer perfectly. Karin suddenly felt that if Naruto was to change his colors, it might not be the same, so she dug her heels into the ground, stopping Ino and Naruto in their tracks while kicking up a massive cloud of dirt and dust behind them. No. Let's not change our clothing. Karin shouted indignantly. I like the way Naruto-kun looks. Silence. Karin let out a meek gasp before turning away from the two blondes. Naruto was wide-eyed, while Ino had a small smirk growing on her face. But it didn't last long before Ino grabbed Naruto and Karin once more and started dragging them down the street, despite their complaints. The blonde girl stopped abruptly and released her hold on the two and turned to face them. Okay, here's the deal. Ino smiled. Karin, you need something to cover those markings up. Naruto, you need less orange, another color at least, while I need extra outfits. There's a war coming, people. I know you know Naruto, so don't act so surprised. Now, come on. Let's shop. Once the three entered, the entire staff of the clothing store froze and stared at the orange-clad shinobi. Almost immediately the manager of the store waltzed up to the hero of Konoha and bowed deeply to express his happiness. Naruto looked over to Ino and sent a glare. Ino though shrugged and looked genuinely confused. Karin, knowing better, went ahead to check her chakra to find anything that might say that Ino was planning this, but found that Ino was indeed confused as well. After the manager and some of the staff finished thanking and basically worshipping the blonde shinobi, they finally looked at Ino and Karin. They smiled and asked Ino some questions, but once they looked at Karin, their eyes shot from their heads and sprang back in. One of the eccentric of the staff grabbed Karin and led her towards Kami knows where and started throwing clothes at the redeed, leaving Ino and Naruto at the entrance. I guess they trust me to find you suitable clothing for the war and also casual wear. Ino smiled. You wear this eyesore of a jumpsuit too damn much, Uzumaki. Come on. Uzumaki. Karin overheard. Why does that sound familiar all of a sudden? In all honesty, Karin had actually never heard Naruto's last name. Never had she even thought to ask. Ever since she was told that he was an orphan, she thought that he probably didn't even have a last name, and also since his heritage was hidden, he probably wasn't allowed to use his father's surname. But Uzumaki. Karin could have sworn that it sounded familiar. Shaking those thoughts from her head, she had to jump forward to catch some jeans and baggy shinobi pants just before they fell to the floor below. Ino-chan. Why do I have to get new clothing? Naruto groaned as Ino threw some shinobi pants at him and a new shirt. There's really nothing wrong with what I'm wearing. Don't question me, Naruto-kun. I'm doing you a favor. Ino smiled as she unclipped a shirt and laid it against Naruto's back for a vague measurement. Too big. How about this one? Naruto sighed softly and held the growing bundle of clothing in his arms and stared aimlessly out the window of the store. Outside, people were walking with their families and friends, enjoying the heat of the Land of Fire sun. Naruto grunted slightly when he realized that he needed to get some extra training in since there was indeed a war coming. Not completely mastering Sage Mode could end up a problem later on. He also felt that he needed to work on his Rasengan. There were so many Rasengan variants that could be made, and with the ones that he already has, it's only the tip of the iceberg. Perfect. Ino shouted, breaking Naruto from his thoughts. The blonde walked in front of Naruto and laid the shirt onto the bundle of clothes in Naruto's arms. Can you be a sweetheart and get a card? Naruto was about to reply, but held it in, knowing full well that women weren't ones to argue with, especially if they were anything like Sakura, Ino or Karin. Naruto wanted to faceap him when he realized that all three were almost exactly alike, except that they each had their own special skill sets. But one thing that Naruto really didn't like was the unbelievable strength that the three had when they were angry. The women in his life, he sighed. Page Bunshin no Jutsu. The smoke exploded and two Narutos were now standing side by side awaiting orders. You, get a cart. You carry this and put it in the cart and follow me once you're finished. Yes sir. The two clones saluted before taking off with the clothes. Ino, what's next? Naruto asked. Some new color scheme in mind. Of course. Ino smiled. Here, try this on. I thought that since your original Sage Haori got fucked up, you'd like a new one. Naruto held the new Haori with surprise. It was soft and smooth, almost as if it were made from air. The fabric was tough and seemed to hold chakra, even though it was just a minute amount. The shoulders were sharp, much like a blazer or suit jacket would be, instead of the loose ones that his original Haori had. On the shoulders, like the standard issue shinobi shirts, there were the swirls. For as long as he's lived in Konoha, no one ever explained to him the origin of those swirls. It bothered him somewhat since he couldn't understand the design. It was everywhere. On flak jackets, on clothing, hell it was even on the back of his own jacket, and Naruto still had no idea where it came from. He sighed and slipped the Haori over his body and was immediately in love with the garment. It flowed down just to his ankles. The collar only got to the middle whisker on both of his cheeks and stopped there. The sleeves were of perfect length and felt at the same length as his jacket's sleeve. The color though, entranced him. It was almost the same color of his mother's hair and Karin's hair combined. The shoulders were tight but felt strong and nice. The Haori, even though it had long sleeves, it didn't hinder his movement, if anything, he was more mobile. How, he didn't know. Ino smiled at Naruto for a bit before taking off towards the more shinobi-oriented section of the store, while leaving Naruto to gush over his new Haori. After a few minutes, Naruto realized that Ino was gone and he was standing in the middle of the store, staring at himself in a mirror while admiring his body and how good he looked. The blonde rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and coughed awkwardly before taking off through the store in search of Ino. 20 minutes later. Naruto now stood in front of the cashier with 3 carts worth of clothing for Ino and Karin, and a bit for himself. Karin and Ino were starry-eyed when they heard Naruto say that he was going to pay for everything. Looking back at his 2 female companions to make sure he doesn't see Gama-chan cry, he felt his sadness disappear. Ino stood with a pair of short shorts and a thin purple blouse. The colors accentuated her body and her skin tone, making her seem somewhat promiscuous for a lack of better words. Karin though, wore a thin long-sleeved jacket and a thin blue undershirt that filled out nicely, showing off her true chest size, making Naruto's face turn red, even though he'd already seen her. To be frank, Naruto was surprised that women like them would even be seen with him, hero or not. Even though he's already saved the village from catastrophe, he felt that he still wasn't worthy of any relationships. Come to think of it, Naruto didn't know what he was with Ino. The girl seemed to like him of course, but Karin also seemed to like him. Then he also had to deal with Hinata and Sakura. Naruto wanted to collapse and rub his head until all of his problems vanished. Looking away, he trailed his head upwards and stared at the ceiling. Naruto-sama. Naruto paid no heed and continued to stare aimlessly at the ceiling. Completely mesmerized by the patterns in the ceiling tiles, Naruto didn't even acknowledge the cashier. He simply kept his eyes glued to the ceiling. Naruto-kun. Ino tapped him in his shoulder. Still no response. Now, Naruto was in a deep trance about things related to ramen and for some unforeseen reason, chicken. Baka Naruto, Karin roared, scaring Naruto back into reality. Naruto-sama, your receipt. The cashier looked at the hero with a bewildered expression. Thank you for shopping. Ah, yes. Thank you. Naruto turned around and had some shadow clones carry the bags out of the store. The three were now walking down the street towards Ino's house since it was on the way. He had a small squad of 10 clones carrying their bags right behind them while he conversed with the two girls at his sides. His clones grumbled each step since each clone had at least 4 bags in each hand. For the journey, Karin took notice of the world around her and for a second, she thought she felt a small tingle of love come from Naruto's heart. With each emotion memorized and studied and given a different color for future reference, Karin knew that it was love, since love didn't have a color, it was too pure. Karin felt his emotions calm her down once more. Ever since yesterday, before everything went black, she realized that Naruto's peacefulness in his chakra has become much more potent because of the presence of Ino. Karin fixed her broken glasses and sighed at how distorted and disgusting everything looked through her eyes. Karin frowned slightly and looked around only to see cracked images. If she took off her glasses she knew that she wouldn't see a thing and it would be just as bad as looking through her ruined glasses, but at least she could see right. The group stopped and Ino gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek and walked over to Karin and gave her a small hug while motioning for 5 of the clones to follow the blonde into her house. Karin and Naruto smiled softly and burst into a small bout of laughter. With the remaining 5 clones following behind, they quickly headed towards their condo. Without much to say, the two start taking out their clothes and putting them away and folding them. Karin even broke into song trying to kill time. With fewer clothes than Ino had, the two finished their arranging and folding rather quickly. As of now, Karin sat with a bowl of ramen in her hands and the television remote right next to her. She was watching a game show from the capital of crazy people, trying to run an obstacle course without any formal training or chakra. Karin giggled and laughed as various traps were sprung, sending various objects at the contestants, sending them into the waters below. The bedroom door swung open and out walked a shirtless Naruto with only a towel covering his lower extremities. He had a toothbrush in his mouth as he swiftly walked through the main hall of their condo, completely ignoring the frozen Karin. The Redeed stared at the muscled and surprisingly scarred shinobi walking in past her. Even though the two of them have lived together, she has never seen him without a shirt, since he'd always make sure she wasn't looking or even go so far as to make her close her eyes before he'd enter a room where he needed something. But now, Karin was surprised by the sudden change in routine. She examined his body and found that it was more defined and muscular than Sasuke's, but the most defining feature of his chest was the 2 scars on his chest, both of them just centimeters from his heart. Naruto stopped and looked at Karin for a few seconds without any words being said. His face heat up as did Karin's, as they both realized that they were staring at each other. Karin was wearing some yoga pants that fit her form perfectly and a thin V-neck t-shirt that showed a bit too much cleavage, whereas Naruto had left a bit too much crack in the part of the towel that covered his manhood. Karin spit out her noodles and coughed slightly and shot her head to face the TV. Naruto hurried away and into the confines of his bedroom, which was actually Karin's. 2 hours and a half later. Karin sighed after realizing that Naruto was off training like he normally did at this time of day. She sat her bowl down onto the table in front of her and crossed her arms underneath her chest and grumbled silently. She pushed her ruined glasses up her face and looked around for something to keep her mind off of her lack of company. She looked at her watch and the clock on the wall. Hinata was off with her Hyuga problems and her team, so she was out of the question. Temari was always with Shikamaru, so no. Sakura was working at the hospital as always. Ino was working at her flower shop and Tenten was always with Niji. Karin grumbled and sunk her head into the couch and let out an exhausted sigh. But suddenly, the door sprung wide open and in walked Naruto with a bright smile on his face. Karin was about to say something, but Naruto placed a finger on her lips and lifted her from the couch and put her on his back. I'm not Naruto, but rather, I'm a clone. The Bunshin replied. Naruto is in the park with a surprise for you. Come on. Surprise? For me, Karin's eyes were wide with surprise. Hell, the getting a surprise was enough surprise in itself for the Redeed. What the hell are you planning, Naruto-kun? The clone charged from the room and jumped high into the sky, causing Karin's glasses to fly off of her face. In a moment of fear, she tightened her grip on the boy and held him as tightly as possible, in complete fear of a world that she couldn't see. Her arms tightened around the clone, making him laugh. He landed on the rooftop of a building and dashed off through over the passing civilians, making many of the older generation see small glimpses of Minato carrying Kushina through the skyline of Konoha. The flowing mane of beautiful red hair, being led by a head of golden locks, many people finally realized who Naruto's parents were. It wasn't that hard to tell, and in the world of shinobi, there's no such thing as coincidence. Karin kept her face buried deep into Naruto's back with her eyes shut tightly. But with a heavy thud, Karin realized that they had landed. The clone placed Karin down onto the ground, but instead of grass, she felt the softness of cloth. She opened her eyes, but quickly shut them, realizing that it wouldn't help her in any way whatsoever. Suddenly, there was a strange but smooth feeling wrapped around her head. There was a soft click and there was now weight on her face where her glasses would normally be. "Open your eyes, Karin." It was a soft, enchanting whisper that caused Karin's face to burn up. It was deep and soothing. It echoed through her bones and made her heart beat quicker. The bass reverberating through her body, causing her mind to get hazy. She was too afraid to open her eyes, but once she did, she felt her heart nearly stop. Above them was a cherry blossom tree. Its pink petals flittering below as the soft winds of High no Kuni began to flow through. Off to the horizon, it was the same coloration as their first conversation at Mount Mayaboku. The sky was painted in an amber glow with a bit of maroon dashed in. The sun itself was a blood red, almost as red as Karin's hair and eyes. But the colors. Oh, the colors. Never had she seen so many blend in together. But then, she realized that she was also no longer at ground level. She took a quick look around and realized that she and Naruto were at the top of the Hokage monument. She backed away and held onto Naruto's arm and nearly gawked when she felt how muscled his arms were. She mentally cursed herself for just now noticing all of his features. "I see that you're enjoying the view." Naruto smiled. "How could you tell?" Karin replied with a sarcastic look. "By the way, Karin. Here. Look in the mirror." "But why okay?" Karin was silent. She was wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses made from the same metal of kunai, and to be frank, it looked sexy and it made the crimson color of her eyes come out stronger and fiercer. But it was what was wrapped around her head. It was a wreath made of the most beautiful flowers that she'd ever seen in her entire life. They also seemed to be freshly picked and hand-woven together as one. She looked over to Naruto and felt tears stinging in her eyes. "What?" Naruto closed his eyes as a blush formed on his cheeks. "I just thought that even though your personality is beautiful, why can't you look beautiful on the outside?" What?" Karin asked with wide eyes. "For the longest time since we've met, you've always put down your red hair and always called it ugly." Naruto held her arms tightly and smiled the foxiest smile he could muster. "I know I've said this before, but it's because of your red hair that I think you're beyond beautiful. Hell, let's be serious here, beyond gorgeous." Karin crashed her lips onto Naruto's and pushed him to the ground below. Tears were flowing down her cheeks as they continued. She kept her lips pressed against his, holding the embrace for as long as possible. The entire time, she felt the warning signs telling her to back off and release and let go and run away, but Karin willed herself to see it through to the end, to wait for Naruto to push her away. But then the blondes started kissing back. Chapter 5. Chunin exams. But then the blondes started kissing back. Suddenly the entire world sucked into a small hole in the middle of space, revealing it to only be nothing more than a daydream. Naruto had a small blush on his cheeks with his hand behind his head. Naruto looked up and locked his blue eyes with Karin's crimson. "What?" Naruto smiled with a sheepish expression. "I just thought that with your personality being beautiful on the inside, why can't you look beautiful on the outside as well? Not that I'm calling you ugly or anything." Karin tilted her head slightly. Naruto suddenly broke into an innate rambling with his fingers flittering and fritzing about with each one. Naruto suddenly ran a hand through his spiky blonde hair and gave Karin a nervous smile. Karin felt like giggling but deigned from doing so, wanting to see where this goes. She smirked as she realized that what she saw was a complete fantasy. But then Naruto suddenly shot from his seat and grabbed her two arms and stared at her. What? Karin's eyes were wide as she stared at Naruto. "For the longest time. You reminded me of someone close to me. So much so, that you even went as far as insulting your wonderful red hair." Naruto suddenly sifted a hand through her unkempt side of red hair. "To be frank, it pissed me off." Karin's eyebrow rose as she was about to hit him, but Naruto shushed her quite violently. The look on Naruto's face was so convincing, filled with so much love and caring. Even his chakra was sharing the sentiment. A small smirk grew on Naruto's face as he shut his eyes and looked down to the ground just for a bit before looking back up to Karin, with fire burning in his eyes. "I know I've told you this before. But I think it's because of your red hair that you're more than beautiful. Hell, let's be serious, more than gore." Karin tackled the blonde with a great smile spread across her face. Her lips pressed hard against Naruto's, taking the air from his lungs and causing his cheeks to explode in heat like a raging volcano. The poor blonde was completely surprised. His eyes were as wide as the expanse of the stars above crimson sky above him. His heart was exploding and beating faster than Guy and Lee when they train. He didn't know what to do, but he could feel her lips on his own, and to tell the truth, despite knowing how gay it was to compare his kiss with Karin and the one he had with Sasuke, he had to say he liked feminine lips a hell of a lot better. So without much thought into it, Naruto pushed back and started pressing his lips against her while she leaned her head in an angle to get a better experience. Naruto's tongue suddenly brushed against Karin's own lips. Karin knew exactly what to do and allowed Naruto's tongue entrance, and within moments, their tongues were battling for dominance as Naruto slowly leaned Karin into the ground. But as the battle commenced, the sun continued to set and the land became cooler and the breezes of the mountains to the east came in, but neither seemed to care or notice. Uzumaki. Karin smiled softly as they continued kissing. Uzumaki. Karin. What are you going to name your daughter? The man asked from behind his face mask. All around him were other nurses and doctors it seemed. There were machines nearby with a soft dull beep. The walls were obviously white, but there was a grey tint to the entire image. The doctor and the nurses were built up around one single bed in the center of the room. The woman in question was holding a bundle with a cute girl with a tuft of red hair adorning her head. The woman was beautiful with wondrous curves and a head of brunette hair. She had a small smile on her face, but she looked sickly and weak. She was drenched in sweat and sat in a bed without a man next to her or in the waiting room for her. Karin. The woman smiled as she cooed at the young child. Is there a surname? The surname of the father? The man asked. Uzumaki. The woman quickly replied almost with pride beaming in her voice, but there was a small crack. Her father's last name is Uzumaki. Uzumaki Karin it is. Suddenly, the girl's eyes shot open and she pushed Naruto away from her as some seemingly forgotten memories shot through her hazy mind, completely ridding her of her previous feelings. Karin backed away as quickly as she could with near hyperventilation. She gripped her head as tightly as possible. Karin suddenly felt as if her world was crashing. She couldn't even make eye contact with Naruto. Hey Karin. What's wrong? Naruto moved closer with a worried expression on his face. Did I do something wrong? No. Karin sighed out. It's not you. It's something that just came to my mind. What do you mean? It's almost as if someone hid this memory from me. Karin sighed. I am in Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes went wide and his jaw unhinged itself just as his chin smacked the ground. Naruto struggled to process the information, but simply collapsed next to Karin and stared at the last bits of sunlight coming from the west just before the red sun disappeared below the horizon. The two were silent as the awkwardness became palpable, almost gaining an actual physical form. Naruto felt his body shaking in the sudden realization that he had just made out with one of his family members, despite not knowing how close they were or how distant. Karin was faring no different. Her heart was raging and her cheeks were roaring with heat. The red-dyed skin was almost as red as her own head of hair. Her crimson eyes darted here and there, trying not to make eye contact with Naruto. I don't think it's that bad. I mean. Karin suddenly said, trying to salvage whatever was left. We might not even be that closely related, but we're still family. We share the same name and the same blood flows through our veins. We can't. Naruto sighed and started to back away from Karin. But the red-dyed grabbed his right arm as quickly as possible and pulled him towards her. Naruto looked at her with wide eyes, half expecting her to be disgusted or just any disappointed look instead of the one that she currently had. It was almost as if she was hurt that he would say something like that, but come to think of it, Naruto finally realized that it sounded like he was trying to push her away. Wait. Karin held his arm tightly. And Naruto. Kun. I really like you though. And so what if we have the same last name? It happens all the time, right? Karin, but. Hypothetically speaking, we do get together, then what? What do I do about Inoha or Sakura, hell, Hinata too? Naruto asked. Not to mention that I still have to kill that bastard Sasuke and a damn war that I have to fight. Karin still held Naruto's arm and continued to stare at him, not once breaking her crimson gaze. Naruto suddenly realized that Karin was using chakra to hold him in place. Karin though, had no idea. She continued to stare at the blonde idiot but then started seeing strange images as the chakra she was using started to build up in her head. Karin? Naruto asked with a worried expression. He looked definitely older with a broader face and stronger jawline. His hair though looked a lot like his father's. But one thing stayed the same and it was his beautiful cerulean eyes. Karin felt her heart skip a beat when Naruto smiled at her, especially with that cute confused look the Uzumaki had. What did you want to tell me? Naruto tilted his head slightly causing his bangs to float down and around his face and neck. Karin didn't know how to respond to the blonde-haired boy. She turned and faced the newly built village whilst biting upon her fingernails. Karin stopped just at the edge with Naruto on his feet, now ready to catch her should she fall off. I'm pregnant. Karin replied meekly. The world began to shrink and bend. Karin's crimson eyes widened and she quickly released her grip on Naruto's arm just before taking off through the darkness to get away from Naruto as fast as she could. Karin. Wait. Naruto dashed after her and quickly caught up with her indeed. She was standing underneath a light post with a blank look on her face. Her wreath made of flowers still on her head and her metal-framed glasses were fit snugly on the bridge of her nose and around the ears. Her breathing was heavy and slow. She shut her eyes just as she sensed Naruto's chakra coming closer with each passing second. She turned and looked to see Naruto looking at her with a caring expression. Her heart was exploding at this point, but there was something bugging her. Where were these visions, if you can call them that, coming from? But Naruto suddenly grabbed her arms once more and began to lean in with a big smile on his face. Karin didn't know what to do but lean in as well. Their kiss was short and sweet with Karin losing her confusion and discomfort, but then there was a coming vision heading into her clouded mind, but she willed the thoughts from her mind. She stared off into Naruto's cerulean eyes and gave the blonde boy a small smile. Hey. Naruto-kun. Remember that deal with me becoming a shinobi of Konoha? Karin asked. Why yeah, what about it? Naruto asked. Are you? Yup. Tell Tsunade-sama that I'm going to accept the offer. Karin smiled brightly to match Naruto's growing smirk. Naruto quickly grabbed the girl for a tight hug and held her tightly. Let's do this. A few days later. After spending some time traversing the raging sea of sand that consumed the land of wind, the Konoha delegation made it to Sunagakur. There were 18 teams that were vying for Chunin promotion, with Naruto and Karin being the only duo with Kakashi as their sensei. For the journey, Karin was bugged with date proposals and even some of the kunoichi, trying to get a peek at what's underneath Karin's clothes. Naruto though, through the 3 days of traveling, was training on gathering Senjutsu chakra while he moved, knowing for a fact that using Senjutsu would be a great factor of victory in the coming war. Not only that, but he was teaching Karin about her newfound ability with the mind's eye of the Kagura. Apparently, because of her Uzumaki blood, the Kagura Shingen was expanded and soon enough, it was able to see more than just chakra signatures. By reading the chakra and the emotions being portrayed and the fluctuations of the chakra, she was able to start seeing visions of the future, whether just a few minutes or even a few years. Because she needed to read chakra, she could even read your past and see into it by following the chakra residue that every shinobi and kunoichi leaves behind, unknowingly of course. All of this was unlocked by the realization of her true potential as an Uzumaki with special chakra. But their abilities aside, Naruto and Karin and Ino had a confusing relationship of sorts, if you could even call it that. Karin wanted Naruto and Ino wanted Naruto, but Naruto didn't know who to choose since he really liked the both of them, but Sakura was still in the picture as was Hinata, though Hinata chose to be on the sidelines and watch the other competitors for Naruto's heart battle it out. Sakura though, had no idea that Ino had been dating Naruto or that Karin was too, sort of. The blonde had it good in the eyes of many shinobi of Konoha. They were jealous of his chick magnet status and wanted to become almost exactly like him. Naruto once he found out that boys and kids were trying to emulate him, he simply shook his head and tried to force the thoughts from his head and enjoy his life as a hero without the hero worship. But back to Sunagakur, the Chunin exams were in and it was projected to have the most promotions than any other Chunin exam in history. Naruto smirked to himself and felt a small explosion of excitement grow within his chest, the thought of finally rising through the ranks and become one with his friends in the Konoha 11. Not only that, but they could become the Konoha 12 once again with Karin, should she be accepted by the rest of their age group and comrades in the Shinobi Corps. The two were nervous to say the least, with almost no knowledge about the Chunin exams of Sunagakur, they felt that they were going in blind, unlike their first time taking the Chunin exams. All around them were genin from all different nations competing most likely to help bolster the allied shinobi force and its numbers. Naruto smirked to himself and shut his eyes as he walked, and slowly but surely, Senjutsu chakra began to flow into his body. Even though it didn't last long, he was able to get at least 1 minute of Senjutsu chakra into his body before it started ruining his eyesight. He wiped sweat off of his brow and continued to follow his team. Naruto smiled at the people of Suna as they called out to the man who saved their Kazukiage. Karin took notice of this and got even closer to Naruto, interlacing her fingers with his, when she found a large group of Suna shinobi giggling with bright blushes spread across their faces. Now what did you do to receive such recognition? Karin whispered. Nothing much. Naruto laughed. I saved the Kazukiage from the Akatsuki sometime at the beginning of this year. It's no biggie. Why you took on the Akatsuki to save their leader? Karin asked. Sasori and Deidara. I don't know who that is. Naruto said with a blank look. You fought them, but didn't know who they were. Karin deadpanned. Well anyway, Sasori was the red-deeded one, and Deidara was the blonde one with the hands in his mouth. The clay guy. Oh? Him. Naruto glared off into the ground. I was close to killing him that day. What happened? Karin asked. I pounded him into the ground. Naruto sighed. I was so close to shoving a Rasengan into his gut, but his body melted into a clay body. What happened afterwards? Karin added. What makes you think there's an afterwards? Naruto gave her an estranged look. There's always an afterwards. Fine. Naruto sighed. The Kyuubi within me took advantage of my hatred and anger, and I ended up going into a two-tailed Bijuu cloak, and I nearly killed my own sensei that day, were it not for the seal that my former master, Jiraiya, had given him. Damn. Karin sighed. Let's just hope nothing like that happens again, Kay? Don't worry about it, Karin. Naruto smirked. Naruto smirked and continued on his walk with his girlfriend in hand and headed towards the nearest Suna shinobi that he knew on a personal level. But there was someone he was not expecting to show up in the village. Shikamaru. Naruto's eyes were wide. Naruto? Shikamaru sighed. What is it that you want? What are you doing here? Naruto asked, still feeling weird about the fact that Shika of all people made it to the village before him. I thought that you'd be back home in Konoha. I invited him here, Naruto. Another voice said from behind. Ara? Naruto smiled. And the other two. Hello, Tamari and makeup guy. I have a name, you know. Kankuro spat. Yeah. Naruto smiled and grabbed Gaara in for a tight hug. Naruto. Go to the academy with your team. There will be Jounin waiting there to get you processed into the exams. Gaara then turned and left the street before any of the civilians could notice that their leader was standing amongst them. Naruto shrugged and grabbed Karin and began to jog down the street towards the academy, at least where he thought it was. All the while, Karin was blushing wildly as civilians and other shinobi stared at them with smiles and giggles. Karin had never felt like this before, so appreciated. Naruto turned his head to her and continued to smile and stopped just as they came up to a large building made from sandstone and rock. There was a massive congregation of shinobi from all over the shinobi nations, with shinobi from Iwa and Kumo being among the most numerous. They looked at Naruto, and some even felt a little repulsed by the Konoha shinobi, but Naruto paid no heed to their looks, almost as if he was once again back to his oblivious self that he always is. Whilst Naruto made no action to signify that he noticed their looks, Karin sure did. And to be frank, it pissed her off just a tad bit. She didn't know what the deal was with these snot-nosed genin, despite them being about their age as well. She looked to see Naruto still smiling that goofy foxy smile and walking past the people with his fingers still interlaced with hers. Karin felt that the stares were too much and pulled Naruto towards her as quickly as possible and held him close to her. What are you doing looking like a careless idiot? Karin asked. I don't know what you're talking about, Karin-chan. Naruto smiled. I'm just being me, you know. I can barely hold in my excitement for the retake of the Chunin exams. Why are you so full of energy? Karin laughed. Just work harder on it, Baka. I'll try my best. Soon enough, the line shortened and Naruto and Karin were now at the front of the line signing papers and waivers ahead of time, so Suna wouldn't get blamed for any of the hurt or potentially killed genin of the different nations. Naruto looked at the paper for a moment and got beads of sweat pouring down his head when he realized that some of the words used for certain parts of the waiver used words that were beyond his vocabulary. So with an embarrassed sigh, he asked Karin for help, gaining some giggles from behind and other lines next to the two Konoha shinobi. Some of the Suna Jounin themselves stifled their laughter but held it in better than the genin around them. Karin growled under her breath when she paid attention to what the people around her were saying behind their backs. Once Naruto and Karin finished, the Redeed this time took the lead and grabbed Naruto towards the door of the academy. But within a few seconds, they were stopped by a Jounin. The Jounin shook his head and pointed at a sign hanging on the door they were heading for. Exit only. Karin felt her body turn cold with embarrassment, and soon enough, many of the less mature genin burst into laughter. Karin gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, digging her fingernails into Naruto's hand. The blonde fell to his knees and tried to break his hand free from her vice-like death grip, to no avail. Her chakra darkened and her glasses became drowned out in lens flare from the sun above. She released Naruto from her grip and began to walk through the crowd, with Naruto following behind towards the door that said entrance. Naruto jogged up to her and wrapped his arm around her waist and led her within the building, trying his hardest to keep her from lashing out on anyone. Karin was grumbling to herself, making Naruto realize that she was having one of those moments. Come on, Karin. I think it would be in our best interests if you calm down just a bit. Naruto whispered quietly, almost like he was pleading. Do I look like I need to calm down? Karin asked in an eerily calm voice. Look at me. Do I need to, Naruto-kun? Now Naruto was nervous. He didn't like the sound of that voice, nor the smile that she was putting on. He shivered involuntarily and started backing away, waving his hands in a defensive manner. Karin, though, relented her gaze and looked onward to continue walking towards the testing hall. She closed her eyes and followed the source of the chakra signatures. She sighed and looked back to see Naruto with his hands in his pockets with his eyes staring at her back. Karin tilted her head but then realized that something was up with Naruto. He was blushing and his eyes, when the two made eye contact, darted away from her and his face blushed harder. She could sense his sudden discomfort and he slowed his walking pace while the speed of his heart and emotions were going the speed of light. What the hell is he looking at? Karin followed his eyes and noticed something. His eyes were fixated on her red hair. Well then. Karin blushed a little harder and turned her head around and started to smile softly. She could sense his happiness, but shook it from her thoughts and continued to follow the trail of chakra signatures leading into a room filled with shinobi and kinmochi. After a few rights and lefts and even a few complete rotations of the entire floor, Karin and Naruto made it to the first room, and they were surprised with the amount. Naruto surmised that there were at least 2 times as many participants than the Chunin exams a few years prior. Naruto felt his heartbeat heavier, but eased when he saw the Konohamaru Corps laughing with some genin squad from Suna that was about the same age as Konohamaru. "So what's the plan, oh great hero of the leaf?" Karin asked. "Don't ask me. I failed the Chunin exams that first time." Naruto sighed. "I don't know what to do. To tell you the truth, I didn't even know what I was doing the first time. I damn well don't know what I'm doing right now." "You're impossible." Karin laughed. "I just hope that our proctor is just as easy as the one in Konoha." "Easy?" Naruto asked incredulously. "I was about to piss myself that day. If I remember correctly, you were the one that got everyone to keep their wits." Karin smiled. "Well, I thought it was cool." Naruto huffed. "Alright everyone. The first stage of the Chunin exams will begin momentarily." A voice came from the front of the class. "Thank Kami that there isn't anything wrong so far with this Chunin exam." Naruto and Karin shuffled past the other genin and pulled out seats next to each other and picked up their pencils, ready for the test, expecting it to be exactly like the one they took in Konoha a few years ago. "Because of the war, we are changing the first stage of the Chunin exams," the Jounin said from her pedestal. "Your new assignment is to come up with a 3-month battle plan, which should state a detailed 3-month battle plan with a timeline. Logical arrangements, supply lines, strategies, missions, squad size, food distribution, everything that a company or a platoon would need to be efficient on the battlefield within an hour." There were a few groans going throughout the classroom. But Naruto, though, had never been as happy as before this moment. He smiled brightly and picked up his pencil and went straight to work once the bell rang to begin. While other testers were struggling to come up with a detailed 3-month plan, Naruto was furiously writing down the strategies and plans for the battle force. The 5-man squads as the standard, with 4 assault shinobi and 1 medical shinobi, it was a genius plan. Karin, though, was struggling to keep her eyes from prying onto Naruto's papers and those around her. While she was a genius with chemicals and poisons and other such things, she was nowhere near a battle specialist. She was a censor and a medical ninja. Nothing more, nothing less. She scribbled as much as she can and tried to keep up with her more ecstatic teammate. Naruto, despite not being anywhere near Shikamaru's level, he was still a mastermind in his own right and in the right situation such as this. He continued to write as other testers were going crazy with their brains, and some even went so far as to fall asleep, and others even chose to leave the classroom to call it quits. Naruto didn't see what the problem was, but then quickly realized that this was just a bunch of genin in this room trying to come up with strategies on the fly. Naruto grew a smirk but continued to write, finishing up the 2nd month of his plan and moving on to the more important parts of his battle plan that required more important game pieces. Jinchuriki and the last remaining ones at that. Naruto didn't know whether or not there was another Jinchuriki still alive, but if there was, theoretically speaking, Naruto's 3rd month would go off without a hitch and the Jinchuriki tag team or even squad would annihilate the Akatsuki after they've been wounded by a significantly powerful force. The blonde looked over to his side to see Karin still only on the 1st week of her 2nd month with barely anything for her 1st month. He made a quick look around, fast enough to where the proctors couldn't see, and noticed that many of his classmates were barely entering month 2. The boy sighed and finished up his masterpiece of a strategy and placed his pencil down and began to take a nap. 45 minutes later. Karin violently elbowed the blonde from his slumber. Naruto rubbed his groggy eyes and smiled when he realized that at least a quarter of the competition was gone. Karin smirked softly at him and ran a hand through her unkempt half of hair and pushed her glasses up her face. She huffed slightly and stuck her tongue out at him. Naruto shot from the table and looked around fully awake and aware of his surroundings. People were staring at him and some were even snickering. Naruto looked to Karin, but she chose to huff and turn away. The proctor looked at him and took his papers and walked to the front of the class. Naruto looked up to the clock behind the proctor and realized that he'd been asleep longer than he'd anticipated. Nearly 5 minutes after the test was supposed to end. "Now that we've heard enough about eating ramen off of naked deeds, we can now move on," the proctor said without a giggle, but the corners of her lips ticked up and down when she saw Naruto's expression. "Oh shit. Tell me about it, baka." Chapter 6. The 2nd stage. Naruto smirked as he and Karin walked from the academy with beaming smiles spread across their faces. Karin was saying something important, but Naruto paid no attention to the woman. Karin didn't realize and continued to talk, occasionally asking Naruto something, and the blonde would say something in response, causing Karin to continue on with their conversation. But Naruto was suddenly smashed against the head by Karin's fist. Naruto turned around and froze in his tracks when he found that Karin looked ready to kill him with her anger. He started backing away but slipped on a rock and ended up crashing into the sandy ground below. Karin glared at him with her glasses covering her eyes because of the lens flare. "You baka!" Karin roared. "You weren't even listening to me, were you?" I was. "Don't worry about it, Karin ch. Then what did I ask you and what did you say in return?" Karin asked as her fist clenched even tighter. I don't know." Naruto was suddenly blown back by an amazing blast of chakra coming from the irate Redeed. "I asked if you'd like to bang Tamari and you answered yes." Karin shouted. "Then I asked if you'd like to suck another guy's and you answered yes." "What?" Naruto turned red from embarrassment. "Are you sure I answered yes?" "Oh, shut up." Karin growled. "I hate you so much." Karin crossed her arms over her chest and walked ahead of the Uzumaki. Naruto laughed softly and rubbed the back of his head and took off for his woman. Naruto wrapped his arm around her waist, but the woman quickly elbowed him in his gut, causing him to hunch over and hurl on the ground below. People groaned in pain when the elbow made contact, while others shot from their seats to help the hero of Konoha. Naruto was helped from the dirt path and patted down by Kunoichi from the different villages. Karin saw this and stomped right back to her blonde man and slapped him upside his head and dragged him away from the mob of Kunoichi. Most of which were quite beautiful. Naruto was sweating bullets more than what he should, but he didn't say a thing, knowing that if the wrong thing was said, he would receive another well-deserved punch across the face. Soon enough, they reached the destination of the second stage of the Chunin exams. In front of them was a great gate with massive walls to match its size. The flags of Sunagakur were draped over the side, waving in the warm desert wind. But beyond the wall and even over the top, small wisps of sand and sand clouds were seen waving around. If one were to put their ear against the gate, they could hear rushing and crashing sand and other non-desirable creatures going about through the sand dunes. Karin sensed a mass multitude of creatures ranging from large to gigantic. His skin went cold when she sensed desert spiders of massive size and even desert scorpions. She shivered greatly, getting Naruto's attention. The boy quickly looked her way and wrapped his arm around her protectively. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked softly. There are scorpions, spiders, desert snakes, the whole shebang." Tamari laughed. "This is the second stage of the Chunin exams. I am Sabaku no Tamari and I am the proctor for this exam." The few genin shivered slightly at the mention of such insects and creatures living behind the walls. Naruto felt his own skin turn cold and even felt his bowels want to release from the mere thought of scorpions. But then again, he knew that they wouldn't be a challenge for his awesomeness. "So here is your mission, survive and fight your way through 100 miles of desert, infested with animals and insects that have evolved to kill shinobi and kunoichi alike, to deliver 4 scrolls to checkpoints dotted around the area. The checkpoints are in 25-mile intervals. Surprise, surprise, you only get 1 scroll each team, so figure out how to get the rest, it really shouldn't be that hard to figure out. By the way, a small hint, killing is allowed." If it weren't for the raging sands behind Tamari, one could hear a pin drop a mile away. The air turned cold all of a sudden, and teams looked at one another nervously and with wary eyes. Each team examining each other, looking for the weakest teams to pick off first. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the teams from Iwa and Kumo, while Karin started sensing people's chakra signatures and their emotions, trying to get a good idea of the weakest teams that made it to the second stage. "Get to your gates." Tamari shouted. "You have 3 days to make it to the final checkpoint. Get ready." Naruto and Karin sped off to their gate and stood steady. Naruto already gathering Senjutsu chakra into his body. Karin shut her eyes and channeled a small, untraceable amount of chakra to work as sonar. Within a second, she was able to pinpoint 5 teams in their immediate vicinity. 3 of which were weaklings from Kiri. "Begin." Without a second thought, all teams shot forward into the walled desert. Karin ran ahead of Naruto and jumped into the air. Naruto ran ahead and Karin landed on his back with her hands in a tiger hand seal. Naruto continued running and now, he was in sage mode. He was able to sense already 10 teams have been defeated by animals and 2 have already fallen prey to an Iwa team. "Naruto. To your right." Karin shouted. Suddenly, a barrage of kunai and shuriken shot towards the blonde Uzumaki. With a quick movement of his wrist, he drew out a kunai and blocked a great deal of the projectiles and narrowed his eyes at his assailant. They were 2 Kumo teams with the same thought of defeating the hero of Konoha, not that they even knew who he was. The first charged for Naruto without checking his surroundings, but Karin jumped in and kicked the shinobi in his gut before bashing her elbow into the shinobi's back. She kicked off of his fallen body and with an even quicker motion, she managed to even swipe their scroll in the confrontation. She smirked a little and ran away before jumping onto Naruto's back. The Kumo shinobi charged after the 2 Uzumaki, but they were stopped when an Adama Rasengan smashed into the desert surface, throwing up sand and dirt, covering Naruto's and Karin's escape. Once the dirt cloud dissipated, all that was left though were 2 clones of Naruto. They smirked before dispelling. A few yards away, Naruto was running full speed with now 2 scrolls in his possession. He smirked and jumped up using Senjutsu to increase the strength in his jump. Around the 2 shinobi, they looked down to see giant creatures jumping from the sand and taking out entire teams with single swipes. When they landed right in the path of a rising scorpion. Its black exoskeleton made Naruto's skin freeze in fear, but Karin wasn't faring any better. Naruto though, quickly snapped from his stupor and charged forward with the Rasengan in his palm. The scorpion snarled at the Uzumaki. Naruto shook his head and slammed the Rasengan into the scorpion, shooting it a good 20 feet just before it dug its stinger into the sandy surface and spun it back around. It landed all 8 of its feet onto the sand just before it charged at the Uzumaki. It's coming. Karin howled. I know that. 3 Naruto clones popped into existence and the 3 clones started forming a Rasen Shuriken. The scorpion closed the distance too fast and dispelled the 3 clones with a single swipe of its stinger. Naruto jumped back and tightened his hold on Karin as he struggled to keep free from the range of the apparent extending stinger. We have to get around this thing. Naruto shouted over the clicking and crackling of the insect. The scorpion shot its stinger down towards the Uzumaki, but Naruto jumped away and formed another 3 clones that grabbed the stinger and lifted the scorpion from the ground and slammed it into the sand using the amazing strength that Senjutsu provides. The clones jumped onto the underbelly of the scorpion and used the frog slap, bashing the thin, unprotected underbelly of the beast, repeatedly. But as they continued, one of the clones put too much chakra into the attack and burst the scorpion in all directions, spraying the sands with its insides and entrails. But from the blood and flesh, spraying from the now empty husk of a scorpion, a team of partially digested shinobi from Kiri flowed out with 3 scrolls clutched tightly in their hands. Naruto looked up to the sky and let out a quick whistle. He smirked. There must really be a kami. Whatever. Just get the scrolls. Karin jumped off of Naruto's back and sifted through the bodies and grabbed the scrolls. She wiped them clean of stomach juice and read that the 3 scrolls had numbers on them, 1 to 3 in consecutive order. She looked to Naruto and asked for the scroll. It seems that we have 2 number 1 scrolls. Let's keep them both. We can use them as a bargaining chip with other teams that have the scroll we need. Naruto quickly said with a smirk. If they don't have the scroll we need, we could always farm for more and beat them down. Oh Naruto. You're getting pretty violent. Karin smiled and climbed back onto Naruto's back. I can sense the first checkpoint to the northeast. Got it. Naruto charged through the sands, kicking up a massive cloud right behind them. He smirked at how easy this Chunin exam was. Already he was able to piece together the meaning of the tests. While the first was quite obvious, he was now able to see what the second test would bring out. It was a trial to see what shinobi would be willing to make it in the messenger corps. He remembered reading about them with Karin one day and found that it was probably the second most dangerous position to be in, other than a vanguard shinobi. If one could survive running through a desert and deliver the correct scrolls to the correct checkpoint, then they were good enough to continue on through to the final stage. They were good enough to be in the messenger corps. The 2 continued on their journey towards the checkpoint without much interaction with the other teams, which went well into the 100. But with the first checkpoint closing in with just a few hundred yards to go, a massive heat wave shot down upon them, slowing the Uzumaki down. Naruto made a quick jump from the ground and soon enough, an Iwa Genin shot from the ground. Or at least, he thought it was a Genin. The rest of her team shot from the ground as well and released a barrage of earth jutsu and fire techniques. All of which Naruto dodged thanks to Karin and her sensing ability. Watch out. A clone is coming from underneath us. Karin called out. Suddenly, a clone of the Kunoichi of the team shot from the ground and she barely missed Naruto's chin. The clone spun in mid-air and hurled kunai at Naruto and Karin as she spun. Naruto jumped back and dropped Karin and drew out his own kunai and started deflecting the attacks. But because of this, he wasn't thinking and ended up leaving Karin unattended for. Once the Kunoichi from Iwa stopped her spinning, she sped through a quick hand seal pattern and shot out a massive stream of water and blew Naruto back with a force equal to getting kicked in the chest by a raging horse. Naruto struggled to get back to his feet. Soon enough, the same Kunoichi was flying through the air with her fist exploding with chakra. Oh, fuck. Naruto quickly rolled over and hurled a few shuriken and kunai in a failed attempt to stop her, but her chakra deflected the attacks. The girl slammed into the sand, launching a massive storm of sand and dirt in all directions, and even managed to blow Naruto away even further. He struggled to push through the sand, but in the end, the sand was blown away by the winds of the desert. Karin. Naruto cried out. Where are you? Naruto dashed through the sands and crawled through the dunes, wondering where the girl was. It didn't take long, but Karin was lying on the ground with a massive gash across her abdomen. Karin was slowly healing herself, but the Iwa shinobi were in front of her with their weapons drawn. The 4 scrolls were askew behind Karin. They seem to have the same scrolls that we do. The lead Kunoichi sighed. I guess we should keep them. "What do we do with the girl?" one of her teammates asked. "Do what you want." Naruto shot through the sand and lodged his foot into the larger of the three, forcing the boy into the sand. The blonde quickly spun around and dug his fist into the chin of the other, knocking that boy from his sandals. Naruto looked to Karin with his eyes blood red in the first stage of the Jinchuriki cloak. His whiskers were darkened and more defined, and his body was healed of any and all wounds. But the two genin he had just disposed of were actually clones. The real shinobi came up from the sand and grabbed Naruto's ankles and pulled him into the sand. The shinobi then rose from the ground and smirked with their team leader. The Iwa shinobi were about to continue what they were doing until Naruto spoke up. "What is your name?" Naruto asked. His eyes were shut to the world. Naruto's whiskers reverted back to normal, but something strange was happening with his eyelids. "Kuretsuchi. Well. Kuretsuchi. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Sage of Konoha." Naruto raised his arms, blowing back almost 1,000 pounds of sand and forcing himself from the sand. Kuretsuchi's eyes shot wide open as she and her team were blasted away from the two Uzumaki. Before Karin and the scrolls could get swallowed by the sand, Naruto jumped back and grabbed the girl and the scrolls with a quick movement. The clone popped next to them and hurled Naruto into the sky and out of the pit hole. They spun through the air as Naruto grabbed Karin closer to him. He took the now floating scrolls and quickly slid them into Karin's shirt without her noticing. He knew it was a bit dirty, but if it was to mean their survival, he was going to do whatever it took. They spun once more as they tilted towards the ground, and Naruto pushed her away and grabbed her once more, wrapping her arms and legs around him just before he hit the ground below. The impact threw up a perfect cover of sand and dirt. Karin was starting to breathe hard as the wound continued to bleed. Naruto didn't even need to look back. He simply charged off through the sand cloud and into the desert around them. He jumped into the stones protruding from the sand and started skipping along, all the while feeling Karin's breath get heavier. It seems that Karin was having trouble healing her wound. Naruto wanted to set her down, but he knew that those Iwa shinobi were probably on his tail. Of course though, like almost always, Naruto jinxed himself the moment the thought was made. The three Iwa shinobi pushed themselves from the sand and immediately followed after the Uzumaki. Naruto felt his body run cold when he realized that he'd basically run into a path for them to take him and his girlfriend, kill them, and take their scrolls. Kuretsuchi sped through a quick hand seal pattern and shouted out a jutsu that Naruto deigned from hearing, and soon enough, a barrage of quicklime bullets shot forward, grazing a couple hairs off of Naruto's head. He spun around and formed three clones to deal with the Iwa shinobi. The three clones shot off towards Kuretsuchi and her teammates. The lead clone jumped and kicked for Kuretsuchi, but she quickly caught the attack and hurled him to her right, causing him to bump into another clone, dispelling the two of them, leaving the final clone to Akatsuchi. Kuretsuchi nodded her head and took off with her other teammate and gave chase to the retreating Uzumaki from Konoha. The black-haired girl shook her head and nodded at her teammate. The boy sped through a quick hand seal pattern and shot forward a steady stream of fire, which quickly exploded into a massive dragon that sped forward on a warpath to incinerate Naruto and Karin. Then Naruto. Karin whispered. "My wound. It's festering. All of the sand and dirt." "Don't speak, Karin." Naruto said back with a frown on his face. "It'll only make things worse. I'll get us to the checkpoint and there might be help." "Boy, Kyuubi." Naruto suddenly said. "What do you want, Gaki?" The Kyuubi replied. "As you can most likely see, I'm taking a nice nap. Give Karin some of your chakra." Naruto stated. "She needs it to stay conscious." "Now why would I give chakra to another Uzumaki?" The Kyuubi taunted. "Damn you, Kyuubi." Naruto shouted. "Fine, if not for me, then do it for you. How does saving her help me?" The nine-tailed fox fought hard not to laugh at the notion. "Without her, I'll most likely die here, and if I die, so do you," Naruto replied with a stern voice. The Kyuubi was about to start laughing, but he quickly resigned the thought, knowing that the boy was right. With a begrudging sigh, the Kyuubi let out a smirk. "You humans are annoying." The Kyuubi laid his head back down onto his paws and shut his eyes for just a moment. Naruto was about to say something, but the Kyuubi's chakra shot from the cage and entered Naruto's body, but just as it entered, it disappeared, almost as if it was being funneled off somewhere else. The Kyuubi smirked once more. "Get out of here and let me sleep, Gaki." Back in the real world, Naruto came to reality and turned to see Karin's eyes a darker crimson than before and with a slitted pupil in the center of her irides. Her fingernails were extended and small whisker marks were formed on her cheeks. She looked to Naruto with a surprised look on her face, but didn't say anything. Instead, she channeled chakra and her wounds healed immediately and her range of sensing was increased tenfold. "Naruto, keep running. The checkpoint is just 50 yards away. We're very close." Karin shouted out while grabbing some kunai and hurling them back at the Iwa shinobi chasing after them. "I'll hold them off alright. Let's go." Naruto channeled chakra to his legs and took off running, trying his hardest to make it to the checkpoint. From what he was able to discern from the vicious attacks that the Iowa team was giving them, the checkpoints are safe zones. Naruto, jump. Karin suddenly screamed. Jump now. Naruto didn't question her and jumped as high as he could. As he jumped though, he could feel his senjutsu chakra leaving his body once more. He looked down to see the largest snake he'd ever seen in his life. Easily twice as large as the purple snake that Orochimaru used all those years ago. It was covered in sand, and its body was obviously shedding. The three Iowa shinobi down below froze in their tracks, but unlike what Naruto knew that most of his friends would do, the Iowa shinobi jumped back and started hurling ninjutsu and weapons at the snake in quick succession. It didn't take long, but they quickly realized that long range wasn't going to cut it. Kuretsuchi charged forward with chakra building up in her fist and smashed it into the snake's face, forcing at least a fourth of it back into the sand. She landed on the ground and sped through another pattern of hand seals. Mutin. Sakejim no Jutsu. Kuretsuchi spit a massive blast of quicklime, quickly mixing into the face of the snake, forming a mold around it. She went through another, just as quick, hand seal pattern and shot another blast of water, much like the one she used to blow Naruto back not too long ago. The combination of the two jutsu brought the snake curling down to the ground, but it did not stop the snake. Kuretsuchi landed on the ground with fear crawling up and down her spine. She sped through another quick hand seal pattern. She took a deep breath and spit forward a ball of fire that was equal to Sasuke's use. The snake didn't falter though, in fact, it was practically unscathed. The quicklime started crumbling and falling off of the snake's face. Naruto and Karin landed just a few feet away from the backside of the snake. Naruto looked to Karin and was wondering if he should help them. Karin, even though the thought wasn't said out loud, she knew what Naruto was about to do. But before she could hold him back, Naruto was already halfway up the snake's spine and nearing the top of its head. God damn him. Karin let out an exasperated sigh. Naruto. Be careful. From what I can tell, its scales are strengthened with chakra. And lots of it. Naruto grunted when he heard what she had just said. For years he's been punching through things, blasting through things and Rasengan-ing through things that have been strengthened with chakra. First Haku's mirrors, then the sand armor of Gaara, then Gaara himself, then on and on. Naruto smirked and knew deep down inside that this snake was going to be of no problem. He jumped onto its head and raised his hand with a Rasengan spiraling violently. He let out a loud battle cry and slammed the attack into the snake's bare and unprotected head, forcing the beast into the ground faster than the speed of light. Naruto landed next to Kuretsuchi and drew out a kunai whilst drawing onto Senjutsu chakra. Kuretsuchi was quite terrified of Naruto's power. Soon enough, Karin dropped next to them and placed her hands on Kuretsuchi's shoulder and began to heal her wounds. Hold still. Karin replied. Naruto, what did you do? It looks like nothing changed. I had a quick theory about those chakra-enhanced scales. Naruto said. If I were to dispel my Rasengan at the moment of impact, instead of drilling it into the scales, which would most likely deflect the attack, the chakra from the Rasengan would lose the gravity holding it together and spiral off in different directions, causing the chakra within each individual scale within the spread radius to fluctuate, weakening the flow of chakra to the protective shield of the snake's cranium. So in other words. Karin started smirking. I've given it the headache of a lifetime. Naruto smiled. Kuretsuchi-san. Do you think you can help me bust this snake's skull right open? Gladly. Kuretsuchi jumped forward just as Naruto did. The snake saw this though and lunged forward with its head and dug into the ground below, kicking up sand and injuring Akatsuchi and almost killing their other teammate. Naruto and Kuretsuchi landed on the back of the snake's neck and charged up with their best attacks, blaring wildling in their hands. With Kuretsuchi having a fist made from earth and Naruto having two clones behind him helping him make his Rasen Shuriken. The two jumped up into the air and first went Kuretsuchi with her slamming the rock fist of hers into the snake's dented cranium, causing the scales to shoot off, cracking a great deal of the skull itself, revealing the targeted area. Naruto's clones popped away leaving him in the air as he got ready to hurl his Rasen Shuriken into the brain of the blasted snake. Gyuuten. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto bent forward and hurled the monstrosity of a jutsu forward, just as Kuretsuchi made a jump off of the doomed snake's head. The Rasen Shuriken sliced through the air and dug deeply into the open head of the snake, slicing, tearing and mauling the beast. Naruto narrowed his eyes and soon enough, the Rasen Shuriken exploded, engulfing the entire head of the snake, tearing it apart and lodging small chakra spikes into its face, skull and any other part connected to its head. Naruto landed not too far away and popped his neck before walking up to the group of fellow shinobi. Karin was struggling to keep Akatsuchi's bleeding at a minimum. She pumped as much of her chakra as she could and she was still in the Kyuubified state. She narrowed her eyes and started channeling in the Kyuubi's chakra, strengthening her skills and her powers. Within moments though, Akatsuchi's bleeding stopped but the damage to his body was still on the inside. It's poison. Karin stated after running her hand over Akatsuchi's body. I don't know how to stop it without the correct antidote. Karin. Naruto said suddenly. You know what you have to do. Remember what you've told me about your powers. But you said. I'm saying do it now. We have to help him. Naruto said with a calm look. Understood Naruto-kun. Karin rolled up her sleeve and held out her arm. Bite my arm. What are you minions doing? Kuretsuchi growled. What? Be quiet and watch. Naruto quickly said. Akatsuchi struggled but was able to sink his teeth into Karin's arm. The Redeed grunted in pain but let out a quiet sigh instead. Kuretsuchi though was appalled. But upon closer inspection, chakra was being funneled from Karin and into Akatsuchi. It didn't take long, but the effects were immediate. Akatsuchi's once pale and sickly-looking body was healed, and after doing a quick diagnostic over Akatsuchi, Karin confirmed that the poison was no more. How? Kuretsuchi's eyes were wide with fright. Who are you two? That is of no concern right now. Naruto grabbed Karin and hoisted her onto his back right before taking off in the direction Karin pointed. Karin smiled softly and rested her chin on Naruto's shoulder and let her hair run free in the desert wind. Naruto was strong and held her tightly against his back, making sure that she would fall off. The day was already at midday, and he wasn't looking forward to having to have a schedule of 1 checkpoint per day, with 4 for 3. He shook his head and continued to run taking orders from the girl he was carrying. She wasn't heavy, nor was she a feather, but Naruto was thinking about complaining to the girl about why he has to carry her. Then again, if he did ask, Karin would probably smack him against his head or call him lazy or something to some other effect of endearing insults. Karin tightened her hold on him and felt a big smile grow on her face. The longer she stayed with Naruto, the more distinguished his chakra became to her. So far, she was able to capture and memorize 10 different moods from the boy just by reading his chakra. As of now, it was gray-green, meaning he was thinking hard and was bound to say something insulting to someone. Since she was the only person there, she knew that he was going to complain about him carrying her. She did try and tell him that she could run on her own. Damned blonde trying to be chivalrous. Karin struggled to keep her giggles in. She looked up though when she sensed a checkpoint nearby, just a few feet away from where they were currently. Naruto, we're here. Karin said. Where? Naruto asked. There's nothing here. Wait. Ninjutsu? Karin said. Wait, Naruto, don't dispel. We don't want brainless teams to be after us now, do we? I would like to. Naruto cheekily replied. No one cares what you want. Karin retorted with a laugh. Troublesome woman. TCH. Just go already. 1 down, 3 to go. Chapter 7. The Desert Trap. Naruto smiled at the Redeed as she took a quick swig of water from her large water bottle. He ran a hand through his blonde spiky hair and sniffed the air for a moment. The doors of the checkpoint swung open, revealing a disheveled and quite messy-looking Iowa team. Kuretsuchi glared at the boy, but Akatsuchi tried to calm the girl down. Good to see you have made it. Naruto smiled. Sure. Kuretsuchi grumbled before tossing her scroll to the shinobi behind the counter. Would you like some water? The jounin asked. Kuretsuchi looked confused. Why does this place look like a pit stop? Because it is Kuretsuchi-san. The jounin sighed. During missions, even though messengers go for long distances and even through combat, they still need rest. These checkpoints are designed to simulate that. What if a team wants to sleep and rest? Kuretsuchi asked while massaging her aching shoulder. They have every right to do so, but like in real battle, if the messenger sleeps for too long or too little, it can be a hindrance to the mission and ruin the time frame designed for whatever strategy or contingency is in place. The girl nodded her head when a Chunin walked in with water bottles. I needed that. Kuretsuchi sighed as she chugged her water. It was rough out there, Naruto. Indeed, Kuretsuchi. The blonde laughed. That snake sure did pose a challenge. Not for you. The Iwa Kunoichi replied, sounding a bit annoyed. Nah. It was still a challenge. Naruto said. That snake could have killed all of us if I wasn't careful in how I attacked it. Good thing you're not as stupid as most make you out to be, Naruto-kun. Karin secretly slurred the honorific while giving Kuretsuchi a glare. Neither Naruto nor Kuretsuchi's teammates caught the look or the slur, but Kuretsuchi sure did. The Kunoichi glared at the Redeed and clenched her fists, causing the leather of her gloves to rub. It seems that the Redeeded whore has the hots for the hero of Konoha. Kuretsuchi glared. It seems that this blondie is perfect for promotion, the Redeed though. I don't know. She sure is a great healer and she has a strange Kekkei Genkai. Wait, now that I think of it. She's strong, too strong to be a genin. Karin narrowed her eyes at Kuretsuchi. I can sense her chakra, but something feels so familiar about it, almost as if I've sensed it before. But her chakra wasn't what I was intending to sense. I know it. Yes, I remember now. Holy fuck. I know her. She was at the cage summit. The two girls thought at the same moment. Karin shot from her seat with her hand wrapped tightly around Naruto's wrist, causing him to drop his water. Kuretsuchi did the exact same thing, but instead, grabbed her own teammates from their seats, causing them to spill their waters before they could even get a drink. Naruto was about to protest, but Karin flashed him a look that seemed familiar. Naruto looked back to the Iwa team to see that Kuretsuchi was doing the exact same to them. "Thank you for the water. We'll be on our way." Naruto bowed before he and Karin broke off into full sprint. "Down in San," Kuretsuchi said with a different tone than what she used before. "Get this message to the cages. I have information about Uzumaki Naruto and his companion that might seem interesting, especially to my grandfather." "Understood, Kuretsuchi-sama." The Jounin bowed. "Will you go off and continue pursuing the Uzumaki?" "Sure, why not?" Kuretsuchi laughed. "I was tasked to do so by the Hokage herself to test him. Might as well see how high of a tolerance level he has for pain." Akatsuchi and their teammates stared at Kuretsuchi with sad eyes and felt a small pang of sorrow for Naruto and Karin. Kuretsuchi gave them a look and glared menacingly before taking off after the golden-haired boy and the Redeed. What the hell is the hero of the leaf doing with an Akatsuki? Naruto and Karin were making great distance from the checkpoint and were already backing into the desert. So far they hadn't encountered any other teams, but they were sure that there would be opposition sometime soon, especially since there were only a few more hours left before the evening hit. Karin was worried that Kuretsuchi might have noticed who she was. The two Uzumaki jumped over a large cavern in the middle of the desert and landed safely on the other side. Sand was blowing in their faces as the winds picked up to a violent speed, nearly blowing them from their positions and into the cavern below. Naruto struggled to keep his footing and nearly slipped because of the sand swirling beneath his sandals. "Karin!" Naruto shouted. There was something strange about this cavern. Suddenly, images of his first time summoning Gamabunta flashed through his head. He looked down and realized that the cavern had the same build and physical terrain as the cavern back in Konoha. There was a heavy gust and pushed Naruto off his feet and into the cavern. "Naruto, hold on." Karin caught his arm as quickly as possible, making sure that she wouldn't lose her grip. "I've got you." The winds were now threatening to push her into the cavern as well. She looked down to see Naruto smirking at her and shaking her head. He mouthed the words, "It'll be alright," and released his grip around Karin's forearm. The Redeed's eyes shot open as she screamed out his name, terrified of the prospect of him dying. Naruto shook his head, feeling the need to laugh at her naivety, and spun around in midair while speeding through hand seals. After looking around the cavern he wanted to laugh at how easy it was, almost exactly like summoning Gamabunta. He bit his thumb and finished off the final seal and shot his hand forward and called the jutsu. But nothing happened. Naruto's smile dropped immediately. His heartbeat accelerated. He sped through another set of hand seals ready to try and summon another toad, but with no success. He looked over to the sides of the cavern walls and quickly grabbed onto the ledges that jutted from the sides, only to be blown back and forced back into freefall state. What the fuck? The cavern is designed to kill people. What is wrong with Suna? Naruto cried within his mind. He channeled in whatever senjutsu chakra he could muster and nearly felt his heart sink into his gut. The walls were covered in seals that were designed to suck chakra from jutsu, rendering techniques or anything revolving around the use of chakra completely useless. Within a few seconds, he felt his senjutsu chakra leave his body and enter the crevices of the walls. Naruto turned down and learned the hard way of why he shouldn't be such a show-off. Karin stared in fear at what she just saw. Naruto was lying face down at the bottom of the cavern with a large pool of blood spreading around him. She sent out a quick blast of chakra to sense whether or not her eyes were playing tricks on her, but she quickly realized that Naruto's chakra signature wasn't responding. She couldn't sense it. She couldn't even sense the Kyuubi's chakra from within Naruto. "Then Naruto." Karin whimpered softly as she stared at the boy lying at the bottom of the cavern. "Please get up." The wind stopped, allowing the blaring hot sun to sizzle into her skin, but never had she felt so cold. The warmth that came with Naruto's chakra was gone, completely non-existent. It was a signature that she would never forget, one that she knew that she would always remember, one that she was looking forward to for the rest of her life. But now, it was gone. She waited a few minutes, knowing how Naruto usually is, but he continued to lie down at the bottom of the pit, face first, with a large pool of blood surrounding him. Karin knew that if Naruto wouldn't survive the fall, she wouldn't. She shook her head violently, knowing that there was no way that Naruto could die. She sent out another chakra blast, but this time, using as much concentrated chakra as possible and did a distant diagnostic of Naruto's body, hoping to calm me that Naruto was still okay. What she sensed made her heart shatter. Everything was mush, jelly. His bones, shattered completely, his brain suffering from a massive hemorrhaging, and his skull was cracked in 8 different places. But what really hurt Karin, 3 of his ribs snapped and dug into his heart in 3 places, impaling the organ, stopping it completely. Tears formed, stinging at the corners of her eyes and threatened to fall if she continued to stare at the boy at the bottom of the cavern. She sensed another group of chakra signatures and clenched her fists as the tears finally fell. She reached down and grabbed a handful of kunai and shuriken. She narrowed in on the source of the incoming chakra. It was Kuretsuchi. Karin shot to her feet and jumped up, hurling her weapons, blowing the Iwa shinobi off of their course, causing them to scatter. Karin grabbed another bundle of shuriken and started spinning on her heel while keeping a steady barrage kept on the Iwa shinobi. Kuretsuchi was surprised by Karin's sudden increase of skill and jumped for the redeed to take her on personally. Karin saw this and hurled the shuriken in a blind rage towards the Iwa Kunoichi. Fuck. Kuretsuchi jumped to the side dodging a large barrage of projectiles but felt the sand slipping from beneath her feet. Her eyes widened in complete unaltered fear. Kuretsuchi sped through a few hand seals and slammed her hands into the ground, trying to form a wall of earth beneath her feet to bridge the gap, but the rocks that shot from the cavern walls merely crumbled and collapsed. With the chakra being siphoned from the stones, it made the bridge impossible to hold anything. What is this? Kuretsuchi started sliding down towards the opening of the cavern. She threw her arms back in a wild attempt to keep her grip on the sands and rocks protruding from the ground around her. The sand started moving faster. Karin noticed this, and Kuretsuchi knew it too. The redeed drew out a kunai and threw it towards Kuretsuchi's head. Now fall. Karin narrowed her eyes. The black-haired Iwa Kunoichi did exactly what Karin thought she would, she dodged the attack. But because of how powerful the moving sand was, Kuretsuchi had no choice but to dodge and practically jump into the cavern. Kuretsuchi's eyes were never so wide and never had she been so scared in her life. Karin glared at the Iwa Kunoichi and hurled one more kunai, embedding it within the sand next to Kuretsuchi's face. Now's my chance. Kuretsuchi grabbed the kunai and turned ready to throw it back at Karin, but found that she was no longer there. The girl turned back and around as the sand had finally disappeared and the darkness of the pit was all she could see. She cocked her arm back and hurled the kunai down towards the left side of the cavern walls and threw up the tiger hand seal. Hi. The kunai and explosive tag exploded, breaking off large boulders and rocks from the side of the wall. She descended knowing that there was almost no way of getting out of the cavern without some injuries. She looked forward and found the blonde-haired hero of Konoha covered in his blood and lying face down on the ground. She was deeply surprised at the scene. He was virtually untouchable so far in this exam, and yet, a simple tumble from the side of the cavern, he was dead. Kuretsuchi shut her eyes and got her body ready to take the full brunt of the impact, with the rocks and boulders stacked upon each other. She turned onto her side and smashed right into the top boulders and forced her way through each one, forming pebbles and little rocks. Once the smoke and dust died out, she was standing with her right arm limp, hanging at her side with blood pouring from the massive gashes up and down her arms and shoulder. She gritted her teeth and glared softly at the dead Uzumaki lying on the ground. Kuretsuchi limped over to his body and collapsed onto the side of the wall as well. She was just a few moments away from collapsing and passing out, but she was vigilant and tried her best to stay conscious. She limped forward to Naruto and simply broke down. Her body was slowly fading, as was the light. She placed an arm around the dead shinobi and shook her head before realizing that she herself was gone as well. Karin stared in awe at what she'd just done. Kuretsuchi's chakra was flickering, but was slowly fading away. While the damage done to her body was nothing compared to Naruto's, she was surprised at the amount that the Iwa Kunoichi had taken. Karin looked at Kuretsuchi's teammates to see them flabbergasted, but not angry. Don't come near me. Karin shouted threateningly, in a failed attempt to seem powerful. You two will join her if you come anywhere near me. Calm down. One of the other teammates shouted back while scratching the back of his head. We meant no real harm to you or the blonde. What? Karin glared and tightened her hold on her kunai. Her chakra started kneading. She wanted to see if they were lying. It's true. Akatsuchi said with a grunt. Your Hokage tasked us with keeping you and Naruto on your toes. What? Karin was wide-eyed, any more and her eyes might even pop from their sockets. What do you mean? What are your true ranks? We were all already chunin. Akatsuchi replied. Kuretsuchi is already getting groomed for jounin position. But. Karin looked back down the cavern and fell to her knees. Damn it. I probably just started something unintentionally. We need to get to the next checkpoint and tell them of what happened here. The winds were piercing, despite the night being in the middle of summer. The bright white moon above shined down upon the entire desert as small desert animals, and even the large ones, scurried about, trying to make the most of the night and gather as much food as possible. Desert scorpions and snakes were, even in the night, the most dangerous hunters out. It didn't matter much to the Kunoichi lying at the bottom of a dark cavern. She was slowly forced from her pain-induced sleep by the soft splotching of water onto her cheeks. The girl looked around with her dull pink eyes with confusion evident in her features. She clenched her fist and wrapped her arm over to her shoulder to find that it has been wrapped in a red cloth. Her entire body was sore, burning to the bone with pain, but the girl sat up anyway. The only light she had was the dim illumination of the moon. She looked around with her breath hitched. It was already nighttime. She looked to her side, but found an outline of a man in a pool of dried blood. She drew out a kunai with her good arm and struggled to her feet. There's no way in hell that Naruto could have survived that fall. Kuretsuchi growled as her kunai clicked. She stumbled slightly, but managed to put her hand on the wall of the cavern and used it as a crutch. Limping her way through the darkness, Kuretsuchi was seriously regretting getting up from the ground. Rustle. Her head snapped up and hurled the kunai in the direction of the sound. There was a loud thud and a small cry of pain. She quickly hobbled over through the darkness and found a dim but orange light going through the cavern. She suddenly felt a burst of energy and ran over towards the source of the light and found Naruto sitting on a rock with a fire burning wildly in front of him. A surprising thing though, the fire wasn't using wood, just rocks. Naruto looked over to Kuretsuchi and gave her a small smile and motioned for the Iwa girl to sit with him. Kuro shook her head but headed over anyway and plopped on a rock next to his. She trailed her eyes over his physical features and found nothing wrong, nor was there anything bruised. His haori though, was torn and matted in all places and directions. The cloth used as a sling was apparently from the hem of his haori. While being lost in her muse, she completely forgot that she was actually really hungry. During her moment of unawareness, her stomach grumbled like a truck's engine and nearly had Naruto rolling. The boy held in his laughter and snapped Kuretsuchi from her thoughts with a desert rabbit on a stick. The girl looked at him with an incredulous look for a good 5 minutes before she realized that the boy was offering her some food to eat. Don't worry. I've made sure that the entire thing was cooked right. Naruto smirked. It's not going to jump off the stick and attack you. Sorry about that. Kuretsuchi laughed softly and took the rabbit. So, where are we? I have no idea really. Naruto shrugged. So you're telling me that you don't know what this place is? Kuretsuchi asked. I thought you and Jiraiya of the Sannin traveled all over the elemental nations for training. Oh, we did wait. Naruto caught himself. How did you know that? HMPH. Kuretsuchi huffed. I guess we should have a proper introduction, eh? Agreed. You go first since you were the one that tried to kill me and my teammate for the entire day. Naruto laughed. Alrighty. Kuretsuchi is the name. Daughter of Katsuchi and granddaughter of Inoki, the Sandaime Tsuchikage. The girl replied with a smirk. Judging by your reaction, you know of them. How can I not? Naruto replied. Training with Hiro Sennin, he made me learn and memorize the current great shinobi of the different nations. Katsuchi and Inoki were no different. Interesting. Oh well anyway, never mind. Deception is after all a shinobi's greatest weapon, right? Kuretsuchi smiled. Indeed. Naruto nodded his head. Well, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Hero of Konoha. That's all you're going to give me? Kuretsuchi feigned a look of hurt. Is it because you don't know me that well? Nice try. Naruto laughed. Just eat your damned rabbit and then we can try and find a way out of this stupid cavern. Naruto stared into the flames and released a sigh. Kuretsuchi was obviously thinking about something and it was beginning to bother him. He tried his hardest to pay no attention to her obvious thoughts, but it was starting to grate on his nerves. He slowly lowered his cooked rabbit and turned on his seat to face the black-haired girl. She merely looked him back in the eyes and looked back to her food. What is it that you wanted to ask her, say? Naruto asked. I won't do anything. So is that Riti your teammate, or is she? Kuretsuchi used her hands trying to get what she was trying to ask across. My girlfriend? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah. To tell you the truth, I have no idea. Naruto grumbled softly. We've kissed. A lot, but we haven't made a relationship out of it. Not only that, there's another girl back in Konoha that I've been seeing, and then this other girl who confessed to loving me, and then there's. Forget I asked. Kuretsuchi deadpanned. You Konoha shinobi are so strange. I like to think that it's just me. The time around the fire went by quickly, leaving the two young adults with almost nothing to talk about. Kuretsuchi chose to hit the sack and sleep on the rocky floor ahead of Naruto while he went scouting for an exit. He spent a good 3 hours looking around through the cavernous bottom, but found no discernible exit or even entrance besides the opening above them. He was tired and wanted to rest. Little did Kuretsuchi know, his body was on fire every time he'd take a step or even breathe. He was in pain, but didn't show it. Behind the scenes and deep within the recesses of his mind, his mother and inner demon were surprisingly working together to remove the ribs that entered his heart. So far, they were able to remove 2 of the ribs, but they weren't as bad as the final. One false move on Naruto's part or theirs, the sharp tip of the snapped rib, would slice open his aorta, no matter which way they go. And if that happens, Naruto would only have, even with Uzumaki blood, just a minute maximum to survive. Naruto had been through a lot of pain, but nothing could match getting a Chidori plunged through his chest, at least until now. The Kyuubi was having a headache from how important it was that he didn't kill his container. As much as the Kyuubi hated being caged, he knew that Naruto was something else. The Kyuubi sighed and went right back to channeling his chakra towards the bone and the heart, keeping it pumping and healing the holes formed in the organ. It was easier to heal his chest from the Chidori attack because Naruto was able to make the Chidori miss his heart even if it was by a little, but this was a fall from Kami knows how many feet. This was an entirely different level of expertise. Something that the Kyuubi had never experienced in his immortal lifetime, especially since neither of his previous Jinchuriki were stupid enough to try and show off his skills when his teammate could have easily helped him up. The Kyuubi was laughing so hard when Kushina went on a rage about the stupidity of Naruto, but quickly shut his mouth and started channeling chakra into his body to strengthen it. He knew about the seals and what they do, and he even knew a loophole. The only way to beat the cavernous walls was to use Bijuu chakra. But, the Kyuubi couldn't just load the blonde's body with Bijuu chakra because the chakra would go straight to his chakra reserves and into the blood and straight to the heart, which was extremely weak at this point. If there was an overload, along with the chakra being used to move the bone out of place, he could end up causing the heart of rot and decay from the boy's chest, killing all three of them in the process. Damn humans and their need to show off. Kushina sighed from within the mindscape and picked her nails with a kunai that she fabricated. She sighed and stared at the dark walls, while the Kyuubi continued his job of keeping his jailer alive. Kushina stood from her seat and paced back and forth, channeling her own chakra into the seal and making sure that her own will would be transferred to Naruto's heart in an attempt to strengthen it. The Red Death of Konoha looked up at the Kyuubi with a smug look on her face and fabricated a chair. She unceremoniously plopped down onto the seat and looked at the giant fox with a funny look. You know Kurama. You don't seem like such a big mean fox. Kushina chided with a shit-eating grin. If someone were to see this, they'd think that the great Kyuubi no Yoko was turning soft and protecting some teenager. How many times do I have to tell you? Not to call me that. Kurama roared, but Kushina didn't budge 1 inch and merely waved her hand back and forth in front of her nose. You know, Kurama, your breath hasn't changed at all. Kushina laughed. I think you might need some breath. Why did it have to be too disrespectful, Uzumaki? Kurama sighed. At least with Mito, she was smart enough to respect my power. I respect your power, Baka Fox. You're just fun to piss off. Dadabane. Kushina yelled back. The feeling is mutual. Kurama suddenly had an evil glint in his eyes. Don't you say it, you Baka Fox. Kushina growled menacingly. Tomato. Morning suddenly came and Naruto was kicked awake by a restless Kuretsuchi. She was still using the walls as her crutch, but she was managing. The blonde, being the man that he was, he didn't care and suddenly hoisted the girl over onto his back, but the girl lost her grip with his arm and accidentally slapped him just over his heart. Fuck. Kurama roared. Oh no. Naruto rambled. The pain seared through his body, tightening his muscles and nearly making him go back into a near-death state. Blood was forced through his throat and out of his mouth. Naruto dropped Kuretsuchi and collapsed onto the ground, coughing out, spattering blood in all directions. He fell over onto his back and started coughing more blood, spraying his face and his clothing once more. Oh shit, Naruto. Kuretsuchi cried out. What's wrong? What did I do? And nothing. Kuro-chan, it wasn't your fault. Naruto groaned as a large trail of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and onto the ground below. Kushina. The bone. Don't tell me. It's pierced the aorta. Chapter 8. Subterfuge. 12 hours earlier. Karin awoke to the sound of water. Her head was pounding and felt tightened. She tried to stand, but there were strange seals on her body that restricted her movement and made her legs almost completely worthless. She tried her hardest to get back up, but there were chains wrapped around her arms and legs. The chains went from her limbs and out towards 2 other people on the other side of the cave. One was a burly man with a large nose, while the other was a shorter and skinnier man. They too were chained together with the chains leading up to Karin's own binds. The Redeed looked around quite happy that whoever their attackers were didn't remove her glasses. She took a deep breath to get a good look of her surroundings. She moved her arms around and felt that the 3 scrolls that she and Naruto had achieved were still with her. She bent her head down and pushed the glasses back up her nose and rested them perfectly at the bridge. Her crimson eyes trailed over and throughout the cave system. There was a series of 8 tunnels that went for who knows how far. Torches were placed at either side of each opening, giving the entire room a slight ambience of uncertainty. On the far side of the room, there was a series of cages locked with multiple chains and bars to keep whatever was within, hidden. Karin struggled to keep her consciousness but continued to manage. There was a sickening feeling within her gut that told her that this was no longer the Chunin exams, at least this wasn't part of it. There's no way in hell that this is planned. Karin shut her eyes and started getting a good feel of the entire cavern system. Rooms were filled with strange shinobi and chakra signatures that she didn't recognize. This is something entirely different. If these were shinobi that I haven't sensed before but were allied with Suna, then why would they be in questionable caves with 3 genin locked up? No, they have to be bandits or a part of Wait. No, it can't be. Karin's eyes widened when she got to the final signature. She nearly fainted when she sensed the chakra. It was completely explosive and filled with a strange fire, almost as if it were constantly feeding, never ending. She delved deeper and deeper trying to see if she was right or just crazy. Her mind drew closer and closer. It's Dadara. But he's dead. She looked around with a confused face as she started to sense more and more familiar chakra signatures that she was sure were gone. Many of whom were a part of the Akatsuki, while others were just fodder shinobi that she might or might not have had a role in killing. She struggled in her chains and barely held strong against the binds. She stared off into the dim lighting of the cave as new chakra signatures filled her senses. There were men and women of all sizes surrounding the room. One thing was certain, they weren't here for the exams, or rather, not for the same reason Karin was. Some people had malicious chakra that seemed to eat away at the air, giving Karin the sensation of tunnel vision. But nothing would be as bad as the Kyuubi's chakra, nothing. Hero. Akatsuki. Karin whispered out towards the 2 Iwa shinobi chained to the walls on the opposite side of the cave. The 2 teammates of Kuretsuchi groaned and looked up at their fellow prisoner. Akatsuki had a massive cut over his large nose, with a dangerous-looking gash over his forehead and a black eye. Hiro was disheveled with a few scars on his cheek, but otherwise fine. The 2 were chained quite loosely, while Akatsuki was just too damn fat for the chains that these bandits had, so they wrapped chains around his arms and body, completely restraining the fat man. "Are you 2 alright?" Karin groaned. "Just a headache is all." Hiro replied. "Do either of you remember what happened? Where are we?" "From what I can tell, it's a hideout for some bandit group. Or something of that sort." Karin replied. "I am sensing a lot of chakra signatures in all directions, many are quite large and probably down in leveled reserves." "Are you sure?" Hiro asked. "Positive." Karin nodded. "From the chakra that I'm sensing, there is a probability that there are at least 5 shinobi of S-class or higher. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure." "I see." Akatsuki nodded his head. "Well, these bandits haven't done their research well it seems." "What do you mean?" Karin looked at him with a confused look. "These are wrought iron chains. They can be easily broken with my ninjutsu." Akatsuki smirked. "Just watch Karin-san." The shinobi leaned his head back and quickly shot it down, regurgitating a large flow of rocks and pebbles that merged together, forming 2 golems that quickly wrapped their teeth around the chains and began to eat the metal. Akatsuki suddenly felt rejuvenated. It seemed that the chains were imbued with chakra. Ironic that the tools used to keep them bound were the instruments to their escape. Akatsuki pushed himself from the wall and limped over to Karin and grabbed the chains from the wall, snapping them from their bases. The redeeted girl gave Akatsuki a nod and walked over towards the center of the room and started channeling as much chakra as possible and still be able to suppress it. Akatsuki went ahead and removed the chains binding Hiro. Hiro ran over towards one of the entrances of the cave and placed a hand on the rock, only to be stopped by Karin. She looked at him and shook her head slowly, making sure that Hiro got the message. From what she could tell, there were at least 30 men down that tunnel and probably 13 in the 2 tunnels on either side of the one Hiro was about to go into. After successfully saving their lives, Karin spun on the heel of her sandals and walked back and forth, pacing with a thinking pose stretched on her face. She studied the patterns of patrol and the amount of shinobi within each patrol. Hell, even the entire compound of wherever the hell they were. One thing was for certain, they were underground, but most importantly of all, Naruto was gone. She sighed deeply and nearly felt the tears form once again in the corner of her eyes. Naruto was really gone. She looked around and quickly pinpointed on one of the tunnels that lead towards a large but thin opening. She motioned for the 2 men to follow and quickly took off without the use of a flame or light to brighten her path, but instead, she merely relied on her sensing ability. She took multiple lefts and rights and almost even sprang a few booby traps that she might have forgotten of. But even though there was no light, she could still see as clearly as can be. She stopped when the sound of rushing water blasted in her ears. There was water nearby, that meant a water source. The rushing sound made her parched throat get drier. She could sense the rushing waves, but she could not sense where the obstacles were. She looked left and right, trying her hardest to catch on to whatever escape path there is, but it was near impossible to do so in complete darkness, even with her special ability. Suddenly, from behind, Akatsuki and Hiro showed up with torches and bloodied rock clubs in their hands. Akatsuki gave her a nod and looked around, illuminating the entire cavern. Akatsuki narrowed his eyes at one point in the dark horizon and found a dim light at the end of the darkness, directly ahead of them. Akatsuki grabbed Karin and started hauling ass through the tunnel, but because of his excitement, the echo and vibration went through the tunnel and joined in with the atrium that the other prisoners were in. From there, the vibrations shot out and entered the other tunnels and led to the defenders. Karin sensed their sudden change in emotion as their once blue chakra turned into a light shade of red to signify their anger or rage or even the readiness to end the life of someone else. Karin screamed and asked Akatsuchi to drop her. The large shinobi complied and slowly lowered her onto the ground, but just as her feet touched the ground, an arrow snagged just in between her heels, nearly impaling her feet in their power. Karin took a deep breath and sighed. This wasn't what she wanted to deal with so early in her escape. We need to get to the end of this tunnel this instant. Karin roared as she ran farther ahead than Akatsuchi and Hiro. Shouts and screams echoed through the cave as men and women, shinobi and kunoichi, drew their weapons. Their unsheathing weapons made the hairs behind Karin's neck stand. She didn't dare to look back, but she could sense their intent. They were intending to kill them. What they were going to do with their bodies afterwards, Karin didn't know, nor did she want to know. All she wanted to do was get out of the cave system with the other two shinobi. It was slightly confusing to her. The last time she was conscious, she and the other two shinobi were in the desert running from the cavern that killed both Naruto and Kuretsuchi. Then, from that point on everything was a blur, almost as if their memories were almost wiped. Karin still retained some memories and even some images of the time in imprisonment and the time that led up to it. She shut her eyes to try and drown out the shouts echoing around her, but she couldn't get the chakra signatures from her head. Every time her eyes would close, the chakra from the shinobi in the other tunnels would funnel into her sensing abilities and completely shroud her field of view and nearly blind her from all sides. Suddenly, a shuriken whizzed right past her ear, nearly cutting off a few strands of hair from behind her right ear. The shuriken embedded into the wall in front of her and Akatsuchi. The two nearly froze in their tracks, but Karin was the first to shake herself from their fear-induced reverie. She quickly grabbed the burly shinobi and grabbed Hiro with her other arm, and the three hightailed it from the caver system. As they ran, shuriken and kunai were thrown at them from behind, surprisingly, missing the three every shot. It was almost as if they were purposefully missing. Either that or these shinobi were the shittiest shinobi Karin had ever encountered. How fast can you two release ninjutsu? Karin shouted as kunai and shuriken clanked and bounced off the rocks and boulders lining the sides and walls of the tunnel system. As fast as they need to be. Akatsuchi replied while speeding through hand seals. Doten. Doryu Heki. The tunnel behind them collapsed on top of the shinobi chasing them. Their screams were the last thing heard before the tumbling rock and bouncing pebbles rung in their ears, drowning out all other sounds. But all of a sudden, one of the wall sections burst off from the wall and shot out blocking the pathway, nearly causing Karin to stumble over the attack and cause her to fall behind. Akatsuchi saw this though and channeled chakra into his body and simply bore through the obstacles, showering the walls and those behind and in front with pebbles, dust and dirt. More and more obstacles were shot out at them, but the burly shinobi simply bashed through them, rendering them completely useless. Karin was grabbed by Akatsuchi and placed onto his back, and the three shinobi took off through the cave and out into the open. Akatsuchi punched through the white covering of the entrance of the cave and quickly slowed himself down along with Hiro. In front of them was a beautiful oasis with palm trees and fresh water. Karin was about to get off of Akatsuchi's back, but there was a sudden disturbance with the normal chakra clouds. There were some really powerful shinobi with chakra reserves equal to that of Anbu commanders and the like. The most powerful of them all was apparently staring at him through his training. The girl quickly pushed Akatsuchi forward as one of the powerful chakra signatures shot a fire technique at the three. In a sorry attempt to fight back, Karin missed with one of her lesser shinobi attacks, while Hiro and Akatsuchi were shooting rocks and boulders in different direction, or at least whatever direction Karin said that the enemies would be in. No one could tell for sure, but since Karin was known for being a sensor, they knew that she was most likely going to be fine. 10 hours earlier, scorpions of varying size wandered through the desert sands, picking at different rodents that chose to come out at this time of the evening. The sun was falling and heat was fleeting. Animals rose from their hideouts and began to run over the desert in search for food and possibly empty holes to lay their young or even eggs. Snakes slithered about, devouring their prey without a second thought. The desert was quiet for the entire hour, minus the howls of desert wolves and foxes. Rattles at the ends of rattlesnakes shook and jangled, breaking the attention of some of the other more potent hunters of the desert biome. It was relentless, trying its hardest to eat as much as it can before the hawk or eagles can swipe him off the ground. But everything was converging for one spot. It was a large oasis in the middle of a hole. Up into the air were walls that were almost as high as the cavern that Naruto and Kuretsuchi fell into. From the edges of the hole, sand flowed over the side, filling the bottom with sand and dirt, making an oasis underground. Rocks were suddenly moved from the rest of the pattern of the hole. Soon enough, the rocks exploded outwards, showering the inhabitants with pebbles and stones. From the cloud of debris stood 3 shinobi, 2 male and 1 female. The female of the group was a bespectacled Reed. The other 2 were average men of Iowa. One was a 6-foot-tall boy with a fat build and a nose to match. Next to him was another boy, but he instead was only about 5 feet and 3 inches, with a normal-sized nose and dark black hair. They were covered in dirt and small scars, but they were managing. Karin took a deep breath and shut her eyes and gasped with surprise. They weren't being followed anymore. It seemed that whoever held them captive gave up on them escaping. It was definitely something she was looking forward to. Karin opened her eyes and motioned for the 2 Iowa shinobi behind her to follow. She followed her ears, and soon enough, she found the oasis with flowing water. She and the other shinobi charged for the oasis, scaring the desert animals and creatures back into their hiding holes in the sand and rock face. Karin dumped her face into the water and soaked up as much as she could. She was ridiculously thirsty, especially after being in a cave for an undetermined amount of time. She really needed this. She looked up into the sky and found that the night was dark and the moon was up. She was in awe of what she saw though, stars. There was an ocean of stars flooding the night sky with their lights and wonderful colors. She could see star clusters and even gas clouds from far in the universe. But what really got her attention was the North Star twinkling in the far distance. She looked down and looked at the other shinobi with her. Hiro had a massive gash on his back from a Fuma shuriken not too long ago, and Akatsuchi was still trying to nurse his wound from a bladed trap from within the tunnel. She looked back down at her wrist and found that her watch was still operational. The time was about 2000 hours. Only 4 hours until the second day of the second stage of the exam. We were running through the tunnel for about, I'd say, 2 hours maximum. Karin surmised. So we woke up at about 6 p.m. How long were we in there? Naruto and Kuretsuchi fell at around midday, so 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Well, that doesn't matter. What does matter though is, who the fuck were those shinobi? And what were they doing with dead nuke nins? Karin kept thinking but shut her mind off and dunked her face back into the clear water of the oasis. She shot her head from the water and ran a hand through her hair to help dry it off a bit, but suddenly, a blast of emotion shot through her body. It overwhelmed her at first and nearly caused her to topple over and into the water of the pool. Her eyes were wide. She pushed her glasses up to the bridge of her nose and focused on the emotion. It was like laughter or even happiness. There was some worry and even some wariness in the emotions, but it was so amazing, Karin couldn't ignore it. She gathered some chakra and soon enough, tears began to fall. She gripped her head and collapsed onto her knees as the emotions grew stronger and stronger. Her chakra fluctuated in a way that said it was excited. The emotions were surrounding her like a warm blanket, but she continued to cry. She gripped her head tightly trying to make sure that she was fucking up. Her face crunched up as the tears fell harder and added to the oasis pool. She bit her lips softly and tried her hardest to hold back her hiccups. She trembled and shook. There was only one person who had emotions like that. There was only one person who can cause her to become like this. Naruto's alive. 8 hours earlier. Karin followed the trail of Naruto's chakra as best as she could, while trying her hardest to keep her own emotions from clouding her vision. It's true that when you're emotionally compromised, you are the most dangerous, it's a fact when you're someone like Karin. If she didn't keep her emotions reined in, she might lose track of Naruto's own trail and end up going in circles trying to find her own chakra signature. She followed the cave systems trying to build an imaginary map of the entire cave and tunnel complex, but ended up finding a lot of dead ends and rooms filled with enemy shinobi. She placed her hand against the walls and sent out a small chakra burst to act as a sonar wave. She sensed the chakra bounce around and wash over rooms and over other tunnels, but there was one that the wave's chakra moved faster over and even went around a few times before returning back to her. If it's moving that fast, there's only one meaning: fire. Karin placed her fingers underneath her chin and went through the informations for a few moments and looked back down at her watch. It was 11 p.m. The moon was almost right above them and was already blaring down onto the hole in the ground and started illuminating the tunnels, making them start to lose their way once more. This place is a death trap, almost as if it was designed to make unwanted visitors or hell, even prisoners like us, to never make it out alive. Karin groaned. I need to get to the other room and help Naruto and Kuretsuchi. We need to get the fuck out of this godforsaken hole of a trap and get to the cages and tell them of what happened. She followed a path that was barely visible and almost seemed like another dead end, but Karin motioned for the 2 shinobi with her to follow anyway. They were nervous, especially since they were burning through nighttime that could be used for sleeping. Akatsuchi was carrying a sleeping Hiro on his back while the 3 traveled through yet another tunnel. This was probably the shittiest test Karin has been in. Even memorizing Orochimaru's underground complexes weren't this fucking hard. Karin kept at it though and led the 2 shinobi behind her to the best of her abilities. Her crimson-red eyes examined each rock and each crevice, trying to make sure that she didn't miss any hidden rooms or even hidden switches. Suddenly, a warm and powerful gust of chakra hit her, making her knees weak. Naruto was smiling. She could sense his dream and how calm it was. Her mind too became hazy and almost unresponsive, but that didn't matter. She turned back to see Akatsuchi and Hiro plopped against the wall, fast asleep with a blanket over themselves. "I might as well sleep too." Karin yawned and yet another wave flowed over her, this time, blowing her from her feet and onto her back. But, instead of hitting hard rock, she was met with the soft feel of waving grass. The warmth of the sun was perfect for her bare arms and bare navel. The sun, though, was suddenly blocked by the silhouette of a man's head. The girl squinted her eyes and soon enough, the shadows became dim and Naruto's face began to take shape. The breeze rolled in, blowing through their hair and through the long grass surrounding them. He had a small smile as he looked over her features. She was blushing madly, but she too was smiling. Suddenly, she flipped Naruto over and straddled the boy for a good few minutes while keeping their eyes locked, red and blue. Karin gulped softly as a ball was stuck in her throat. She didn't know what to say. Apparently, neither did Naruto. The two of them giggled like madmen before bursting into laughter. Karin pulled the blonde from the grass and placed her forehead against his, making sure that their eyes remained locked with one another. His breath was heavy but smelled a lot like minty ramen. Karin was about to laugh once more, but Naruto pushed forward and laid her against the grass, but this time, with his lips pressing against her. Her hands began to roam up and down his chest with her left hand wrapping around his shoulder, while the other going for the zipper of his jacket. As their kiss grew hotter, she began to zip his jacket down to reveal a shirtless body underneath with muscles that she always dreamed of placing her hands against. Naruto moaned when her warm hands were placed against his cold chest. Soon enough, she began to work on her own shirt and zipped it right open, allowing her breasts to pop free of her jacket. The two of them broke their kiss and stared at one another as they both moved as fast as possible to remove the clothes from their chests. Karin's face was on fire, as was Naruto's. He leaned back in for another kiss. Suddenly, there was this strange feeling at her side, almost as if someone was kicking her. The image started fading, and soon enough, Naruto disappeared. The sun and the grass disappeared, the warm gusts of wind disappeared. The smell of minty ramen vanished. Now, she was left with the dimly lit darkness of the cave she fell asleep in. Next to her were Akatsuchi and Hiro staring at her with worried expressions. Karin looked up at them and realized that she was blushing quite heavily. Her body was covered in sweat and her hands were in rather inappropriate places. Her eyes widened from behind her glasses. She at least had enough dignity to look away. She growled slightly and the two Iowa boys quickly got the message. Holy shit. I was that wet. Karin's eyes widened and her breath hitched. This is not good. I need some alone time with Naruto soon. She retracted her hand from within her shirt and from her pants and quickly brushed herself off trying to retain any dignity she had left. She stood up with her eyes trailing around in different directions and quickly looked down at her watch. It's 5 in the morning. Karin sighed. I guess we should just go ahead and continue looking. She walked over towards one of the walls and started knocking chakra into the stones, vibrating the walls and sending vibrations back towards her. She need to find the two shinobi locked on the other side. She dashed through the stones when she sensed Naruto's body from the vibrations. But there was something that astounded her too. 2 of the 3 bones that stabbed the boy's heart were removed completely. A smile formed on her face when she found that his heart was completely intact and working perfectly. She looked over to the side to see Akatsuchi gasping for air. Karin tilted her head slightly, but then Hiro came out with a chocolate bar and shoved the candy into the fat boy's mouth. That was exactly what I needed. Akatsuchi sighed. Oh Kami. He's exactly like Chouji. Karin said with wide eyes. She shook her head and walked ahead of the 2 boys, knowing that they were probably still tired. She traced her hands against the walls and followed the trail of chakra she sent out. There was a sudden spark in the back of her mind. She took off into the rocky cavern while calling for the 2 shinobi behind her to follow. They groaned and stumbled to their feet, but they quickly realized that Karin was way ahead of them. Present time. Karin was running for almost 3 hours straight, much to the ire of the 2 Iowa shinobi. She punched through walls and rocks with strength that she only reserved for when she was pissed off, and she had successfully terrified the 2 boys with not only her strength, but also her innate babbling. The poor Reed was shouting incoherent words and indecipherable sentence structures, which had the 2 boys worrying about her mental state. She jumped up when she sensed that Naruto's chakra was getting stronger and stronger. She cocked her fist back and rammed it into a wall, just a few yards away from the blonde. Once the debris cleared, the girl plowed through the smoke and rolled out into the rocky floor below. Once she gained her footing back, she looked back up through the sky and realized that it was once again morning. The sun was barely able to light the caver because of how deep it was. Looking around, she could smell a fire and the remnants of what seemed to be rabbit or some form of meat. She motioned for the 2 shinobi behind her to follow and kept her back to the cavern walls. She threw up the tiger hand seal and received a better picture of Naruto and Kuretsuchi's situation. As it was, Kuretsuchi had successfully awoken Naruto from his sleep. But there was a shout of pain and Naruto's chakra rippled and went haywire. The chakra signature went in all directions, almost as if something had just been stabbed through his body. Karin focused as the two shinobi took off for the others. Her eyes widened once more. Tears fell as the pain from the bone seared into her heart. I have to hurry to him. Oh shit, Naruto. Kuretsuchi cried out. What's wrong? What did I do? And nothing. Kuro-chan, it wasn't your fault. Naruto groaned as a large trail of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and onto the ground below. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Kushina. The bone. Don't tell me. It's pierced the aorta. Wait a second. It's that teammate of Naruto-kun's. Kushina replied. She's gonna heal him. Karin slid down on the rocky floor and grabbed Naruto tightly. The boy was quickly losing consciousness and blood. She rolled up her sleeve and forced Naruto to sink his teeth into her arm. The effects were instantaneous. Naruto's one sickly-looking appearance was quickly replaced with that of a tanned and completely healthy-looking blonde. Karin struggled to keep from moaning, but she couldn't help it. It escaped her mouth, but only Kuretsuchi could hear it. The Redeed was also blushing quite brightly. But within a few moments, Naruto's blood stopped leaving his body and his chakra had returned to normal. His breathing wasn't as rugged and his heartbeat was nice and smooth. Karin sighed in relief and laid the boy down onto the ground. Rest up a bit. She looked up at Kuretsuchi with a nod and sat down against the wall of the cave. Naruto suddenly started snoring. Karin looked off into the cavern trough and sighed in relief. Thank you, Karin. Kuretsuchi sighed. I was about to start freaking out. Nah, there's no need for that. Karin leaned her head against the wall and pulled out a food bar. It's been a while since I've been able to eat. Akatsuchi. Hero. Kuretsuchi cried out. They're okay. What happened to you two? We don't know, Kuretsuchi. Akatsuchi replied. We need to get a message out to the cages. There's something else going on in this desert. I almost forgot. Karin sighed. We were somehow captured by who knows who, but we broke out about 12 hours ago. What were their ranks? Kuro quickly asked. Many had Jounin or higher level chakra reserves. Karin replied with a sigh. We are in no place to be traveling as of yet. He might not be your teammate, but Naruto is mine. If you intend on fighting those guys, you'll need both of our help. What makes you think that? Kuretsuchi asked, slightly peeved by what Karin was implying, or at least what she thought she was implying. Naruto-kun and I have the ability to sense where our enemies are. Karin replied. I am also a great healer, as seen with what I did with Naruto. So? Kuretsuchi growled, knowing that she had lost. So we wait for Naruto to wake up or you three can get killed. Chapter 9. A Heart of Rock. Naruto was fast asleep and snoring slightly, but Karin was starting to worry about the bones still lodged into his aorta. While her blood could heal any and all wounds, she wasn't able to force bones back into their place, but rather, only form new ones to replace those that were lost. So as of now, she was completely confused and had no idea what to do to help Naruto get better. At least it punctured. Karin sighed. If it sliced, Naruto would have bled too quickly and I probably wouldn't have been able to save him. But if it did just slice, the bone could have been easily removed from his heart cavity instead of being a permanent part of his heart. Shit. Why did he have to be such a problem half the time? Karin, have you tried just doing the surgery right now? Kuretsuchi asked. We're already almost at midday and we're still here in this cave. I have, but I don't know how to make Naruto stay stable for the time being while I do the operation on his heart. Karin replied. I'd gladly do it if you had some ninjutsu or something to stop a person's heart for a short time. I see. Kuretsuchi sighed and leaned against the rock walls. So? Karin replied after a long and awkward pause. What's an Akatsuki doing with the hero of the leaf? Kuretsuchi asked without cracking. It seems kinda ironic if you ask me. So you really were at the cage summit? Karin growled. Your cage tried to turn me into dust. I guess I'll have to say great job to my Jiji-san, Kuretsuchi replied. I could kill you and say the Akatsuki girl tried to kill me and no one would complain, but you're a necessity for Naruto here to live. And believe me, he's more important than you are. What is your true goal here? Karin narrowed her eyes. In this cave, I have total control of my chakra since the seals weren't drawn here. So, tell me. Why are you really here? Akatsuchi and Hiro told me your mission, but I want to hear it from you. I guess you people don't like surprises, eh? Kuretsuchi sighed. Hokage-sama wanted to have Naruto here promoted to Jounin. Especially after his heroics in successfully fighting off the Akatsuki invasion. So, my job, since I too was getting promoted to a Jounin, was to be a thorn in Naruto's side and test him to the highest point and evaluate him on his performance. And? Karin asked. Shit. She isn't lying. And, Naruto has exceeded my expectations. Kuro replied with a smirk. You on the other hand. We'll see in the final round. If we make it. Alright. Karin growled. Besides, where the hell are Akatsuchi and Hiro? Who knows? They're probably going off looking for some wood or something flammable. Kuretsuchi replied. We still don't know how the hell Naruto made a fire using rocks, right? Karin sighed. She let out a silent groan when she realized that there was probably going to be nothing they could do for the time being. But then she received a thought. Hey, you were assigned to do this, right? So you were probably tasked with keeping them up to date, right? Yeah, but I already turned in a report yesterday. Kuretsuchi replied. That was the only one I was required to send. Shit. Karin mumbled. So they're not expecting another one, are they? Nope. Kuretsuchi shook her head. Well, I guess we'll have to think of another solution. Wait, what is it, Kuretsuchi-san? Karin asked. There is something that we do in Iowa should things like this happen. Kuretsuchi said. It might not be appropriate. How so? Karin asked, giving Kuretsuchi a weird look. I don't think it would be too weird. It's called the rock heart, the Iowa no Kokoro. Kuretsuchi said. It causes the heart to freeze in its tracks and stops all blood flow without killing the victim. Now how does that work? Karin asked, sounding offended by what the girl was saying. I've gone through thousands, hell, tens of thousands of medical ninjutsu, and it's a ninjutsu used to assassinate someone. Kuretsuchi spoke with a near-dead tone. They assassinate, Karin roared. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm the one that came up with the only viable solution for the time being. Kuretsuchi replied with a glare. Oh, I bet you just want to leave the bone in his heart for the entire time until help arrives, huh? No. Karin said quietly. Exactly what I thought. Kuretsuchi replied. So, here's what's going to happen. When I turn that heart into stone, you pull that bone right out, alright? Kuretsuchi replied. It'll be a little hard to do, but you can do it. So how does that technique work? Karin asked. Everything that is part of the aorta and the vena cava and the heart itself will be turned to stone, along with whatever is in it. Kuretsuchi explained. It's also a bit dangerous if there is too much stress done to the victim or stress placed onto the caster. So how do we go about not putting stress on either of you? Karin asked. You, and if or when the others return, leave. Kuretsuchi replied. What the fuck? Karin screamed once more. I am not leaving him with you. Well, you will have to if you want his heart to heal up. Kuretsuchi replied with a glare. I need to. How do I say this? Perform CPR. CPR? Karin asked with confusion. How the hell does that fix his heart? I won't be pushing onto his chest, but instead, I'll be pushing earth chakra down his trachea towards his lungs. Kuretsuchi said. The chakra will then be placed onto his blood and then move down towards his heart because of the arteries in the lungs. From there, the earth chakra will depart from the oxygen and into the heart's flesh. It'll take about 10 to 20 seconds to fully change his heart into. You're just trying to kiss him. Karin grabbed Kuretsuchi by the collar of her shirt. He's mine. I know that. Kuretsuchi punched Karin back into a wall. Karin glared as she pushed herself from the cave walls and channeled her chakra to heal the damage done to her spine. The Redeed ran a hand through her hair and fixed her glasses. She stared at Kuretsuchi with an expression that spelled death. This time I won't be as stupid as to charge in blindly like I did with Danzo. Karin had never felt more embarrassed than that moment. Never again will that happen. Karin jumped forward with her Kekkei Genkai shooting off. Kuretsuchi was getting her chakra ready for a high-level ninjutsu. The Redeed jumped over to the right and dodged the incoming quicklime blob just in time. She sped through a few hand seals and shot forward a basic fireball technique, not enough for Kuretsuchi to feel afraid or anything, but it was enough to break the Iwa Kunoichi from her stance. Kuretsuchi jumped over and barrel rolled on the dirt and hurled a large handful of shuriken towards the Redeed. Karin smirked and blocked each projectile with perfection. Karin wanted to laugh at her luck. Kuretsuchi was using chakra in every attack she launched out at her. This was going to be a walk in the park. Karin charged for Kuretsuchi's right flank while sending a shadow clone towards the left. Kuro though simply laughed at the strategy and headed for the left Karin and popped the shadow clone in less than a few seconds. Karin, the real one, did a jump flip and hurled off a great amount of kunai and shuriken, catching Kuretsuchi in a trap. Kuro looked to her right and picked up a kunai from the ground and started deflecting them with a speed that could rival Sasuke's. Kuretsuchi spun the kunai in her hand and hurled the knife towards Karin as she recuperated from the attacks. Karin bent back using her flexibility to her advantage. The knife sped right past her head. She shot right up and grabbed onto the kunai and spun it around her finger before turning back to face Kuretsuchi. I don't think you'd want to do that, Karin. Kuretsuchi growled. My kunai will plunge through his heart, ending the work that you put through to heal him. You wouldn't? Karin gasped. Why do you want to help him so badly? I was told to keep him alive. That bone in his heart, from what you told me, will probably kill him later on. Kuretsuchi replied. I'd rather not have the hero of Konoha's death be on my head. My father and grandfather would be pissed off beyond relief and my chances of becoming Tsuchikage go out the window. So please. Do us both a favor and leave for the time being so I can fix this poor boy. Karin gripped the kunai tighter than before. Let me reiterate. I am trying to help him. Kuretsuchi shouted. How about this, I'll call you over when his heart is stone. From there, do your magic. I won't do anything until the bone is completely removed from his heart, alright? Understood. Karin sighed and backed away from the two shinobi and walked off towards the exit of the cave and shook her head. Meanwhile, Akatsuchi and Hiro were walking through the rocky caverns and found something that really interested them. Hiro shot forward and knocked on the wood that had strange kanji written all over rocks in front of them. He quickly motioned for Akatsuchi to follow and examine the rocks with him. It was strange since they couldn't recognize the rock's kanji. It was definitely kanji for Fuinjutsu, but they couldn't tell what it was for since the kanji seemed ancient. I wonder what would happen if we put chakra into it. Hiro laughed. Don't do anything stupid, Hiro. Akatsuchi said in a worried whisper. I think that we should leave that rock alone. But what if there's something in there that could possibly help us out with this stupid test? Hiro said. I highly doubt that there will be anything, Hiro. Don't. The boy didn't listen and channeled chakra into his hands and placed them against the stone face. The kanji grew bright, with light shooting off in all directions. The rock, after a good 5 minutes, moved to the side and came to reveal a large and dark tunnel that led to somewhere deep within the cavern. Hiro looked over towards his teammate with a small smirk on his face right before taking off into the tunnel. Akatsuchi took a moment to weigh his options, but found that going after Hiro was the only one that made sense. The burly shinobi bumbled through the darkness in search for his friend. The fat man didn't know any better and started shouting out for Hiro, hoping that he might be able to get a reply. But suddenly, from the darkness, a man reached out and grabbed the boy from behind and wrapped his hands around his neck. Akatsuchi struggled in the deathly vice-like grip. The hands were calloused and strong, almost as if the being weren't even human. Akatsuchi was running out of air and tried to cry out for Hiro once more, but the boy couldn't even breathe. He gasped out as the last bit of air left his lungs. The moment Akatsuchi stopped fighting back, the man dropped him onto the dark and dry ground below. Without another word said, the man started walking nonchalantly, stepping over the dead Chunin and whistled a small tune. But Akatsuchi's body turned hard and soon enough, brown and cracked. The man swiveled on the heel of his sandals and stared in disbelief that the boy wasn't dead. Akatsuchi's body crumbled loudly, echoing throughout the tunnel, and within 10 seconds, collapsing completely into a pile of rock and dirt. The man walked up to the rocks and ran a hand through the dirt, surprised that it was laced completely with chakra. Without a second pass though, a fist shot from the rocks and lodged into his cheek, sending him through the wall and into one of the caves nearby. The man shot through the rocks and into another cave 3 tunnels down. Akatsuchi stopped himself as he exited from the rocks and looked down the tunnel, wondering if he should follow after his idiotic teammate, but shook it off and charged for the man who just tried to kill him. It was a long way to go since the tunnels could wind through the rocks for unbelievable lengths and even go in circles after making you think you've been going straight. There was also the risk of Jinjutsu being cast. So, just as a precaution, Akatsuchi sent a large burst of chakra, sending his chakra outwards, but found that there was no Jinjutsu placed. I guess I'll have to chase after him. Akatsuchi sighed and grabbed a chocolate bar and shoved it into his mouth before charging through the tunnel. With Kuretsuchi. She looked at Naruto's sleeping form and took a deep breath, knowing full well how awkward it would be if he woke up. Might as well do it now, she thought. She took a deep breath and stared at Naruto's lips and how clean and soft they looked. After all, he hasn't had water for an entire day. She looked back over his face and found that he looked so cute asleep. Shaking the thoughts from her head, she leaned down and softly, but still with enough force, and started channeling chakra down his throat. She held her lips against his for a few minutes, but she started to get a strange feeling in her gut. Her face lit up as blood rushed to her cheeks. Kuretsuchi didn't know what to do, after all, this was her first kiss, or at least first time pressing her lips against another person's. The corner of her lips threatened to curl up as she deepened the kiss to send more chakra. Even though she knew that the kiss meant nothing, she couldn't help to think against those thoughts. Her heart tightened and her heartbeat rose as the seconds passed. She shut her eyes and held Naruto softly and carefully, almost the way a lover would. What she didn't know, Karin was leaning against the rocks and staring at the actions take place. Well, deep down she knew that it was to save Naruto, Karin could help but to feel her heart tighten. Her eyebrows furrowed as her anger and jealousy started to fester and grow. Karin clenched her fists and tried her hardest to control her growing and dangerously erratic breathing. She shook her head and her crimson eyes trailed away towards the sky above them. It was the second day of the second stage of the exam. She and Naruto needed to hurry if they wanted any chance of making to the second checkpoint in time, hell even the third. It wasn't going to be easy to make it to the next 3 checkpoints with the only teammate she had incapacitated. Karin wasn't a strong girl, nor was she weak, but she knew that she'd wear herself out if she chose to run through the desert with Naruto on her back. Kuretsuchi paid no attention to the obvious flares in chakra and emotions coming from Karin. In truth, Kuretsuchi was in bliss, complete and utter bliss. Never before had her heart raced to such speeds, and it was all just from a kiss. It wasn't even a serious kiss. She wondered what would happen if she kissed someone she truly felt something for, something on the level of love. She pressed deeper, but then her mind started going on autopilot as her nerves went blank. She built up chakra at the tip of her tongue, and her tongue went into Naruto's mouth, awaking the boy from his sleep. Kuretsuchi, with her eyes still closed, didn't even realize that he'd awakened from his rest and continued pressing chakra into his mouth. He too went into autopilot without even making a word and started kissing back, much to both of their surprise. Kuretsuchi pulled back and stared at Naruto with wide eyes. Her cheeks were on fire and her body was suddenly cold and pouring sweat. She raised her fist and with a quick motion, knocked the boy back out so she could continue the operation. Kuretsuchi shook her head, knowing all too well that she was getting emotionally compromised and almost completely forgot the true reason she was even pressing her lips against his in the first place. With Naruto out once more, she bent down and went back to kissing him, but tried her hardest to not make out with him again. She started the chakra flow once more and again the heartbeat rose again. Kuro looked up to see Karin looking at her and Naruto with a glare. Turns out, Karin sensed a sudden burst of emotion from Naruto and went to see what had happened. Karin was debating whether to knock Kuretsuchi out for hurting Naruto or letting the Iwa Kunoichi continue what she was doing. Good thing that you're here. Kuretsuchi responded quite sheepishly. His heart is ready. Alright. I know this might sound ridiculous, but you might just have to kiss him again. Karin said with a grunt. His heart may be stone, but you'll need to keep channeling chakra into his body to keep him sedated from the pain I'm about to cause him. Understood. Kuretsuchi said with a small unnoticeable smile. She quickly bent down and started kissing Naruto once more, shoving chakra into his body. Karin shook her head and reached up to her glasses and pulled out a scalpel from the arms of the glasses. She opened Naruto's shirt underneath his jumpsuit and cut open the skin, revealing bone and lots of flesh. But upon closer inspection, the heart was indeed made of stone. Karin looked at Kuretsuchi to see that the Iwa girl wasn't even paying attention and was too engrossed with Naruto's lips. Karin shook her head and channeled chakra to her hands, creating a chakra cover over her palms and fingers almost like a blade, and cut cleanly through the ribs and opened the chest cavity where the heart and lungs were located. Karin looked and found the final rib still embedded in the stone aorta. It stuck out like a sore thumb. Karin grabbed a bone and pulled softly, but found that the bone was stuck. She grunted with another pull, the bone was still stuck, but managed to shift out of position. She wrapped both hands around the rib and pulled with all of her might and managed to tear the bone from the aorta, sending her back a few feet because of how much power she put into her pull. She stood up and patted herself down and walked up to Naruto only to fall down to her knees. Kuretsuchi shot up from Naruto and looked to Karin with eyes as wide as plates, almost as if the girl was saying, "What have you done?" Naruto's rock aorta and heart crumbled almost completely halfway. With rock dust and other contaminants going onto the rest of his body, Naruto started convulsing and twitching. Karin was frozen completely, never has something like this happened. She looked at Kuretsuchi and glared while channeling chakra once more. Kuretsuchi pushed Karin away and sped through an unknown hand seal pattern and placed her hands onto Naruto's chest, but didn't say a single word. The boy suddenly stopped moving. Naruto was still and laid on the ground in silence. The rocks and the pebbles started reforming and combining together once more. Kuro figured that Karin might do the arm-biting ability again, but knew that it wouldn't fix the heart of stone technique. Kuretsuchi, after completely reforming Naruto's heart and aorta, she kept her hand on his heart and went over to kiss Naruto once more, this time channeling chakra into his body both through the mouth and through physical touch. Karin sat down and stared in awe of what Kuretsuchi was doing. As she forced chakra into Naruto's body, strengthening and freezing the heart into stone, she was also taking away the chakra and turning the organ back into flesh, almost like a mold. Within a few minutes, Naruto's heart was back to normal and free of damage. Karin was dumbfounded. Kuretsuchi gave her a look and grabbed her arm and shut Naruto's skin closed and sunk Naruto's teeth into Karin's arm. Karin screamed out in pleasure, it seemed, and soon enough, Naruto's body began to heal and seal shut. Karin could sense Naruto's body returning to normal and his heartbeat softening. Karin herself was trying to calm her racing heart. "Hey Karin-chan. Kuro-chan." Naruto looked confused and stared off at the two girls sitting next to him. They looked disheveled and completely in fear, or at least, recovering from a lot of it. He tilted his head slightly and gave the two of them a small smile before lying back down onto the ground and falling back asleep. He was suddenly forced back awake by Kuretsuchi and Karin shouting at him. Naruto raised an eyebrow with an obvious scowl on his face and was pulled to his feet by both Karin and Kuretsuchi. Why do I have to move so much? Naruto asked with a growl. Why are you two shouting at me? Because Naruto-kun, we only have one more day left for the exam. This day is already coming to midday and we still have 75 miles left to go Baka. Karin shouted. We also have to find Akatsuchi and Hiro since they haven't returned from their search for food. Why are you shouting, Karin-chan? Naruto gave her a dull look. Wait. Don't worry. Let me meditate for a while. The boy shot down and got into a meditative stance and shut his eyes, channeling nature chakra and building up his reserves for sage mode. The Kyuubi was stirring within him, as was Kushina. The two of them were wondering what was happening as well, since the two have been gone for quite some time. Kurama narrowed his eyes through Naruto and started sensing a great deal of shinobi making their way through the cavern's walls and through both natural and man-made tunnels. Naruto shot his eyes open to reveal the eyes of the demon sage mode. Naruto's whiskers darkened and his eyes turned into a deeper and bloodier red color. He shot forward, launching Karin and Kuretsuchi back and lodged his fist into the wall of the cavern behind them, shattering the cave completely. The resulting explosion shot all of the chakra signatures back into the tunnels and caves within the wall. Naruto shut his eyes once more and channeled a great deal of Inkai before shooting it out in all directions, frying the Fuinjutsu all over the cave walls. You two go on and deliver the scrolls to the next checkpoint. I'll get Akatsuchi and Hiro out of the caves and meet you two there. And with that, Naruto dashed into the hole. Screams echoed through the dark tunnels and the sound of slashed flesh and cracking bones reverberated within the cave the two girls were standing in. It didn't take long, but the two girls disobeyed Naruto and dashed into the hole after him, knowing full well that Naruto might do something that would endanger all of them or even more. He was annoyingly known for doing such things, it seems. Karin shut her eyes and sent out another chakra burst, trying to sense where Naruto was. After all, he was the brightest and the most peaceful chakra source there was. Despite being washed down in complete darkness by the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto's power was exceeding what it normally was in sage mode and was starting to drown out all other chakra signatures, slightly causing Karin to worry. Right. Karin motioned for Kuretsuchi to follow. The two girls dashed down a large hallway that was almost perfectly rectangular with angles and a perfect ceiling. Karin was worried for Naruto at first, but now she was completely terrified. The walls were almost too perfect, reminding her of the bases that Orochimaru made all over the elemental nations. The patterns on the walls really gave the impression. This wasn't something she was hoping to encounter. It was either some Odo shinobi that were left after the dissolution of Itagakure or they were joining together under another upstart. The most likely was that Kabuto was trying to build an army again, but in the name of Orochimaru most likely. Karin smacked her lips and continued the chakra flow following after the massive darkness that was plowing through the tunnels and structure. Left. Karin jumped in front of Kuretsuchi and took off down another tunnel that within a few yards of running brought the two of them to a T-intersection of the tunnels. There were two ways to go, left or right, but at this point they were so close to Naruto, Karin couldn't tell which way he was since his chakra was just so great. Not only that, but while there were lights on the walls themselves along with the floor was covered in corpses, mauled and ripped to shreds. It was terrifying to Karin since never in her entire life, even under the servitude of Orochimaru, had she seen such carnage. The Redeed ran a hand through the unkempt side of her hair and made a quick choice and chose to go down through the right side, following the most blood and the trails that led to other directions, possibly another tunnel that could lead to Akatsuchi and Hiro. Karin took a deep breath when the tunnel they came up to had its door bashed down and the walls surrounding the doorframe ruined and splintered completely. She pushed the door down and sighed in relief when she found Naruto cutting Akatsuchi and Hiro free from the robes and chains that bound them against some pillars. Naruto created two shadow clones that picked the two boys up and carried them on their backs. Good thing that you two don't listen to orders, or else I would have been worried. Naruto replied with a smirk. So you knew we'd follow after you? Kuretsuchi gave him an incredulous look. How? Chapter 10. The Desert End. Naruto smirked at his luck. He found an oasis in the middle of the desert between the second checkpoint and the third. So far, this was the only form of water he'd been able to find since turning in his and Kuretsuchi's scrolls. He and Kuro were in a hurry, so they didn't take the checkpoint as a pit stop and right after turning in their scrolls, took off into the desert. But now, they were finally somewhat getting back on schedule since they managed to get at least halfway to the third checkpoint. Naruto though, was parched and was leaning on his knees, gasping for air and drowning in his own sweat. He let out a small sigh and led the rest of the two teams towards the oasis and the blonde took a dive into the water. His body quickly cooled to the water. A sigh escaped his lips, a sigh of content. He swam around and motioned for everyone else to join in. Kuro and Karin were completely against the idea since they were running low on time, but the boys didn't listen to them and jumped into the water as well, splashing the liquid in all directions. Kuretsuchi grumbled in defeat and leaned against a date tree with her body underneath the shade of the leaves rustling in the desert winds. Karin shook her head and sat next to Kuretsuchi, basking in the cool that the shade provides. Naruto saw this and was quickly annoyed that Karin and Kuretsuchi seemed better under shade than in the water and chose to splash some of the water towards the two girls. The two were quickly soaked, pissing them off indefinitely. Kuretsuchi charged forward with fire in her eyes ready to kill the Uzumaki. Karin, though, had some water enter her mouth and she involuntarily swallowed, tasting something that made her hurl over onto the sand and desert shrubs nearby. Her crimson eyes looked around and quickly realized that they were actually under a powerful genjutsu placed by some pretty good teams. She could sense at least 6 different chakra signatures that she didn't recognize, but their chakras were concealed and hidden, at least from the naked eye. She narrowed her eyes towards the largest chakra signature behind the group and started memorizing his chakra signature. On his back was a katana that was obviously made from chakra conductive metal. The taste suddenly registered in her mind, the metallic aftertaste, the gross response to the flavor. It all made sense. Her eyes widened when a chakra spike was sensed. She threw her hands together and channeled as much chakra as she could and managed to dispel the genjutsu for everyone. Naruto was quickly released from Kuretsuchi's death grip. The two teams gasped in surprise at what they saw. There were scorched bodies and blackened sand, along with the oasis of clean and wonderful water, really being a pool of diluted blood filled with body parts. Karin jumped up and pulled out a kunai. Naruto and the others jumped from the pool and quickly wiped themselves free from the bloodied water. From the shrubs came 6 shinobi it seemed, especially since their chakra signatures spoke volumes. The thing was, they weren't wearing any hitai to signify whether or not they were aligned with any of the great nations, or even with the land of iron. If anything, these men seemed to have been a part of the group that attacked Naruto and his team not too long ago. It was at that moment that Naruto facepalmed harder than ever before. His skin was cold and his body shivered from embarrassment and let out a pained sigh. And tears trickled down his cheeks as he looked at both Kuretsuchi and Karin with a distraught look. The two girls gave him a strange look before placing a hand on his shoulders, but Naruto quickly shrugged them off. "I knew I was forgetting to do something back at the checkpoint," Naruto whined. "I didn't tell the jounin in command to look for these guys." Kuretsuchi and Karin froze in their tracks, their faces completely still. The attackers lowered their defenses and stared at the two teams in front of them. Karin was the first to react and rammed her fist into the back of Naruto's head, making him plant face first with the sand below. Kuretsuchi was about to join in, but Karin held the Iwa Kunoichi back and mouthed that she'd handle it. "You fucking baka." Karin grabbed a blonde by the collar of his jacket. "Who knows how many are after us?" Naruto was shaken viciously by Karin's superhuman strength. Her grip was starting to slowly dig and tear at the blonde's jacket and jumpsuit jacket. She continued trying to shake an answer from him, but he was just too shell-shocked. Karin, after feeling bored with shaking the Uzumaki back and forth, released him from her grip and nonchalantly dropped his limp body onto the sand below. She turned to face the attackers only to see Kuretsuchi and her team beating them into the ground with their feet quicklimed in place. The 3 Iwa shinobi used the 6 men as spring-loaded punching bags. They continued pounding into the men until they could no longer bend and bounce back. Kuretsuchi was about to take a kunai and end their lives, but quickly realized that these men could be used as prisoners to interrogate. Naruto and Karin broke from their actions and stared as Kuretsuchi and Akatsuchi took out a large scroll and quickly unraveled the object, revealing a large empty seal that was surrounded by an intricate array of other seals. Naruto was completely surprised by the sight since he'd almost never seen something like that. While the Kuchiyus shot out seals in different directions, they looked nothing like the ones that he was looking at right now. These were more intricate, almost as if they were made to hold things in while keeping them fresh, almost like a refrigerator, but for more important things, he surmised. Kuretsuchi broke the man from the binds wrapped around his feet and laid him out onto the scroll and sped through a few hand seals while Hiro started doing the same. Within a few seconds, they slammed their hands into the shinobi's chest and the seals shot out from beneath their palms, wrapping around the shinobi. After a quick, split second, the man disappeared within a large blast of smoke. Once the smoke dispersed, it came to reveal a large kanji character that said seal. Akatsuchi rolled up the scroll and wrapped the object around his back and tightened the strap. Kuretsuchi looked back to Naruto and Karin and motioned for the two of them to follow. The two Uzumaki broke from their trance and followed with a quick pace, not wanting to fall behind. They had 2 more checkpoints to go and barely 12 more hours remaining for the second stage of the Chunin exams. Naruto was feeling a bit confused, especially since this Chunin exam was probably 1,000 times harder than the first one he took. Kuretsuchi shouted out to the entire group and raised her fist and channeled a powerful blast of chakra and ended up dispelling the genjutsu in place of the area they were stuck in. The horizon shimmered and distorted to reveal a building filled and surrounded by Suna shinobi. Kuretsuchi took the number 3 scrolls and headed into the building to make sure that the entire shinobi alliance knows what they encountered in the desert. Naruto and the rest of the teams were led into the checkpoint and given water bottles and food for a quick rest and rejuvenation. Karin leaned her head on Naruto's shoulder and took a bite from her energy bar, while Naruto took a massive swig of water from his bottle. The two stayed quiet and didn't say a word while Kuretsuchi spoke to the Jounin in command. It took a while longer than what was originally thought, but after nearly 20 minutes, Kuretsuchi returned with another scroll in her hand and motioned for the four shinobi still waiting to follow. They took off into the desert with the sun still up in the sky, but quickly descending. This wasn't good for them, especially since they were already starting to fall behind. Karin ran up to Naruto and nodded before jumping onto his back just like she did at the start of the second stage of the exam. She shut her eyes and started channeling chakra again, while giving a second-by-second update of teams nearby or far. As it was, there were probably 20 to 30 teams still making their way towards the third and fourth checkpoints, while there were about 6 that were already made it to the end. It was quite embarrassing to Naruto since he had lost to a bunch of genin that were probably a year or younger than him. Kuretsuchi quickly turned and reminded him that she wasn't the only applicant that was secretly already Chunin rank gearing for a higher rank. Why would they pit them against a bunch of genin though? Naruto asked out in complete anger, nearly breaking Karin from her trance. Genin have no place in war, as deemed by all 5 cages. Kuretsuchi sighed. All 5 of them voted to have the genin see a first taste of war. What? Naruto was astonished. Tsunade Bachan wouldn't do that. Actually, it was the Hokage that put it up for voting. Kuretsuchi replied. Oh. How could I forget? Naruto's eyes trailed down towards the sand as they continued to run. Nawaki, Tsunade Bachan's little brother. Wasn't he only a genin when he died in the last war? Wait a minute, he was doing this exact role in the last war that got him killed. If she's willing to make genin go through this, then this war won't be a joke, not that wars are jokes, but this will most likely have a lot of casualties that can't be avoided. This isn't good at all. What if we can't defeat the Akatsuki? What if I fail to master the Kyuubi's chakra? Damn it, why is everything so complicated now? I've made a promise to myself, though never spoken, to make sure to make as many people survive as possible, but if the war is going to be this dangerous, I don't know if I'll be able to keep that promise. Naruto shook his head of those thoughts and charged forward up to Kuretsuchi's side, with Karin still shouting off directions of teams and their chakra levels. Kuretsuchi was shouting commands to Akatsuchi and Hiro, telling them to take the flanks and protect Naruto and Karin from attack. The blonde looked around and saw absolutely nothing, while these Chunin and Karin could apparently see everything else. Naruto sighed in despair when he realized that his skills weren't as great as he had originally thought. He continued to run and suddenly realized that he had Sage Mode in his control. A bright smile spread across his face, and he started channeling as much nature chakra as he could as he ran. It was tough and sweat started pouring from his body as they went. Slowly, but surely, the chakra flowed in from the cacti and sand below. It came from the wind and from the sun above, strengthening his bones and skin. His body loosened and quickly grew rigid like rock. His bones hardened and his chakra capacity skyrocketed. Karin was broken from her trance, and she looked down at Naruto with wide eyes for a moment. All of a sudden, Naruto's normally peaceful chakra exploded outwards, covering her senses with something akin to a forest teeming with wildlife. She felt the gusts of cool, moist wind hitting her face, and the nice cool warmth of a peaceful forest fill her heart. Through this though, she felt her chakra coils loosen and her tenketsu loosen as well, allowing the smoother flow of chakra. Her range increased, and the quality of her sensing was especially better than what it was before. She smirked as her chakra flowed out in waves. Soon enough, she was sensing the body types and the sizes of each and every person within the 50-mile radius that she could sense. There were 8 teams that were in the immediate vicinity, with members that had Chunin to Jounin level chakra reserves. Karin gasped at the chakra capacity of these guys and quickly surmised that they were Chunin that were placed into the exam in secret. But upon closer inspection, she channeled her chakra on a few specific members, mainly Kumo and Iwa, and found that those kids were actually genin. This made her heart beat heavily, and she quickly found that these guys were no joke. Their chakra made her scared, and the fact that they weren't even Jinchuriki but had the chakra capacity of 1 made her slightly more terrified. That was something that almost never happens more than once in a generation. Karin was about to say something, but Kuretsuchi nodded her head at the redeed, signifying that she already knew who they were. Over the dunes, a large cloud of sand exploded outwards and above the horizon. Soon enough, the 8 teams showed up, and the Iwa teams were the first to show up. They ran towards the black-haired Chunin and gave Kuretsuchi a bright smile. Kuretsuchi-sama. One of the Iwa genin smiled. We made it. I can tell, Jinichi. What are you doing with these Kumo teams though? Kuretsuchi asked. I could have sworn that you were supposed to take scrolls from those guys as well. We had all the same scrolls with duplicates to spare. Jinichi replied with a smirk. I see. Kuretsuchi nodded her head and turned back to the rest of the genin and the other 2 Chunin. Well then guys, I guess that we should get going, eh? Naruto took a deep breath and had his eyes wide with fright. Because of his senjutsu, he was able to sense the power that these genin held within them. They weren't even Jinchuriki, and yet their chakra was on his and Sasuke's levels. That was something that was a bit of a terrifying thing to prospect. His senjutsu was almost blocked out by the rest of these massive chakra signatures. Karin was faring no better. Her red eyes trailed left and right, staring in awe at the 12 and 13-year-olds standing in front of them. They all were probably only 5 feet as well, so it was even more of a confusing thing to think about. After all, they were just children. At least in her eyes, they were children. Karin shook her head and took a deep breath while sending out yet another blast of sensory chakra and nearly fainted. Eyes. Karin shouted. There's a large group of high chakra shinobi moving in this direction. They aren't friendly. What are those guys doing so close to the final checkpoint? Naruto shouted out. Where are the cage's reinforcements? They said that it might take a while before they can mobilize Naruto. Kuretsuchi sighed. We will have to defend ourselves for a while, I guess. You guess? You guess, Naruto sighed in exasperation as Karin dropped off of his back and dropped into a fighting stance. This was definitely not a good idea. How about this, Baka, we have to defend ourselves. Karin growled. I doubt we'll be able to make it out of here without getting a few unnecessary casualties. We'd have even more if we stay and fight. Naruto replied. I'm with Naruto on this. Akatsuchi and Hiro said at the same time, while both sounded a bit unsure of themselves. I don't think we'd be able to fight off that many, even with the amount of shinobi we have. How many signatures did you sense, Karin? The amount of a small army, almost 80 people. Karin gasped. I keep sensing more and more, but that is just from my preliminary scan of the area. It doesn't matter, if there are that many shinobi, we still need to fight back to make sure that they don't attack Suna in the process of the Chunin exams. But, no buts, Naruto-kun, we need to stand and fight. Karin replied. I am against fighting as much as you are, maybe even more so, but please, we have to now. Whoever these guys are, they aren't playing around. We don't even know their true intentions for the rest of the exams. We don't even know who their allegiance is with. I didn't know Konoha shinobi could grow some backbone. One of the Kumo genins laughed. Karin blushed at the compliment and ran a quick hand through her red hair and looked back up toward the dunes and shut her eyes, getting a good look at the shinobi and their numbers and chakra type. But the amount of time she'd spent in Konoha and their diverse shinobi skills and elements, she was able to diversify and single out certain chakra affinities and assign colors to each affinity, making sensing a whole lot easier. She glared back and forth as the elements for fire and earth were what she was able to sense back. She looked back to her comrades and temporary comrades and nodded her head. At least 80% use fire, and the rest are earth users. No special elemental Kekkei Genkai that I can discern at the moment. Karin quickly said. Naruto, are you ready for a fight now? I have no choice in the matter, so I guess I am. Naruto sighed as more senjutsu chakra filled his body, strengthening him beyond belief. I don't intend to lose right now, especially since we're so damn close. 2 clones popped up next to the Uzumaki, and they raised their hands channeling chakra into the air around the blonde. Naruto raised his right arm, forming a Rasengan with wind pouring off of its sides. The wind sharpened into blades and soon enough, the Rasengan had formed into a large spiraling shuriken made of pure wind. The Jinchuriki smirked and hurled the attack forward while charging ahead with the 2 clones following close behind. The Rasen shuriken collided with a large group to the west of the shinobi in the middle, shooting up a massive cloud of sand and dirt, covering their vision for a while. But once the sand was whisked away, all they could see was Naruto beating down 20 men on his own, with nothing but his bare fists and his clones aiding him. Karin smirked softly at the sight. Naruto weaved back and forth, dodging each attack and kick aimed directly at him. But thanks to Karin's training and her teaching him how to anticipate attacks, Naruto was virtually untouched, along with Senjutsu helping him out a bit. One of the enemy shinobi shot forward with a knife and was ready to dig the blade into the blonde's back, but Naruto swiveled around at the last second and dug his own kunai into the man's side, while one of his clones dashed in and rammed a Rasengan barrage into 2 other shinobi, sending them careening into the sand. As this happened, the real Naruto stood in utter shock at what he'd just done. He'd just killed a man in less than a second. This was actually the first man he'd ever killed, well at least the first he'd ever seen bleed by his own hand. Naruto was frozen as the blood began to flow down the side of the shinobi's puncture wound. The shinobi stared into the deep blues of Naruto's eyes, and within a few seconds, the pupils dilated completely, signifying the end of someone's life. Something that Naruto had never anticipated seeing. Well, at least for the time being. It didn't take long, but Naruto dropped the dead shinobi onto the ground and took a deep breath in fear as he'd finally realized that he'd ended a man. The ramification sent explosive shivers up and down his spine and resting in the bottom of his gut, causing him to nearly hurl onto the sand below. His legs gave out and he collapsed onto the dirt with his breath heavy and labored. He knew that he'd have to kill someone, but he expected it to be Sasuke, should the Uchiha not turn from his ways, not some fodder ninja that didn't even give the blonde the satisfaction of a name. Naruto stared at the dead man and quickly realized that the other two that his Senjutsu-enhanced clone disposed of weren't getting up. His eyes widened when he found that the Rasengan were actually killing their enemies. They were not only rendering them unconscious or even immobile or unable to mold chakra normally, but instead, they were actually taking the lives of other shinobi, other people. Naruto brought a hand to his chest and gripped his racing heart through his jacket and started to hyperventilate as the breaths took speed. His breath was fast and short and his body started to shiver from his realization. He never meant to kill most of those people, probably just 2 out of how many people he'd shoved a Rasengan into. He looked down at his hands and found blood from the dead shinobi in front of him, drenching his hands and clothes. He freaked out and started backing away from the dead man, but ended up rolling down the side of the dune and landing at Karin's feet. The Redeed was already waiting for him and placed a healing hand onto the blonde's chest, and the effects were immediate. The blonde started breathing softer and breathing slower. His glazed eyes were regaining color as his heartbeat slowed to a manageable rate. Naruto reached up and placed a hand against Karin's cheek and whispered something incoherent right before passing out. Karin's eyes were wide, and she quickly sent another blast of healing chakra into the blonde's body, trying to wake him from his sleep, but found that it was probably useless. Knowing how Naruto was, he'd be out for quite a while, maybe another hour or even 2 at the most. She looked back towards the top of the dunes and clenched her fists and glared back to the other side of the dunes and found some of the Iwa and Kumo teams fighting off the bandits or whoever they are and sensed that many of the genin were starting to run low on chakra despite having such high capacities. Karin, though, wasn't worried about the dunes and protecting the group. Instead, she was more worried about Naruto's mental state. For just a few minutes went haywire and Karin was quickly on alert, completely wary of what might happen this time, should something happen at all. Her heart tightened when she felt his genuine sorrow. She kept her hand on the blonde's chest and let out a silent whisper before sending another attack of medical ninjutsu. Suddenly, smoke shot off into the air and explosions shook the area and the bandits were forced back by Suna, Iwa, Kiri, Konoha and Kumo shinobi led by Gaara, the Kazekage. The bandits took off towards Kami knows where, leaving Naruto and the rest of the group to the devices of the Kazekage. Gaara dashed forward past the teams of examinees and gave Karin and Kuretsuchi knowing looks. It didn't take long for the 2 girls to catch on. With a quick motion, the 2 girls managed to redirect the attention with their teams and the others back towards getting to the final checkpoint to complete the mission. The only problem was that Naruto was on the verge of passing out and he was too damn heavy with muscle for Karin to carry. The 2 teams looked back up towards the sky and found the sun was already starting to go down, signifying the near end of the second stage of the exam. Kuretsuchi and Karin tossed Naruto over to Akatsuchi and the burly Iwa Chunin caught Naruto and slung the boy over his back and the 2 teams took off through the dunes towards the checkpoint, or at least where they thought it was. They didn't know if it would be another Jinjutsu-covered checkpoint or a large building to finish off the test. It didn't matter now though, Karin was desperate to finish this exam and finally move past all of the bandits and into the final stage. But after nearly 10 minutes of silence, her crimson eyes widened as a large blob of chakra signatures showed up once more, almost as if they were fabricated from the air. Karin looked at Kuretsuchi and the girl gave one of the other teams following them another look. Kuretsuchi sped through a few hand seals and fired off a quicklime blob, encasing 5 of those bandits. Karin looked back up to the sky to see that half of the sun was already underneath the horizon. Kuretsuchi. The sun. Karin roared. We need distractions. Kuretsuchi howled out toward the genin teams following them. We need one now. From the sand dunes around them, bandits exploded outwards, showering the teams in sand and caltrops that were hidden in the large sand clouds. Karin, though, saw everything that the men were planning. A shinobi shot up from the side of the dune next to her with his sword drawn out, but Karin weaved around the attack and elbowed down, sending the man face down into the sand. She looked over to see Akatsuchi trying his hardest to fight off the desert bandits while still trying to keep Naruto completely fine and free of harm. Hero was faring no better, but managed to defeat a few of the bandits in the process of his fight. Karin sensed a spike of chakra and turned right around and hurled a handful of shuriken towards the source, faster than a blink of an eye, almost impossible in any normal situation. She blinked in surprise at her sudden newfound skill and nearly passed out on the spot from excitement. She snapped from the thoughts almost immediately and ran over to Akatsuchi and started motioning for the Iwa team to follow closely. Kuretsuchi-sama. One of the genin hollered. We'll do our best to hold them off for the time being. Go and finish this test. Kuretsuchi was surprised and was planted on the spot until Karin started pulling on the black-haired girl's arm, breaking her trance. The Redeed grabbed Kuretsuchi quite hard and almost started dragging the Iwa Kinwaichi through the sand in the last attempt to get them to the end of the exam. Karin pulled the girl a little harder, breaking Kuretsuchi from her trance. The pink-eyed girl stared in confusion but then realized that they were all running towards somewhere. "What's going on?" Kuretsuchi called out. "We're heading towards the final checkpoint, but we have to move as fast as possible. The sun is already nearly past the horizon and we are about to fail this test." Karin quickly spoke. Garasama had managed to force back a large group of the bandits, but a few still got away and are in pursuit of us. So get yourself together and run. Kuretsuchi nodded and followed after Akatsuchi as he bumbled through the sand dunes with Naruto waving on his back like a loose rag. But as the moments passed, they finally made it over one of the largest dunes in the desert so far, but once they got to the top, they saw a massive arena and a large closed building right next to the arena. That must be the final stage of the Chunin exams here. This has got to be the end of the second stage. With all of those buildings and the shinobi teams converging towards it, that must be the end. It has to be. Karin made a quick hand motion and waved the rest of the shinobi towards the front door of the final checkpoint, but now, the sun was practically gone with the final rays of light leaving the earth. Karin looked down at her watch and felt her blood run cold just like the desert land. There was only 2 more hours before the second exam was over, after all this was the desert and the sun was out longer than in other countries. Karin looked down the slope of the sand dune and found almost all of the teams charging at each other in the last-ditch effort to get rid of the rest of the competition. They used an assortment of elemental ninjutsu, along with a large assortment of weapons and taijutsu attacks. There were large bonfires made from the bodies of teams that were defeated in the last few hours of the test. The sad thing though, they weren't even 100 yards from the final checkpoint. The 2 teams rolled down the slope of the sand dune and landed just in time to dodge a powerful fireball technique from a Konoha team taking on an Iwa team. Just a few meters away, a Kiri team was taking on a Kumo team with water and lightning techniques. Over to the far right, 5 Kiri teams were fighting toe-to-toe with 5 Suna teams, one by one, killing each other off as explosions rang up and down the stretch of land. Karin shook her head and seemed to get a slight apocalyptic feel to the second stage's final part. The Redeed shouted over the commotion and the screams and managed to keep the 2 teams together and steady throughout the chaos. Fire rained down from the sky above and boulders were shot from below the sandy surface. Water globs from the mouths of experienced genin hit with wind techniques from some fan-wielding Suna shinobi. Akatsuchi ducked as a powerful ball of fire shot for his head and flew right above him, hitting a poor genin form Kiri with perfect accuracy, setting the kid ablaze. Karin's crimson eyes went wide at the sight and her ears were on the verge of bleeding from the ear-splitting shrieks the poor genin let out. Karin was terrified. This was probably a good reason to add to the list of reasons to why she didn't want to be a ninja anymore. Well, not that it mattered anymore, she was going to become a Chunin soon for Konoha. The group dashed forward dodging elemental attacks and flying kunai and shuriken that came from all directions. Men and women were pulled beneath the sand surface using the earth suicide technique and others were gutted with sharp kunai, stained with the blood of the desert animals and other genin. Over from beneath dunes that surrounded the arena, a large host of scorpions and snakes plowed from the sand, showering the battlefield with sand. Genin broke from their fights and turned their attention of the natural defenders of the desert and tried their best to kill the creatures while receiving some debilitating casualties and even a few deaths amongst their ranks. Karin looked at Kuretsuchi and shook her head, knowing that they were already running low on time and as of yet, they only had 30 minutes left to get through the rest of the battlefield and into the building. Kuretsuchi agreed, although half-heartedly, and followed after Karin who followed after Akatsuchi. The burly shinobi held Naruto tightly and made sure that nothing would happen to the blonde shinobi. It was a bit of a struggle, especially since Akatsuchi had already taken a few kunai to the knees and shoulders as he tried his best to keep Naruto protected from the projectiles. "We're almost there," Karin cried out. Suddenly, from the sand, a large stone golem shot up, spraying sand into their eyes and forcing Naruto from Akatsuchi's back and causing the blonde to fly through the air right before landing face first onto the sand below. Once the sand cloud dispersed, it came to reveal the golem ready to smash the blonde into the dirt. Karin's eyes went wide as her heart nearly stopped. This would have been the second time within the last 24 hours that Naruto was about to die right before her. She felt something within her snap, almost as if a barrier that was used to keep her from knowing her true self had fallen. Power exploded within her in just a quick split second. Her crimson eyes darkened and she sped through a hand-seal combination with almost lightning speeds and with perfect precision. There was a strange glint in the girl's glasses and she finished her technique with a half-ram hand-seal. Chakra exploded out from her body, causing the golem to freeze just as its fist was about to make contact with Naruto's face. The golem looked up only to be wrapped up in chakra chains and suddenly crushed by the increasing pressure of the chains. Kuretsuchi was completely surprised, as were the others on her team. Their jaws were lax and hanging slightly. Akatsuchi was thinking about saying something, but deigned from it and dashed to pick Naruto up off the ground, but he was stopped when Karin grabbed the blonde boy and hoisted him over her shoulder. The glint still shining in her glasses and eyes showed that Karin was no longer planning on being useless anymore. Her heart pounded from the use of chakra like that. She felt that chakra reserves were already running low, but she felt that she could manage. She tightened her hold on Naruto's Haori and held him closer to her to make sure that he doesn't pass out again. She could feel his chakra and how it was withering for some strange reason. His mental state was also no good either, making Karin worried. The powerful explosion shook the ground, causing everyone to the group except for Karin. She turned to Kuretsuchi with a new light and ran a quick hand through the unkempt side of her hair and nodded softly. No words were needed between the two girls, since they already know what Naruto would say if he were awake. Karin simply turned her back to the battle and charged headstrong towards the front door, with the final and fourth scroll ready. It was finally over. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others' videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.